I am lying on the sofa, drinking happy water, watching the news on TV, and eating a few chips from time to time. It is so comfortable. The TV reports that strong lights appeared in the sky of major cities, but this has nothing to do with Wanting City where I live. I am more worried about the college entrance examination next year. Hello, dear audience friends. My name is Wang Zhuanjia. I have been engaged in astronomy and geography for decades. From the moment the first strong light appeared, I led my team to study that this strong light was just a normal reaction of the sun. I call it the solar eruption period. There is no need to panic, expert Wang Zhuanjia said confidently on TV. I looked at him and couldn't help laughing. The effect of this program was too good. I got up to take out the trash, and then did my weekend homework, thinking about going to school tomorrow. Just after I turned off the TV, I heard a panic voice on the program, but I didn't hear it. My parents died when I was young, and I have lived alone for many years. I have long been used to it. College entrance examination, I muttered to myself and stood up. At this time, a strong light suddenly shone in from the window. I hurried to the window, covered my eyes with both hands, and opened them slightly to see what was going on. I saw the dazzling light spreading to every corner of the city. There were constant car accidents on the streets, and screams and curses came one after another. This light was much stronger than the previous one, and everyone was illuminated like light. I hurriedly closed the curtains and turned on the TV to see what was happening. Dear viewers, this station continues. As soon as I turned on the TV, there was a sound of electricity, the signal was interrupted, and the picture was intermittent. Then, screams and cries for help came from the TV. My heart suddenly jumped. Could something really happen? Before I could think about it, a sharp pain came from my head, as if a worm had drilled into my brain and gnawed at my brain marrow. The pain made me faint instantly. After I fainted, my body kept twitching, I foamed at the mouth, and my eyelids turned outward, as if I was about to die. After a few minutes, I finally stopped twitching and gradually regained consciousness. I couldn't help but yell, "What's going on?" But I suddenly found that the surroundings were terribly quiet, with only hoarse roars. I was terrified and tried to get up slowly, but I felt that my body was stiff and I fell to the ground again. After repeated attempts, I finally stood up, although the posture was weird. At this moment, I felt something was wrong with me. I lowered my head slowly, and there was a slight cracking sound from my neck. I thought to myself, it must be broken. I finally lowered my head and saw my pale hands. My nails had become sharp, strange veins appeared, and my skin was like wrinkled bark, which was extremely creepy. I shouted in my heart, WDNMD. What happened? Did I evolve or mutate? Did a superhero show up? I wanted to find a mirror to look at myself, so I dragged my weird steps and walked towards the bathroom with difficulty. I had a hard time walking a few steps, my legs couldn't bend, my joints seemed broken, and my walking posture was so weird that I doubted whether I could make a splash at a fashion show. A few minutes later, I almost dragged myself to the bathroom. Fortunately, I usually don't close the door when I go to the bathroom, otherwise I really don't know how to open it. I slowly walked to the mirror, looked at myself in the mirror, and was stunned. Pale face, sparse hair, scarlet and emotionless eyes, slightly open mouth, saliva dripping, just like a zombie. I thought in horror, I turned into a zombie. And why is my body so stiff? The hair is so sparse that I look like a programmer who has written code for decades, the eyes are so big that the eyeballs are about to pop out, and the mouth is drooling everywhere. I am scared just looking at myself. Just as I was marveling at my own looks, a cold electronic sound suddenly rang in my mind, ding. Detecting the host's life status. Detecting the host's race. Detection completed. All compliance is changing. Zombie evolution system begins binding. 1%, 50%, 99% system binding completed, officially activated. I was overjoyed, thinking, system. As expected, even if I become a zombie, I am still the protagonist. I wanted to look up at the sky to show the loneliness of being high up, but there was a click, and my body stiffened instantly. I quickly lowered my head and gently straightened it with my hands, thinking that if my head was gone, it would be the end. At this time, an interface appeared in my mind, with only one option, host information. I touched it with my mind, and an interface appeared in front of me. Host, Li Xiaofeng. Level, First Level Ordinary Zombie. Evolution Value, 0/100. Talent, Bloody Evolution of Collapsed Nerve Virus Infection. Collapsed nerves. Due to the zombie virus infection, multiple nerves are damaged, and the following zombie characteristics are present. The body moves slowly, the joints are stiff, and it is difficult for them to catch up with ordinary humans, the sense of pain is lost, and the vision and hearing are greatly weakened. Only the sense of smell is sensitive, and it can easily smell fresh blood and flesh hundreds of meters away. As a zombie, it does not get tired, and if there is time, it can walk around the planet. The zombie virus enhances the strength, reaching more than 3 times that of an adult man. Viral infection. The zombie virus in the body is extremely contagious. If it bites a human, the other person will become the same kind. Bloody evolution. With each additional infected person, the virus in the body is strengthened and evolution value is gained. Skills, none. Comment. This is an ordinary little zombie, about evenly matched with an average adult male, provided you can catch up with them. The corner of my mouth twitched slightly, and I complained in my heart, there are so many lines of words, which seem very impressive, but when I look closely, why are they so weak? Don't the zombies in the apocalypse chase humans and slaughter them crazily? Why is it that it's evenly split with me? I thought I was going to rise, but I didn't expect to be a weak chicken. Suddenly, I heard a slight scream and slowly walked to the window. I saw the strong light outside disappear and the red glow envelop the earth, adding a bit of evil and bloody atmosphere. People outside kept screaming and running away, followed by slow zombies. The crowd was terrified, but few people were bitten by zombies because the zombies were too slow. Only a few people with poor psychological quality and collapse were bitten by zombies while sitting there, tearing off a large piece of flesh and blood and fainting. I knew that person would soon become a new zombie. Zombies accounted for the majority of the streets. It seemed that the virus had a strong ability to infect. Looking at the terrified people downstairs, I instinctively had the urge to bite them. My eyes became more and more scarlet, and I became manic. I twitched my nose slightly. The delicious food was coming. I wanted to jump off the building directly, but I held back. I thought to myself, if I fell to death just after becoming a zombie, how would I survive in the tribe in the future? Thinking of the bloody evolution talent, my heart was hot. I felt that I had hoped to become stronger. I must evolve while people are terrified and dare not face the zombies. When people react, it will be difficult for the zombies to be rampant, and the army may come to suppress them. I can't stop the bullets and artillery. I shouted, evolve, evolve. Delicious humans, here I come. But suddenly I realized, am I not a human? How can I have such a horrible idea? However, the excitement of my soul instantly interrupted my thinking. I let out a hoarse roar, full of domineering spirit, but I didn't control my body when I turned around, and fell to the ground again, hitting my head on the toilet. The majesty I had created before was gone. There were 10,000 beasts roaring in my heart, and I struggled to twist my weird steps and kept rubbing to the door. I tried to bend my hands, but it was difficult to do it. My fingers could only bend slightly and could not be clenched into fists. Fortunately, opening the door was not complicated. I slammed the door handle with my right hand, pushed my body forward, and the door opened, but I couldn't stop my body and fell to the door again. Ah! Run away, zombies! Someone was fleeing in panic at the safety staircase not far away. Seeing my weird posture and creepy arms, they screamed in fear. I roared like a beast, and the crowd fled one after another. I ignored them. Not to mention that I couldn't catch up, the stairs were a natural barrier for me. I bypassed the safety staircase and came to the elevator. Since I couldn't catch up with the fleeing humans, I just waited here. Although I turned into a zombie, my IQ was still there. I slowly stretched out my right hand to press the elevator button, and then pressed close to the elevator door, as if I had smelled fresh blood and flesh. I live on the 9th floor. I was so excited watching the elevator slowly rise that my body was shaking. This was an instinctive reaction that I couldn't help. There was a couple, 2 young men, an old man and a child in the elevator. The 6 people looked terrified and pale. The old man had cold sweat dripping from his forehead. The doomsday crisis came too suddenly. Who would have thought that the light carried the zombie virus? Grandpa, I'm so scared, whoa. The child cried, his face full of fear, tightly grasping his grandfather's hand, trembling all over. The little boy saw with his own eyes the monster on the street attacking and biting people, and blood stained his shoes. This became a shadow in his life. Shut up. Stop crying. A man who looked like a college student roared. He wore glasses and his handsome face was full of fear and anger. The doomsday made him nervous and the crying of a child made him furious. Young man, you are educated, how can you be so uncultured? The old man scolded his grandson when he saw him being yelled at. Several people in the elevator started arguing, 2 young men were even about to fight, and a couple also got involved. The scene was chaotic. They didn't realize that the elevator stopped on the 9th floor. As the elevator door slowly opened, I pressed against the door, staring at them with my scarlet eyes. Ah! Zombies, run away! The girl saw me from the corner of her eye, her eyes widened, extremely terrified. The quarreling and pushing of the crowd stopped abruptly, time seemed to stand still, everyone's expression was stiff, and they all looked towards the elevator door. My scarlet and indifferent eyes, the light of a beast, my mouth slightly open, saliva dripping, my pale face like a devil. I opened my mouth and let out an inhuman roar, and the 6 people in the elevator trembled. They didn't expect that there were zombies waiting at the elevator door, and they didn't expect that I pressed the elevator button. Ah! The man screamed first, and he pushed his girlfriend out of the elevator and bumped into me. Ah! Wang Su, you beast! The young woman's face was full of despair. She didn't expect her boyfriend to push her into the abyss to save his life. The woman was wearing light clothes, her long legs were white as jade, and she had a beautiful face. I held her in my arms. But I didn't have any other thoughts at this time. Almost driven by instinct, I opened my mouth wide and bit her neck. A large piece of flesh was torn out. The severe pain made the woman lose consciousness instantly and collapsed in my arms. The other 5 people took advantage of this and ran out of the elevator in a panic. The woman's boyfriend took the lead and ran out first. No one cared about her anymore. I injected the virus into the woman's body and felt a sense of relief. I thought I was once a human being and would feel uncomfortable and disgusted if I bit my own kind, but it turned out to be completely wrong. The zombie virus seemed to have not only changed my body, but also infected more people to complete the evolution. It was more like the virus was manipulating my consciousness. At this moment, an electronic sound rang in my mind, ding. The host successfully infected a human, evolution value plus 10. My evolution value on the panel became 10/100. I carried the unconscious woman out of the elevator and prepared to continue hunting. I also wanted to see how long it would take for the virus to infect people and turn them into zombies. The elevator door kept opening, but there was no one. It seemed that few people took the elevator during a crisis, but I was patient. The unconscious woman next to me began to change. Her face turned pale, her veins were throbbing, her skin was dry and wrinkled, and she gradually acquired the characteristics of a zombie. A few minutes later, she slowly stood up, her eyes were bloodshot and cold, her mouth was slightly open, and she let out a hoarse roar. I didn't expect the virus to be so scary that it could turn a person into a zombie in a short time. But she turned and left, as if looking for fresh flesh and blood. It was useless for me to roar. I ran to her and made faces, but she was indifferent. It seemed that she had no soul consciousness. I seemed to be a special case. But I thought to myself, damn. I strategized and infected one person, but I only got 10 advancement points in return. There is no other benefit. But the system said that the level is low, wait until I rise up. I laughed evilly, and only roared and screamed, which was extremely creepy. With motivation, I continued to hunt. Now my speed was slow, so I could only wait for the prey. Although the efficiency was not high, it was faster than other zombies. There were 4 families on the 9th floor where I was. Next door was a young couple, the husband Lin Quan and the wife Shen Yi. They had just got married and were both working hard for their careers. They didn't expect the doomsday to break out suddenly. This weekend, when Lin Quan was playing computer games, a strong light flashed outside the house. When he closed his eyes, a red light covered the ground. Then, he heard screams from the kitchen and ran to see his wife lying on the ground, twitching and distorted. He panicked and tried various methods to no avail. When he was about to call an ambulance, his wife stood up. The horrified face made him stand there in a daze. "Help!" Lin Quan screamed in fear and hid in the house. Fortunately, his wife was too slow to catch up with him. Finally, he opened the door and rushed out, heading straight for the elevator. He saw a student-like, hunchbacked man waiting at the elevator entrance. The elevator door opened, but the men didn't enter. He rushed in first and was about to greet the men when he was stunned. I was also stunned. I was disappointed that the hunt failed, but I didn't expect the prey to go into the cage by itself. We looked at each other affectionately, and it was eternal. If there was no blood on the corner of my mouth and Lin Quan's face was not pale, this scene might be beautiful. "Oh my God." Lin Quan's voice was hoarse and terrified. He didn't expect a zombie to be waiting for the elevator. My mouth cracked, and I looked even more ferocious. I raised my hands to seal the elevator door. Lin Quan was eager to survive and rushed out to knock me down to escape. I was faster than him and pounced on him while he was stunned. Lin Quan yelled, but the zombies were more than 3 times stronger than ordinary people. Being locked up was basically doomed. The same bloody scene was played out in the elevator. Lin Quan's neck was bleeding and his screams were silent. I spat out the blood and flesh in my mouth. The zombie virus seemed to spread and infect people instinctively. Ding! The host successfully infected 1 person, and the advancement points +10. I dragged Lin Quan out of the elevator and threw him on the ground, and closed the elevator door again. At this time, a female zombie walked out of a door. I guessed it was Lin Quan's wife. I scared him out, but he didn't expect that he would just escape from the tiger's mouth and fall into the wolf's den. I made a face at the female zombie, but she ignored me and began to wander around looking for humans to infect. I spent the next day waiting. I thought the plan was perfect, but the others were not stupid. No one took the elevator in an emergency. I used to say that you should not take the elevator but take the stairs in an emergency. I didn't expect it to be true. At the end of the day, I infected 2 more people and my advancement points reached 40 out of 100. I need to infect 6 more people to reach the next stage. I am a little worried. As the escaped humans return home, fewer people will take the elevator, and the elevator is covered with blood. Smart people will not take it anymore. I have to think of other hunting methods. I went to the window and saw the bloody sun hanging high in the sky, with red light all over the earth. The streets that used to be desolate and dilapidated were now blocked by private cars. There were no living people, only zombies wandering around. Blood was everywhere, and the breeze blew, newspapers and leaves flew everywhere. The doomsday scene was heartbreaking. This was the end of mankind, but it was the heyday of zombies. I looked at the bloody sun, propped up my chin and thought. I've been hunting for at least 10 hours, and it must be late at night now. This is a bloody sun that never sets. I didn't expect this world to be so dangerous. I must evolve as soon as possible. I'm only 60 points away from evolution to the next level. My strength will definitely increase. I have to think of other ways. I began to think. After a day of hunting, I didn't feel tired. This is the advantage of zombies. If you could start over, would you love me? A burst of music sounded, and I was stunned. It was my cell phone that rang. I walked over slowly. My vision was weakened after becoming a zombie, but I could see clearly that the caller ID was *******12138, 74,360 people have marked it as suspected fraud. I was in a trance, thinking that this was too dedicated. It was already so late. After ringing for a while, the phone hung up. After the nonsense call ended, I realized, is there still a signal now? I leaned closer to the phone screen and saw that there was still a weak signal. Has the global communication system not collapsed yet? Looking at the phone, I came up with an idea. My fingers were stiff and I couldn't bend them. Fortunately, I used both hands to open the browser. Half an hour later, I finished downloading the life-saving recording. I couldn't help but sigh that my IQ was against the sky. At least I was the #1 genius among the zombies. I staggered out with my phone in my right hand. No one could see this strange sight. I looked around and didn't see the yellow-haired monster, so I breathed a sigh of relief. There were 4 families on my floor, 3 of them were killed, and the last one was left. I came to the door of that family and spent a long time trying to press the play button on my phone. Help, who can save me? The recording came out. Although it was strange, no one would notice it at this time. After all, no one would play the recording at this time. At the same time, I began to bang my head against the security door. I couldn't bend my arms, so I could only knock on the door with my head. A weird scene appeared. A zombie banged against the door, with its arms raised high to block the peephole, and a cell phone playing a cry for help, which really made people think someone was calling for help. Who is it? Who is outside? The man's voice came out, full of doubt. The cry for help was still repeated outside, and I knocked on the door faster. The man didn't doubt it. After all, zombies can't talk, but he was cautious and wanted to see who it was through the peephole. But the peephole was blocked by my hand, leaving only pale skin, and the cry for help was from a woman, so he didn't doubt it too much and gradually opened the door. As soon as the door opened, my pale arm tightly grasped the edge of the door, and his heart suddenly jumped, and he felt uneasy and fearful. The fingertips of that arm were sharp, and there was dried blood. I threw away my phone and pulled the security door open. The man was completely panicked. The woman was clearly calling for help, so how could a zombie suddenly appear? Voice changer. The man was so frightened that he forgot to escape. At this time, I suddenly pounced on him, and my strength far exceeded that of an adult, so he couldn't resist. Ding! The host has successfully infected 1 person, and the evolution points have increased by 10. I slowly stood up and looked at the men who fell to the ground, without any guilt in my heart. The zombie virus is changing me. If I don't evolve quickly, I will be the one to die. From the moment I turned into a zombie, everything has changed. This is not a battle of morality, but a battle of survival. There is no right or wrong, only life and death. I stepped over the man and walked into the house, and was disappointed to find that he also lived alone. I walked out of the room, and with great effort, I picked up my phone, turned it on and saw that it was still working properly. I couldn't help but sigh. Copycat phones are awesome. I started to take the elevator and continued my journey of evolution. The building I'm in has 24 floors, 4 households on each floor, and there must be survivors among the hundreds of people. I must evolve to the 2nd level tonight. I didn't start from the 1st floor, but from the top floor. Generally, the survival rate on the top floor is high, and ordinary zombies don't take the elevator. That night, a strange incident happened in the building. A zombie knocked on the door with its head while playing a recording on its phone. The bloody sun shining on its face outside the window added to the evil. Time passed, and although the sky did not change, the phone had the exact time. 6:42. Late night passed, and early morning came. There were no more early risers, only zombies wandering around. Overnight, I added endless terror to this building. A zombie knocked on the door, played a recording, and looked for survivors. Ding! The host successfully infected 1 person, evolution value plus 10. Current advancement value 100 out of 100. Host began to advance, host advancement completed. Current level, 2nd level ordinary zombie. Host strength doubled, speed slightly enhanced, vision and hearing slightly enhanced, body flexibility enhanced. Ding! Detected that the host has been promoted to the 2nd level, the task system is officially opened, tasks are being generated automatically, task generation is complete. Please check it yourself. I stood there in a daze, feeling a mysterious force appear in my body, wandering through my stiff body, and then quickly dissipating. I clearly felt my strength increase, my body flexibility increased, and the most obvious thing was that I could walk relatively normally. Although it was still weird, it was different from ordinary zombies. If someone saw me now, at most they would think I had a leg disease, and they might even let me walk a few more steps without any illness. I tried to bend my fingers. Although I couldn't clench them into a fist, I could bend them to a moderate degree, and the whole person seemed to have become much stronger. Thinking of the system prompt to open the task system, my consciousness sank into my mind, and I saw that in addition to the host information, there were more task options on the system interface. Ding! The system tasks are divided into weekly tasks and random tasks. Weekly tasks are issued every week based on the host's strength, with rich rewards, but high difficulty. Random tasks. The system will automatically trigger tasks based on the host's environment. The rewards and difficulty are random. Weekly mission, Redemption of Dignity, kill a first-order mutant beast. Introduction. In the Doomsday world, you, as a zombie, seem to have become the master. All humans are afraid of your virus, but everything has its natural enemy. A small mutant beast can easily break your neck. Go, zombie boy. Restore the dignity of your zombie race. Difficulty, 2 stars. Mission time, within 7 days. Reward, randomly strengthen one of your physical abilities. Random mission, none. Li Xiaofeng stood where he was, looking out the window at the bloody sun in the sky, and fell into a faint sadness. I'm here to restore your sister's dignity. That big yellow dog looks like a monster. I think my head would be split open with one slap from it. The mission is unreliable, so the right way is to infect humans, gain evolutionary value, and improve your own abilities. After knocking on the security door all night, Li Xiaofeng felt his forehead was a little swollen, but there was no pain, so it was not a big deal. Although it was already daytime, there was no change in the outside world and the floor was still filled with a faint red light. Li Xiaofeng did not change at all and continued knocking on the door. However, due to his slow movements and great patience, it took him one night to knock on the 14th floor, infecting a total of 7 survivors. I have barely completed the basic goal, but the road to evolution is still long and I still need to work harder. But when he knocked on the 11th floor, he gave up. Not only did no one open the door for him, but even his cell phone was out of battery, so he casually put it in his pocket. He began to think about his next plan. Everyone closed the door tightly. It was impossible to get in with the identities of zombies, so they could only wait for them to come out automatically. The doomsday broke out so quickly that most residents could not store food and would not be able to hold on for a few days. The crisis of death would force them out. Although his speed had been enhanced once, he still couldn't outrun an ordinary human. I have to find a place to wait and wait for them to come to me. Li Xiaofeng returned to his home, picked up a clothesline, and took the elevator to the first floor. The ground was covered with messy bloodstains, indicating that a fight must have taken place. He placed the clothesline in his hand at the elevator door so that the elevator door could not be closed completely. If the other residents wanted to go downstairs, they could only take the stairs. He saw a few zombies wandering around on the first floor, like wild beasts looking for food. He raised his hands and shoved them all out. Roar. Although the zombie had no consciousness, it still let out a few roars. Why are you yelling so loudly? Li Xiaofeng was not willing to be outdone and immediately yelled back. After a while, the zombies were no longer in the building, and Li Xiaofeng closed the door again. If there were humans going downstairs to look for food, they would not have fled because of these zombies. He slowly came to the back of the safety stairs and stuck close to the stairs. The shadows covered his body. If you didn't look carefully, you would never know that there was such a disgusting zombie here. If someone goes downstairs, they will go straight to the stairs and will never think that there is a zombie hiding behind the stairs. When people have completely let down their guard and have their backs turned to him, he will slowly walk out, and then he will. Li Xiaofeng couldn't help but let out an evil laugh, but it only resulted in a few hoarse roars, which seemed particularly terrifying. Time passed slowly. It was an extremely boring wait. Most people would collapse after enduring it for a while. But the zombie virus made Li Xiaofeng extremely patient, like a wild beast foraging for food, concentrating on using his sense of smell. Any fresh flesh and blood that comes near cannot escape his nose. This is the best way to obtain evolution points nowadays. His speed is too slow. Isn't it torture to let an old man in his 70s or 80s race with a young man? Li Xiaofeng had thought about going to the supermarket and waiting for opportunities, but there were too many zombies there and the competition was too fierce. Moreover, in peacetime, if a person wants to reach the community supermarket safely, he must be a true elite, and you may not even find one such person in a week. After all, there are zombies wandering everywhere in the community now, but there are only a few in this building, so there will definitely be a large number of survivors who successfully reach the first floor. The second day of the apocalypse passed quickly. Nothing was gained that day, but it was also within Li Xiaofeng's expectations. Most residents have enough food in their refrigerators to last them 2 days. More importantly, if a person does not eat for 2 days, his life will not be in danger, but if he goes out to look for food, his life will definitely be in danger. Smart humans can naturally tell which is more important. But they forget that if they are hungry and weak, the risk of finding food will increase exponentially. Or maybe it's not that they have forgotten, but that they have deliberately ignored it. Living one day at a time is the mentality of most people. The third day of the apocalypse soon arrived. Li Xiaofeng was still leaning against the safety stairs. He hadn't moved at all for the whole day and didn't feel uncomfortable at all. This is also one of the advantages of being a zombie. Listening to the constant roars outside, he actually felt an inexplicable sense of peace. It seemed that he had now completely become a zombie. Deng deng deng. A slow and orderly sound of footsteps suddenly sounded, but Li Xiaofeng's hearing was greatly weakened and it was difficult to hear. The sound here was just simulated by himself. Because he smelled some fresh blood and flesh slowly approaching, getting closer and closer to him. Finally someone is here. A hint of excitement flashed through Li Xiaofeng's heart. The long day of waiting was not in vain. Just as he expected, no one took the elevator down. Although he could still encounter them, he could not launch a sneak attack. He was afraid of being killed by accident. As the distance got closer, Li Xiaofeng used his keen sense of smell to identify that there were 3 people coming down. Finally, he could clearly hear footsteps. The 3 people should have reached the 2nd floor. The 3 of them walked slowly, and were obviously very alert. After all, this was a matter of their lives. There were only 2 flights of stairs, 20 steps in total, and it took the 3 of them 3 minutes to go down, their steps slow and light. But Li Xiaofeng was more patient than them. He stood still, clinging to the stairs and using the shadow to completely conceal himself. The 3 finally reached the 1st floor. They looked around and made sure that there were no zombies lingering there. The 3 breathed a sigh of relief and slowly approached the door, preparing to rush out. But what they didn't know was that a zombie was also following them quietly without making any sound. If someone saw it, it would be enough to scare them out of their wits. All 3 of them were holding weapons, and the one in the front was holding an arm-strength stick. If this thing was thrown out suddenly, the zombie's fragile neck might be broken in an instant. The man in the middle was holding a frying pan, and any zombie that came over would probably be hit on the head with it. The last person was holding a kitchen knife with a shiny blade, which had obviously been sharpened before leaving. But is there anyone who still has a whetstone at home? What made Li Xiaofeng even more speechless was that the 3 of them were wearing leather jackets, dressed like they were from the Matrix. But it was September now, so he had to admire their endurance. However, this does provide a certain degree of protection. Zombies have sharp nails, and even if they are not bitten, if the nails pierce the flesh, there is still a risk of infection. Li Xiaofeng approached slowly, and his heart was even trembling because of the smell of blood and flesh emitted by the 3 people. Looking at the throat so close to him, he bit down suddenly. His sharp fangs instantly tore off the flesh and blood, and the horrible zombie virus was injected into his body. Ah! Help! Help me! The men screamed out in shock from the sudden severe pain, and the 2 people in front of him also reacted, their faces filled with fear. Damn it! Where did this ghost thing come from? The man in the middle had a terrified look on his face and his heart skipped a beat. He never expected that there were zombies behind them. The last man lost his resistance due to the severe pain, collapsed to the ground, and desperately covered his wounds, trying to save his life. Li Xiaofeng opened his mouth, raised his hands, and suddenly pounced towards the man in the middle. Although the man was extremely frightened, he still put up a strong resistance and hit the zombie's head directly with a frying pan. Li Xiaofeng only felt that his neck twisted 90 degrees in an instant. Although he didn't feel any pain, he still felt uncomfortable for a while. I'm torn apart. Li Xiaofeng's neck was crooked, but he still threw himself towards the man, locked him tightly with both hands, and tried to turn his neck. A slight clicking sound. He finally straightened his neck, opened his mouth, and bit the man hard in the look of panic and despair. Laugh. Blood spurted out, and an indescribable feeling of comfort arose, making Li Xiaofeng almost addicted. The last person was so panicked that he simply threw away his arm bar, broke open the door and rushed out. Warrior! Let me spare you. Li Xiaofeng knew that he could not catch up, and he admired the other party's courage in his heart. He rushed into the residential area with bare hands. It was much more dangerous there than this building. Ding! The host successfully infected one person, evolution points plus 10. Ding! The host successfully infected one person, evolution points plus 10. Li Xiaofeng's evolution value has become 20 out of 200, and more evolution value is required for upgrading. Will it be 300 next time, or 400? This means that dozens of people will have to be infected to achieve this. The road ahead is still difficult. Roar! Just as Li Xiaofeng was thinking, the two zombies infected by him began to slowly stand up. The virus had completely transformed them into zombies. Get out there and find the monster. Li Xiaofeng pushed the two zombies out of the building again and returned to the original position to carry out the next hunt. On the third day of the apocalypse, no one went downstairs. It seemed that people could still withstand the hunger. However, the next few days would be the time for Li Xiaofeng to reap the harvest. Weak humans will certainly fight to the death. Without their physical strength, how can they compete with Li Xiaofeng? The young man who threw away the arm strength stick never came back. On the fourth day, some people started trying to go downstairs again. Li Xiaofeng remained motionless, like the most cunning hunter, waiting for his prey to fall into the trap he had designed. It turned out to be a middle-aged man who came down the stairs with an iron rod in his hand. However, although he usually held a high position, he was full of fear at this moment, and even his hands were shaking slightly. It seemed that the iron rod in his hand gave him courage, and he slowly walked to the first floor. With fear in his eyes, he looked around. When he saw that there were no zombies around, he breathed a sigh of relief. But the bloodstains on the ground still made him shudder suddenly. They were the two people infected by Li Xiaofeng yesterday, and blood splattered on the stairs. The middle-aged man grasped the iron rod tightly, came to the first floor, approached the door, and prepared to leave the building to find food, but he suddenly felt unwell. Why did the cold air from behind blow on his neck? Just as he was about to turn his head, a sharp pain suddenly hit him. He turned around abruptly and hit Li Xiaofeng's head hard with the iron rod in his hand. Bang! The two collided, but Li Xiaofeng didn't care at all. He pounced on him again and grabbed the middle-aged man tightly. Because of the infection of the zombie virus, the middle-aged man's eyes began to blur, he gradually lost consciousness and collapsed to the ground. A few minutes later, a new zombie stood up again and was still pushed out by Li Xiaofeng. The zombie virus is too infectious. If humans don't take action quickly, this planet will soon become a paradise for zombies. Li Xiaofeng returned to his old position and continued his hunting plan over and over again. During the next 3 days, more and more survivors tried to go out in search of food, and some even began to travel in groups. This will not only give them courage, but most importantly, when zombies really appear, they don't need to outrun the zombies, they just need to outrun their teammates. A group of hungry people started a journey to seek death. They were just a mob. Frightened by Li Xiaofeng's domineering aura, some of them fainted instantly because they had no strength left. When they woke up, they had become zombies. Li Xiaofeng's evolution value is growing wildly, and has infected dozens of people. His advancement again has also slightly improved his physical fitness. Li Xiaofeng's panel has become as follows. Host, Li Xiaofeng. Level 3 Common Zombie. Evolution value, 150/300. Talent, Bloody Evolution of Collapse Nerve Virus Infection. Skills, none. Comment, this is an ordinary advanced little zombie, which is probably 70% to 30% against an ordinary adult man, provided you can catch up with them. Now he no longer walks awkwardly. If it weren't for his ferocious face, one would think he was a young programmer just from his back. His running speed has also improved. Now he can definitely participate in senior running competitions, and he is confident that he can at least win a silver medal. Don't ask, asking is the innate confidence. The body's flexibility has also improved. Some simple movements, such as lowering the head and bending over, have become extremely smooth, and there is no need to worry about the possibility of organs falling at any time. His strength has doubled, and he has become a strong man among humans. It will be difficult for an ordinary adult to win in a fight with him. Li Xiaofeng is now truly free from the basic survival crisis and is much stronger than when he first became a zombie. He put his hands on his hips, looked up at the sky, and actually felt a little melancholy like a strong man. It's really lonely at the top. Roar. A zombie roar was heard, and a wandering zombie accidentally bumped into him. Li Xiaofeng staggered and almost fell down because he didn't pay attention for a moment. And it makes me sigh about the life of the dead. It seems like it's time to leave this building and head for the wider sky. Li Xiaofeng sighed slightly. Few people came out today. He had infected dozens of people in total, which was 1/10 of the building. He also made a careful calculation of the number of people who failed to return home safely or who did not live at home permanently. The virus infection rate should be around 80% to 90%. There are 10 billion people on this planet, which means there are 8 billion to 9 billion zombies. This is a terrifying number. Li Xiaofeng returned home, prepared to pack up his things, leave the building, and start his evolutionary journey. Now his physical flexibility has improved greatly, enough for him to use ordinary weapons to defend himself. An hour later, a zombie's eyes were bloodshot, his face was pale, his mouth was slightly open, and one could even see the black blood had solidified. At this moment, he was standing under a building, looking into the distance. The zombie was carrying a strange weapon, an iron rod about 1 meter long with a frying pan tied to the top with tape. The pink curtain that was torn from somewhere was tied around her neck. When the breeze blew, it actually lifted up slightly, like a cloak. The zombie put his hands in his pockets and began to wander around the community in a cool manner, as if he was patrolling his territory. As Li Xiaofeng wandered around, he was thinking about how to infect more people. Help! Help! A cry for help was faintly heard. Li Xiaofeng, whose hearing was enhanced, turned around and saw that the sound was coming from the community supermarket. The community where he lives is not big, with only 5 buildings. There is a small supermarket not far from the exit of the community. On weekdays, people like to patronize it. After the end of the world, people like it even more, but some conditions do not allow it. It was a group of young people who risked their lives and came to the supermarket, but they were lucky and did not encounter any zombies along the way. But after packing up all kinds of food and leaving, they encountered 2 wandering zombies. The smell of fresh flesh and blood immediately attracted them. The door of the supermarket was not big, so the 2 zombies joined forces to block it, and everyone had no way to escape. Even if there was still space left, they wouldn't dare to go through. With such a short distance, the zombies could kill them with just 1 claw. Li Xiaofeng was also excited. He shouted and ran over with graceful steps, swinging his arms. The breeze blew and his pink cloak was lifted steadily. Running with the wind, freedom is the direction, chasing the power of thunder and lightning. Seeing that everyone had been forced into the depths of the supermarket by 2 zombies and were blocked by the shelves, they did not see Li Xiaofeng coming. An idea came to his mind. He immediately turned around and walked slowly into the supermarket with a stiff and weird moonwalk. His speed was much faster than that of ordinary zombies. He quickly passed one of the zombies, raised his hands, and pushed hard, knocking it down completely. It was estimated that it would take some time. The 3 college students in the supermarket looked at the person who suddenly appeared, all with strange expressions on their faces. A strange man wearing pink curtains, carrying a black frying pan, walking with strange steps, with extremely sparse hair, and with his back to them, actually pushed the zombie down with 1 hand. He was extremely brave. At this moment, the 3 of them were moved. They had been in despair, but suddenly they felt like a savior had arrived. Although this savior's taste in clothing was like that of a psychopath, who cared? Warrior. Young man. Save us, 3 students shouted. Li Xiaofeng turned his back to them, nodded slightly, and continued to approach them with a coquettish and graceful step. At this moment, the 3 of them had tears in their eyes. He is the true savior. Finally, the 2 parties got closer. The 3 of them had trembling eyes and pulled up their benefactor's pink curtains as if they were holding a life-saving straw. Benefactor, we are so touched. Woo woo woo. One of the college students wearing glasses shed tears. True love is revealed in the end times. Benefactor, me too, a student also said, but when he saw Li Xiaofeng's face turning around, he suddenly screamed loudly. Li Xiaofeng bit the student suddenly, and the student was immediately infected with the zombie virus. You dare to move? My body is here, who dares to move? The other two disciples were also stunned. They never expected that the one who saved them from hell was a zombie. And it's such a weird zombie. Has biological evolution reached this point? Ding! The host successfully infected one person, evolution value +10. In a blink of an eye, another 30 evolution points were pocketed. How great! Li Xiaofeng pushed the 5 zombies in the supermarket out and asked them to wander elsewhere, preparing to start his wait-and-see strategy again. This is a supermarket. All the survivors from the 5 buildings will come here. With such a large number of people, there will surely be many lucky ones who can arrive safely. When they are carrying food, sneak up on them, and then they will encounter the real zombie devil, hee hee hee. Thinking of this, Li Xiaofeng tightened the pink curtain around his neck. He was close to the shelves inside, and the light was dim. If you didn't look carefully, you couldn't see him at all. The day passed quickly and Li Xiaofeng did not wait for any survivors, but on the second day, he suddenly heard the roars of zombies one after another. Roar! What's going on? The zombies are in danger. Li Xiaofeng came to the entrance of the supermarket and wanted to see clearly what was happening. A girl in a white dress with a sallow complexion slowly approached the supermarket. It was obvious that she had been hungry for many days and had to come out to look for food. Wandering zombies kept opening their arms and rushing towards her. There was fear in the girl's eyes, but she was not hurt at all. Next to her was a big white dog with snow-white hair and a body length of more than 2 meters. It pounced on a zombie with one paw and killed it. In a short period of time, 4 zombies were lying down, and the zombies with separated heads found it difficult to stand up again. Oh my God! Li Xiaofeng saw that he would not be able to escape from the big white dog at his speed, so he turned around and went back to the supermarket. He reached the depths and lay down skillfully. A pink cloak covered his body, and a corpse suddenly appeared. The girl patted her chest with a look of relief on her face. She didn't expect that she could arrive here safely. Goodbye, thanks to you. The girl touched the big white dog's head affectionately. The girl stopped outside and watched for a while, and found that there were no zombies in the supermarket, only a corpse lying on the ground. He must be a survivor who went out to look for food, but his weapon was really strange, with a frying pan attached to it. She didn't care and started to search for food, chocolate, compressed biscuits, bread. Looking at these precious foods, a smile began to appear on her face. Ah! A sudden scream was heard. Her exposed ankle was scratched, as if she had been stung by a bee. Li Xiaofeng was very complacent. Zombies with intelligence were different. He just stretched out his arm when the girl passed by, and instantly scratched her smooth ankle with his fingertips. The girl actually saw that her foot was accidentally broken and thought she had bumped into something. She didn't pay any attention to it and continued to collect food from the shelf. Suddenly her vision started to blur, and she could no longer stand and crashed into the shelf. Roar! The big white dog thought something had happened to his owner, so he ran in quickly and saw his owner lying on the ground, pacing back and forth. It's hard to understand what happened with its intelligence. It just keeps wagging its tail and circling around its owner. The girl quickly stood up slowly, but she was no longer a human being but a living zombie. The smell of the mutant beast's flesh and blood quickly attracted her. Her face turned pale and she opened her arms and pounced forward. The big white dog stood there in a daze, not understanding why its owner, who had raised it for so many years, suddenly started attacking it. However, the loyal big white dog did not choose to fight back, but just kept barking, trying to wake up its owner. But the zombies no longer have their previous memories, and the fresh flesh and blood of the mutant beasts have an indescribable temptation to them. In a short time, the big white dog's body was stained red with blood, but the girl was still biting its body tirelessly. The big white dog's pupils began to dilate, and a large amount of blood was lost. Even the strongest creature could not hold on. Its huge body fell to the ground, and it just looked at its owner with tears in its eyes. Just as gentle and docile as ever. It lost the strength to resist and quietly waited for death. Suddenly, in its sight, under the pink curtain in front of it, a corpse slowly stood up. The corpse walked towards it, kicked the girl zombie away, and began to bite it. It was Li Xiaofeng, who had been pretending to be dead. The scene before him moved him so much that he stood up decisively and came over. The dignity of the zombie clan should be protected by me, the zombie devil. The vitality in the big white dog's eyes slowly faded away, and it closed its eyes and fell into eternal sleep. Dogs are truly man's best friend. If he had had one before the end of the world, he might even have a mount now. Li Xiaofeng was still gnawing tirelessly. He now understood why zombies tended to attack mutant beasts. It actually contains a more advanced zombie virus in its body. Li Xiaofeng only felt a sense of comfort in his soul, which was even stronger than the feeling of infecting humans. Ding! The host is devouring the flesh and blood of a first-level mutant beast, evolution value plus 10 inch. Ding! The host is devouring the flesh and blood of a first-level mutant beast, evolution value plus 10 inch. Ding! The host has completed the weekly mission, Redemption of Dignity, kill a first-level mutant beast. Rewards are being distributed and are being randomly drawn. Reward lock, the host's physical flexibility has been moderately enhanced. A new weekly task will be released tomorrow, please check it in time. Ding! The host's advancement value has reached 300/300, meeting the advancement conditions. Host begins to advance. Host's advancement is complete. Current level, level 4 ordinary zombie. Host's strength doubled, speed slightly increased, vision and hearing slightly enhanced, body flexibility enhanced. A series of electronic sounds rang in Li Xiaofeng's mind, which stunned him. I didn't expect there would be so many rewards for killing a mutant beast. A mysterious power came over him, and he felt that he had become really stronger now, especially his body flexibility. The improvement in level and the rewards from weekly tasks made him feel that the joints in his body began to come alive. Bang! He raised his right hand and actually snapped his fingers. In his mind, his advancement value has reached 50 out of 400. A mutant beast actually brought him 200 points of advancement value, which is equivalent to infecting 20 humans. No wonder the zombies would actively attack the mutant beasts. But why don't I feel excited when I see the mutant beasts? Ding! Because the host is too weak, in order to avoid stupid actions such as seeking death, the instinct of the zombie virus is suppressed. The system actually has an answer, how humane, but what does it mean to seek death? Didn't you see how cool and fast he ran when he first saw the big yellow-haired guy? Li Xiaofeng tied a bow around his neck for the pink curtains, and instantly felt a lot more refined. A big devil should look like a big devil. Li Xiaofeng drove the zombie girl out and dragged the body of the big white dog into the depths of the supermarket, fearing that it would scare the survivors. This time he completely tasted the sweetness. He didn't expect that at the critical moment, he actually completed the weekly task. Come on, lucky guy. Submit to me, the zombie devil. Li Xiaofeng screamed at the door of the supermarket, turned around suddenly, waved his pink cloak lightly with his right hand, returned to the shadow of the supermarket in a cool way, and began the next round of waiting. The day passed quickly and no more survivors came. It seemed that the strong and lucky humans were only a minority. When Li Xiaofeng looked at the supermarket's wall clock, it was already noon. Ding! The system has released a new round of weekly tasks. Please check it out. Weekly quest, God's gift, obtain a talent. Mission brief, the coming of doomsday has stained the future of mankind with a layer of blood, but there is still a glimmer of hope for everything. 7 days after the coming of doomsday, countless colorful rays of light begin to fall from the sky. Anyone who obtains a ray of light will gain a random talent. This is a turning point for mankind. But zombies are also eligible to obtain it. Difficulty, 2 stars. Mission time, within 7 days. Reward, the talent you obtain will be directly upgraded by 1 level. Li Xiaofeng did not expect that such a change would occur 7 days later, and that things were beginning to turn around for humanity. It seems that I must speed up my evolution. Only by becoming a true zombie boss will I be qualified to survive in this chaotic world. Roar, roar, roar. At this moment, the roars of zombies began to be heard outside. The sound seemed to envelope the entire city, bringing deeper despair. All the zombies roared. Li Xiaofeng slowly walked to the entrance of the supermarket, wanting to see what had happened. Wouldn't it be a bit unsociable if I didn't shout? Looking at the zombies outside howling to the sky, he also started howling. But then something happened that shocked him. The never-setting blood sun in the sky actually emitted a strong light, shining on every zombie. The zombies seemed to be absorbing the red light. This phenomenon lasted for 10 minutes, and then the red light of the bloody day dissipated. Li Xiaofeng also received the red light, but did not seem to find any difference. It was the same as usual. What were these zombies yelling about? It really is a stupid thing. Li Xiaofeng felt a little superior, but then something shocking happened. After the zombie stopped roaring, its body seemed to become more flexible, much like myself when I just entered the second level. Have all the zombies advanced? This blood sun actually has such ability. This is not just one zombie advancing, but billions of zombies on the planet have advanced. But why don't I feel anything at all? System. Ding. Since blood sun can provide energy to the system, it has been absorbed. You are so honest. Li Xiaofeng curled his lips slightly. He didn't expect the system to be so straightforward and admit it directly. No wonder he didn't feel anything. However, with the system in hand, his advancement speed is much faster than that of ordinary zombies. There are only level 2 zombies outside, and I'm already a level 4 zombie. Li Xiaofeng shuddered suddenly. It's so cold up there. It's so cold up there. The countless roars of zombies also alarmed the survivors in the high-rise buildings. Everyone was trembling with despair on their faces. Some people even looked out the window and found that the zombies had become stronger and they were howling loudly. The pressure of doomsday was enough to drive many people crazy. Li Xiaofeng returned to the supermarket, ready to wait for the last 12 hours. When colorful clouds appeared in the sky, he would start to pursue his talent. This weekly task is not to challenge mutant beasts, so it is not very dangerous for him. It is difficult for humans to move around outside, but for me, it is truly unobstructed. Time passed slowly and it was 6 o'clock in the morning. After the evolution of the zombies last night, it seemed that no survivors dared to come out. But in the last 2 hours, someone still came to this supermarket cautiously. There were 2 young men and a woman. The 3 of them tiptoed here and did not encounter any other zombies along the way. A man looked haggard, but at this moment he looked excited and shouted. After careful calculation and analysis, I cleverly avoided all the zombies. Believe me, it's right. The other 2 ignored him completely. When they saw the scattered food in the supermarket, their eyes almost flashed with green light like hungry wolves. He casually tore open a bag of potato chips and began to wolf it down, frantically putting the food into his backpack as he ate. Only after the apocalypse did we truly realize how precious food is. The men also started packing food at the outside, while the woman went directly into the back of the supermarket to pack food. Li Xiaofeng looked at the human being getting closer and closer, and a sense of excitement flashed through his heart. He even felt that every cell in his body was trembling. This feeling was stronger than ever before. The advancement of the zombie virus also changed him more thoroughly. The light here was dim, and even the red light of the bloody sun could hardly shine in. The woman was still frantically packing food, not paying any attention to the surrounding environment. Food has made her lose her mind. Bang. The woman seemed to have bumped into someone and felt confused. She glanced over and saw a touch of pink floating in the darkness and a pair of scarlet, cold eyes. Ah. This strange scene made her heart jump suddenly. She opened her mouth and screamed in fear. Li Xiaofeng swung his pink cloak to cover the woman, and immediately put his right hand around her neck. The woman instantly entered his arms, and then he put his mouth close to hers. The 2 men outside the supermarket immediately noticed the woman's scream. Everyone's nerves were extremely sensitive during this period. The 2 men walked inside cautiously, and one of them held a cell phone, turned on the flashlight function, and shone it deep into the supermarket. It turned out that a man with sparse hair covered the woman with a pink cloak and was molesting her. Let go of that woman. Let me rescue her. When the 2 men saw that it was humans who were committing violence, anger rose in their hearts. Humans were already having a hard time, and now there were still such scumbags. How could they tolerate it? And he's a scumbag dressed in a perverted way. This kind of dressing taste is totally unbearable. The two men rushed over, each holding a wooden stick, and hit the gangster on the head. But who knew that the man suddenly raised his head, with scarlet eyes and a bloody mouth, and roared at them. Oh my God! The two men felt as if their brains had shut down. They never expected that it was a zombie who was molesting them. One person stood there in a daze, completely forgetting to run away. He just stared blankly at the zombies rushing towards him. He was instantly caught by Li Xiaofeng and bitten. Excuse me. The other person reacted quickly, turned around, picked up his backpack, and stumbled out of the supermarket, already scared out of his wits. You are disturbing my pleasure. Li Xiaofeng knew he couldn't catch up, so he just yelled and gave up. After another advancement, young people with good physical fitness could no longer outrun him. But the man who escaped had a vigorous step and well-developed muscles. Coupled with his graceful turn, he actually seemed to be comparable to himself. It was obvious at first glance that he was extraordinary. Ding! The host successfully infected one person, evolution value +10. Ding! The host successfully infected one person, evolution value +10. Li Xiaofeng's evolution value has reached 70 out of 400, which is still a long way from the next level. The next wait began, but no survivor showed up. Bored, Li Xiaofeng took out his cell phone and found a usable charger to charge his phone. But to his disappointment, there was no electricity. He stood up and took out a cell phone from the backpack of the female zombie who had just been infected. The signal on it had also been completely blocked. Did the communication system break down, too? Li Xiaofeng walked out of the supermarket, picked up a cigarette, put it in his lips, and looked into the distance with his scarlet and indifferent eyes. The light of the bloody sun shone down on him, and he fell into a philosophical state again. He remembered running under the sunset that year, that was his lost youth. At this time, it was already 12 noon. Suddenly, countless colorful rays of light began to appear on the horizon, filling this desperate doomsday with a dreamy charm. Colorful rays of light fell in various places around the world, like countless shooting stars. Some people even began to make wishes, praying that this doomsday would end as soon as possible. Li Xiaofeng stood up suddenly, spit out the cigarette in his mouth, and looked into the distance, trying to see where the colorful glow closest to him was. Unfortunately, both eyes are blurry and vision is still not as good as before. He felt that he had to get a pair of glasses right away. Li Xiaofeng walked straight out of the community, trying to find the nearest location of the colorful glow. The once bustling streets are now deserted, with only zombies wandering around. The ground was covered with dried blood and the air was oppressive and hot. He walked among the zombies, leisurely and contented, his unique attire making him stand out from the crowd. If an ordinary human saw his back, they would probably think he was a human being, just with some mental problems. He came to the street and saw a clothing store not far away. He felt that he should dress up properly. One must not be careless with his talent, maybe with some luck he could get a god-level talent. Entering the clothing store, several zombies who were once store clerks were still wandering around the store. Roar! Li Xiaofeng roared, but the zombies remained indifferent. What kind of service attitude? A few minutes later, he came out of the clothing store, wearing a bright red down jacket and a hat, wrapping him tightly. I picked up a pair of sunglasses from the sunglasses store next door and put them on my face. But there was still some blood on his mouth, which made it easy to tell that he was a zombie. But masks were hard to find, so he picked up a black plastic bag from the ground and tied it around his mouth. He was also wearing a pair of white gloves for moving bricks. Now Li Xiaofeng has been completely distinguished from the zombies and is dressed like an abnormal human being. The big white dog warned him that zombies were still a threat in the apocalypse. If the mutant beasts had not become violent and still listened to their masters, they would be able to run rampant in this apocalypse. He doesn't want to be walking down the street and a cat-dog monster suddenly appears and knocks him to the ground. He. The docile mutant beasts all obey their masters. Now that we have just entered the end of the world, there should be very few people who would kill humans on sight. Therefore, his human attire will still provide him with a certain degree of security. The god's talent fell very slowly, and it would take at least half an hour to completely fall to the ground. Li Xiaofeng was not in a hurry. He roughly calculated the location of the divine talent and found that it should have fallen in the east of the city. He walked leisurely forward, his nose twitching slightly, trying to search for survivors. The evolutionary journey continues. Suddenly, when he passed by an internet cafe, he smelled the smell of fresh flesh and blood, which seemed to be mixed with a faint stench. It was the internet cafe he often went to. He entered the room with great skill. The red light filled the internet cafe and shone on the computers. But there are no living people anymore, they are all zombies. Some zombies were wandering around in a crooked manner. Some zombies were still sitting in their seats, finding it difficult to get up, and were still wearing headphones. They must have been infected while playing games. Maybe his teammates are still scolding him for AFK. He slowly came to the toilet at the back of the internet cafe, where the door was closed and completely locked from the inside. The smell of blood and flesh that Li Xiaofeng smelled came from here. There were actually 2 survivors inside. Bang. He tried knocking on the door. There was no response from inside, but even with his weakened hearing he could hear the frightened gasps coming from inside. Bang. He tried again, but he couldn't speak again, so he could only knock on the door to let the other party know that someone had come to help them. But the other party remained unmoved. It seemed that the experiences of the past few days had completely frightened them. Li Xiaofeng began to think of other solutions. I can't talk and knocking on the door doesn't work, so I have to rely on other methods to convey information to them. When I lowered my head to think, I suddenly saw that there was a gap at the bottom of the toilet door, so it should be no problem to pass a piece of paper. But where can you find paper and pen in this internet cafe, unless there are students coming to the internet cafe to copy homework on the weekend? But no one would really do such a thing, right? Except for Li Xiaofeng before he turned into a zombie. He wandered back and forth for a while, and sure enough, he didn't find anyone so boring. I also checked the second floor of the internet cafe, and there was no paper or pen either. However, the toilet door on the second floor was open and there was no one inside. He came up with an idea and went into the bathroom on the second floor and tore off a few flyers from the bathroom wall. Sneaking to the door of the toilet on the first floor, he threw the flyers on the ground and kicked them in one by one. There were 2 middle school students inside. It was the weekend and they had made an appointment to go to the internet cafe to surf the internet. But the extremely happy weekend time suddenly took a surprising turn. The end of the world has happened. And it came so suddenly. In the past, the 2 had fantasized about how they would save the world if the apocalypse broke out. But now the 2 of them were trembling. Fortunately, they took some food when they escaped into the toilet, otherwise both of them would not be alive now. But it was of no avail, it just delayed their death. There are zombies wandering around outside and it is impossible to get out. Now I realize that the only one who can save the world is the protagonist of the novel, and they are just ordinary people struggling to survive. The 2 men were gradually becoming desperate, and hunger even made their eyes a little blurry. Brother Chi, I'm already hallucinating. I actually saw someone stuffing flyers in there, said a pale and skinny middle school student. I just heard someone knocking on the door. Is there really anyone coming? What are you thinking? With so many zombies around, who would dare to go online? But Brother Chi, it seems like someone is really inserting flyers. The 2 men saw that there were flyers under the door, so they stood up unsteadily and came closer. Door-to-door service, phone number. Looking at the content of the small advertisement, the 2 were stunned. Isn't this what is posted everywhere in the toilet? Xiao Wei, carry me on your back. There is transparent glass on the toilet door. Let me take a look outside. Hope of survival suddenly arose in the hearts of the 2, and their bodies trembled slightly. Could it be that someone really came to rescue them? It's impossible for zombies to stuff advertisements in it. The 2 men staggered, with one student standing on the other's shoulders. The 2 were already extremely hungry, but the sudden hope gave their adrenaline a surge, and strength surged through their bodies again. The man finally put his face against the transparent glass and tried to look outside. Li Xiaofeng also heard the noise and knew what the 2 had done. He had already pushed out the zombies wandering on the first floor and saw them observing the situation outside. He took 2 steps back so that the other party could see him clearly, and even waved in a friendly manner. The student's face was full of excitement. He actually saw a person wearing sunglasses, a black plastic bag around his mouth, a bright red down jacket, and pink curtains coming. Even though this person looked abnormal in every way, he actually waved at him in a friendly manner, which was enough to make him feel at ease. Strong people always have some quirks, he can completely understand that, otherwise how can they be distinguished from normal people? Xiao Wei, let me down, someone really came to rescue us. The man's face was filled with excitement, and even had tears in his eyes. Only in the doomsday did one see the indifference of human nature. He risked his own life to rescue a stranger. This heroic spirit is enough for the two of them to learn for a lifetime. He staggered down and almost fell. Crunch. The door opened and two haggard-looking students came out. Thank you, uncle, thank you. The two looked extremely excited, and even their voices were trembling. Li Xiaofeng's expression froze. Uncle. Before I turned into a zombie, I was just a student entering the 3rd year of high school, right? How could you be so disrespectful to me? Li Xiaofeng walked forward slowly and patted them on the head kindly. The two of them felt an inexplicable sense of security and threw themselves into his arms, crying. Isn't this too brave? Jumping into the arms of a zombie. Li Xiaofeng also hugged the two of them and gently opened his black plastic bag with his right hand. This is how the beauties in TV dramas lift their veils. However, what Li Xiaofeng revealed was his mouth covered in blood. Ah, it hurt so much. Both of them almost screamed as they suddenly felt a sharp pain in their necks. They immediately pushed Li Xiaofeng away and looked at him with horror, only to find that there was a lot of blood at the corner of his mouth. You. The two men covered the wounds on their necks, their eyes full of disbelief. In their horrified eyes, the zombie actually put on the black plastic bag again, shook its head at them, and turned around gracefully. What is this? The two of them didn't have time to shout out as their vision suddenly became blurry and their consciousness began to fade. Ding! The host successfully infected one person, evolution value +10. Li Xiaofeng suddenly threw away his pink cloak and left in a dashing manner. When the work is done, I will leave, keeping my achievements and fame hidden. His eyes behind the sunglasses were cold and ruthless. He looked into the distance. As the breeze blew by, a feeling of loneliness and unrestrainedness arose spontaneously. Just busy showing off. He suddenly saw a colorful glow nearby that had completely fallen. Don't let humans get there first. He saw a small green car nearby, and with his great strength he removed the lock of the car and got into the car with ease. He lowered his head slightly, his eyes focused, trying his best to avoid the zombies wandering in front of him. The wind caused by moving forward blew up his pink cape. A handsome zombie was speeding down the street. Bang. 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 Because of his poor eyesight, his terrible driving skills, and his stiff joints, he kept crashing into zombies along the way. If the zombies were not unconscious, they would have beaten Li Xiaofeng up long ago. After 10 minutes of riding, we finally arrived at our destination. When he got out, the front wheels of the little green car were bent 90 degrees. He raised his head slightly and saw the colorful rays of light close at hand, which were full of dreamy beauty. It actually landed on a 5-story building with an open-air roof. It seems that we still need to find the entrance. Li Xiaofeng began to walk around and soon found an iron door on the left side of the building, which should be the entrance. Bang. It's locked. Oh my god, looking at how sturdy this iron door is, it's impossible to open it by force. Li Xiaofeng soon saw several zombies next to the small building. 2 of them were sitting on a stone bench with a chessboard in the middle. It should be 2 elderly people who were playing chess and turned into zombies. Maybe their legs were not in good condition to begin with, so they didn't even stand up. From a distance, you would really think they were still playing chess. Li Xiaofeng walked over and searched the 2 men's pockets in a vulgar manner. Soon a bunch of keys were found, which should be able to open the iron gate. He took a look at the chessboard and directly used the man's shirt to capture his xiao, thus ending this chess game that would never be finished. The scholar is a traitor, you lose. Li Xiaofeng turned around and sneaked to the iron gate. I started trying out the keys one by one, and I felt a sense of excitement inside. After his constant attempts, he finally found the correct key and opened the iron door directly. The light inside was a little dim, and the answering light was not on. Li Xiaofeng looked at the stairs in front of him and felt a little headache. This old building doesn't have an elevator, so you have to climb up the stairs one by one. There are 2 households on each floor, and there are 8 households living here, but the doors of 4 of them are open. He actually saw zombies lying inside. It was obvious that his hands and feet had been broken. He kept struggling but was unable to get up. Has a human been in there? That's the only possibility. However, Li Xiaofeng ignored it and went straight to the top floor. God's gift. Here I come. When I reached the top of the building, I found that the door was closed again. It was locked from the inside and there was no keyhole at all. Is there someone up there? The talent won't be taken away by anyone. Li Xiaofeng suddenly felt a little worried, but soon he heard someone talking. Brother Song, Brother Wen. Although I don't know what this colorful light is, I am willing to take the risk. Brother Xiang. Let me do it. I'm young and not afraid of death. You must live well in this apocalypse. What are you two pretending to be? Isn't there a message prompt when you get close? Even an illiterate person can understand it. Randomly obtain a talent that can enhance your ability to survive in the apocalypse. Li Xiaofeng was stunned. From the sound, he realized that there were 3 people on the rooftop, but they were all arguing. It seems that the talent has not been absorbed yet. Bang bang bang. There was a slow knock on the door and the 3 young men were stunned. Is someone coming? At this time of doomsday, who would dare to come? The 3 people were not residents of this building. They just came to the rooftop for a barbecue on the weekend. Who knew that an accident would suddenly happen? Fortunately, none of them mutated. However, seeing the zombies wandering the streets and biting people everywhere, they immediately locked the iron gate. The 3 of them were all ruthless people. The food was soon gone, and they began to bravely go downstairs to search for food. As a result, they found that the so-called zombies were nothing special, with stiff bodies and slow movements. As long as they were not knocked down by them, they could survive. The 3 of them knocked down several zombies downstairs and brought all the food upstairs. But today, suddenly a ray of colorful light slowly fell down. I thought it was a falling meteorite, but I found that it had no killing power at all. After getting closer, I found that it was actually a reward for random talents. The 3 of them believed it completely. The end of the world had already happened, so what else was impossible? The 3 brothers, who were usually passionate and close, suddenly had a disagreement over a talent. This is a chance to survive, no one will give up. The knock on the door also interrupted the quarrel between the 3 people. Who is it? A burly man with his upper body naked had a tattoo of a broken dragon on his chest and a very ferocious look on his face. The knocking on the door continued, knocking in a compact and orderly manner. The 3 of them were a little annoyed. What the hell? Brother, there is something stuffed in from below, said a young man with a monkey-like figure and wearing glasses. The big man slowly approached and looked down. Door-to-door service. What the hell? Which bastard dares to tease me? The big man shouted angrily and opened the iron gate directly. A strangely dressed person suddenly appeared outside the door, and the 3 of them were a little confused. Black sunglasses and a plastic bag, pink curtains behind, a bright red down jacket, white gloves, and a frying pan on the back. What is this? A mental patient? Li Xiaofeng ignored the gazes of the 3 people and walked in slowly. Looking at the colorful circle of light in the corner, his heart suddenly became hot. He turned his head and looked at the 3 people coldly with his scarlet eyes. How dare 3 mortals scold me? Li Xiaofeng was about to reveal his true face and give the 3 of them a complete surprise. Brother Song, Brother Wen, grab your weapons. He must be a psychopath, the big man shouted. The 3 of them picked up a shiny machete and walked over. Li Xiaofeng suddenly stopped. Are all 3 of them gangsters? Why does it feel like something is wrong with the script? Li Xiaofeng wanted to get rid of the big man first and was about to pounce on him. The big man simply picked up the machete and stabbed him, and his speed was even faster than him. Laugh. The sound of the sharp blade entering his body stunned him. Although Li Xiaofeng was already an ordinary 4th-level zombie, he was unable to defeat the big man holding a weapon. He immediately came up with an idea. He covered his abdomen with his right hand, pointed at the big man with his left hand, and slowly fell down with an unbelievable look on his face. The big man drew his knife and spat out a mouthful of spit. What the hell? Why are you acting like a psychopath? You're wearing a red down jacket in such hot weather. The big man turned around, and the crippled dragon became even more ferocious, with a face full of hostility, and spoke to the two people behind him. Brothers, it seems that it is not safe now. If you want to survive, these talents should be the key. You all know what I am like. I'll take this talent. I have other places. I'll take you two there. How about that? The big man patted his chest and said generously. Brother Xiang, I feel that my fighting ability is stronger, and I am more confident now that I have the talent. A man of equally burly build said. He has a lazy sheep tattooed on his chest, especially the ball of poop on the top of his head which echoes his chest hair. I didn't scream when I was getting the tattoo. Brother, I didn't finish the tattoo of your dragon because I was afraid of the pain. Let my brother take this talent. Humph. The three of us have been arguing endlessly, so whoever wins gets to take it, how about that? Anger flashed in the big man's eyes. This was his shame, and it was brought up again today. Today, I, a crippled dragon, will eat you, a fat sheep, alive. Okay, but you and I are brothers, how about we fight with bare hands instead of weapons? The big man with the lazy sheep tattoo dropped the machete in his hand, his eyes equally ferocious. Okay. Brother one, don't participate. You're too weak. No matter who wins between you and your brother Song, we will take good care of you. The thin young man had a calm expression and stepped back to show that he would not participate in the fight. The eldest brother threw away the machete and walked over with bare hands. His muscles bulged and he looked very powerful. The second brother had a gleam in his eyes, his body motionless, looking at the eldest brother who was walking towards him with a smile on his face. Brother, don't blame me. Suddenly he bent down, picked up the machete on the ground, and stabbed it directly without holding back at all. The eldest brother seemed stunned for a moment, but he also smiled, looked at his brother who was hacking at him, and spoke slowly. Don't blame me. A machete suddenly pierced the second brother's abdomen. He turned around slowly with an expression of disbelief on his face. It turned out to be the thin third brother holding a machete, looking at him ferociously. Brother one, you. The big man laughed and praised, Xiao one, you did a good job. But as soon as he finished speaking, the third brother rushed forward with a machete while his eldest brother was unable to get a weapon in a short period of time. Talent is mine, the thin young man shouted fiercely. The big man was also caught off guard, but he still reacted quickly and narrowly avoided the first knife attack. Then he started fighting with the opponent. Xiaowen was weak and his first attack did not work. Instead, he was attacked at close range and was defeated instantly. Dare to betray me. The big man knocked Xiaowen to the ground, looked fierce, and punched him again and again. It seemed that he was going to beat him to death. He didn't expect that the brothers who usually respected him would betray him. Bang. Suddenly there was a loud noise and the big man felt a sharp pain at the back of his head. His vision became a little blurry and he wanted to look back. Bang. The big man just turned around and saw a frying pan suddenly thrown at him. It turned out to be the strange-looking mental patient who stood up. You. Bang. Before the big man could finish his words, he was knocked over by the frying pan again. I never expected that the monster who had already lost his fighting ability would stand up again. 3 idiots. What the hell are you playing here? Li Xiaofeng looked at the 3 people who had lost their fighting ability and slowly opened his black plastic bag. Roar. He let out a roar, revealing his true identity as the Zombie King, and pounced and bit the 3 people in front of his terrified and desperate eyes. The 3 never expected that the zombies would actually pretend to be dead and fall to the ground. And the way he uses the frying pan is so skillful. Ding. The host successfully infected 1 person, evolution value plus 10. Li Xiaofeng's evolution value has reached 120 out of 400. If he wants to evolve to a 5th level ordinary zombie, he needs to infect 28 people. We need to speed up the process. Li Xiaofeng was in deep thought on the spot, not caring about his wound at all. There was no blood flowing out of his abdomen, so it had no effect on him. Slowly he came to the colorful glow. The light was as high as that of an ordinary person and the colors were brilliant. As expected, he got a prompt when he moved closer. The sound was also a neutral electronic sound, similar to the sound of his system. Obtain a random talent. It can enhance your ability to survive in the apocalypse. He walked directly into the light, and immediately another prompt came. Absorbing talent. Time, 10 minutes. He now understood why none of the three brothers came in, and why they were fighting each other instead. It turned out that they needed time to absorb the energy. After leaving the light, he pushed the three new zombies out of the roof and locked the iron door. This way no one will disturb me while I'm absorbing. Li Xiaofeng screamed and began to absorb the talent. Talent absorbing. Absorbed. Talent, passerby halo. Rank, unknown. Introduction, you are good at disguising yourself and can instantly turn yourself into a passerby, completely reducing your sense of existence. This is a perfect yet clumsy scam. Effect, there is a 50% chance of completely reducing your presence. He stood there in a daze, not caring about the colorful light gradually disappearing, as if he was lost in thought. This is also a talent. Not only is it irrelevant to combat, the success rate is only half. If it's not a talent to turn into a super zombie, at least there should be some kind of enhanced strength and speed. Ding! The host has completed the weekly task, God-given talent, obtain a talent. Rewards are being distributed. Improving the grade of passerby's aura. Ding! Passerby's aura has no grade, upgrade failed. Reward transfer begins to generate new talents. Ding! The host has realized a new talent, the protagonist's aura. Talent, protagonist's aura. Rank, unknown. Introduction, you are good at disguise and can instantly turn yourself into the protagonist, shining brightly and gaining the attention of other creatures. This is a perfect yet clumsy scam. Effect, there is a 50% chance of completely enhancing your presence. A new weekly task will be released in 7 days, please check it out. Li Xiaofeng looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle. A breeze blew, and his pink cloak and black plastic bag fluttered slightly. He was completely speechless. He didn't expect that after the passerby halo, the system would reward him with a protagonist halo. The effect is completely opposite. What's the use of this? He had originally had high expectations for the divine gift, but now he has completely realized his mistake. Is this a gift from God? A zombie wearing sunglasses looked into the distance, took out a cigarette from his down jacket and lit it, looking melancholy. Although he suddenly gained 2 more talents, his combat power did not change at all. It was more of a fun skill than a talent, and completely different from what he wanted. Talent is unreliable, so it's better to just follow the path of evolution. Fortunately, it was a zombie that got it. What would have been the effect if a survivor had gotten it? No matter how ordinary you become, you are still fresh flesh and blood to the zombies, and they will pounce on you immediately. Li Xiaofeng straightened his messy hair and mood, put on the black plastic bag, and left the rooftop. The doors of several households in this old building were locked, but Li Xiaofeng could still smell the scent of fresh flesh and blood. I arrived at the door of a residence on the 3rd floor. I could clearly smell 3 people inside, so I knocked politely. Bang. Sawadee ka. The residents of this house are a family of 3, a couple and a primary school child, all 3 of them huddled in the bedroom. The 3 of them were pale, obviously having been hungry for a long time, and there were still traces of tears on the little boy's face. Damn it. How could this happen so suddenly? How could it be? The man is also mentally weak, but he still cannot accept this fact. The end of the world happened so suddenly. He had been working hard at the company the day before, hopeful about the future, and finally had a break on the weekend to spend time with his family. But after a ray of light shone down, the sun never rose again, and instead a blood-red sun hung high in the sky that would never set. The woman's face was filled with death, her eyes were lifeless, and she no longer held any hope. Every day the 3 of them saw through the window zombies wandering the streets, not a single living person. The world has changed. I thought we could wait for rescue, but with such a large-scale infection, I'm afraid the army would have been overwhelmed, Not to mention that this is just a small city. The shadow of death is looming over them. A slow and orderly knock on the door suddenly startled the three of them, with an expression of disbelief on their faces. Could it be that I am hallucinating? Bang. Depends on you, Jiva. Li Xiaofeng is still not in a hurry. As a zombie, he has plenty of patience, which is the most basic quality of a hunter. There was really a knock on the door. There was a hint of excitement on the man's face, and even his voice was trembling. Is hope coming so quickly? The woman's originally dead eyes also had a glimmer of light, but she also reacted. Could it be the thugs upstairs from the other day? A few days ago, the three brothers knocked on doors every household. When they saw the three men looked fierce, they were afraid and did not open the door. The man stood up with difficulty, shook his head, and said slowly, "I'll go take a look first." The men came to the door and looked out through the peephole. At such a close distance, Li Xiaofeng could fully smell the fresh taste of his flesh and blood, and a hint of excitement began to appear in his heart. He took 2 steps back so that the other person could see him clearly, and made an awkward scissors hand gesture with his right hand. The man was stunned. He was wearing sunglasses and a black plastic bag. The frying pan on his back even had blood stains on it, and he was making a strange scissor hand gesture. He doesn't look like a good person at all. Could it be another murderer? Perhaps he is a perverted murderer. Despair reappeared in the man's heart, and he had no intention of opening the door. The end of the world has come. Despair and fear have revealed the dark side of people. Letting such people in will only lead to their death faster. Li Xiaofeng became a little anxious. Realizing that the men had no intention of opening the door, he directly activated the protagonist's halo. The protagonist's halo failed to activate. He was slightly stunned. It was indeed unreliable. Turn on the protagonist halo again. Cannot be used on the same target within a short period of time. What the hell? Turn on the passerby halo for me. Activation successful, your presence is greatly reduced. Li Xiaofeng was delighted. He didn't expect that the probability of failure when both halos were activated was still very low. The men looked outside and left without looking back, without paying any attention to the door. Li Xiaofeng stood there in a daze. It seemed that turning on the passerby halo was not a wise choice. The other party had no intention of paying any attention to him. Have you completely ignored my existence? Li Xiaofeng stood there in a daze. The other party actually walked so decisively and so coolly. It seems that the effect of the passerby halo is quite overbearing. If the protagonist halo is successful. He continued walking down, and found that there were survivors on the first floor waiting for him to seduce. There was only one old man living in the house on the first floor. He only ate a small amount of rice soup every day to survive. His eyes were dull and he looked out the window from time to time. The wandering zombies made the old man look complicated, especially when he saw his 2 old friends still playing chess on the stone bench below. The world has changed, but he has no ability to change it. The moment the food runs out, he will die. Bang bang bang. Suddenly there was a knock on the door, disturbing the old man's thoughts. Are they those 3 damn hooligans again? The old man couldn't help cursing. Get out. He came to the door and roared. Li Xiaofeng was stunned. I knocked on the door so politely, but you cursed at me. Bang bang bang. He persisted and continued to knock slowly, trying to make the survivors think that he was a good man. The old man was also a little confused. Could it be that they were not those 3 people? He looked outside through the peephole and saw a man dressed like a mentally ill person standing outside. Coming for rescue. Or a refugee. For a moment, the old man was shocked by his costume and found it difficult to determine the specific identity of the other party. The protagonist's halo is on. Start successfully. Li Xiaofeng didn't expect it to go so smoothly, and in an instant he felt like his whole body was radiating brilliance. Coming to the world with God's will, he stretched his arms to the left and right, as if welcoming the baptism of holy light. The old man's eyes were also dazed, and he felt for no reason that the other party was here to rescue him. At this moment, he felt extremely at ease. Although I don't know why the other person suddenly stretched out his arms, I feel that the other person is trustworthy. Are you here to save someone? The old man slowly opened the door, with a hint of excitement on his face. Worship, mortals. This is the glory of the zombie devil. Li Xiaofeng still had his arms raised, waiting for the other party to come to him. How could the protagonist do it himself? The protagonist is admired by everyone wherever he goes. I'm afraid the old man will come over and pull his down jacket later. With tears in her eyes, she excitedly asked him to take the protagonist away. Bang. There was a noise and he was stunned. The door was closed again. Is it so embarrassing to be the protagonist? I thought he was here to save people, but it turns out he's mentally ill. The old man sighed. The other party had been standing there like a fool. It seemed that he was overthinking it. How could such a person be the savior? Bang bang bang. Li Xiaofeng felt a little anxious. The halo of the protagonist was not working very well. The old man remained indifferent and even wanted to turn around and leave. Fortunately, Li Xiaofeng thought quickly and stuffed some flyers in there again. Door-to-door service. The old man picked it up and took a look, then he became furious. Turning around, opening the door, and yelling, "You!" Before he could finish his words, Li Xiaofeng pounced on it, opened the plastic bag and started biting it. You old man opens and closes the door as if you are joking. Can you give him a little respect? The old man had been hungry for a long time and lacked physical strength. He was completely unable to resist an ordinary 4th-level zombie. This turned out to be a zombie. The old man had never thought of this possibility from the beginning to the end. Ding! The host successfully infected one person, evolution value +10. Li Xiaofeng turned and left, one step closer to advancing to the 5th level. The protagonist's halo seems to be still useful and can easily lure the survivors out. Li Xiaofeng went to the doors of the remaining 2 residents and tried again, but his protagonist halo failed and the other party didn't even pay attention to him. Is it because his outfit is too cool? With a sigh, I left this old building. Trying this door-to-door approach is too slow, and as time goes by, I'm afraid the infection rate will become slower and slower. Go where there are many people. Li Xiaofeng made up his mind, and after a moment, he rode a small green bike in a cool manner and started riding towards the city center. School. To advance, more than 20 people need to be infected, which should be easy to do in a place like a school. Li Xiaofeng whistled as he rode, looking around, as carefree as if it were a prosperous time. Private cars were stuck on the road, only bicycles could still be ridden normally. But he suddenly discovered that a yellow bus in the distance ahead was surrounded by a circle of zombies, who kept roaring with bloodshot eyes. Is there someone in the bus? He saw that the doors were closed and the zombies were constantly scratching and biting the outer shell of the bus, as if something was attracting them. Li Xiaofeng suddenly became interested and started to move closer to the bus. Of course he should take the opportunity if there is one. It would be a complete waste to give it to these low-level ordinary zombies. When he got closer, he realized that the zombies didn't seem to want to enter the bus, but to climb onto the roof. It should be on the roof, not inside the car. Li Xiaofeng moved his eyes upwards and finally saw what was on the roof of the car. His hands trembled suddenly and his whole body shuddered. He jumped off the bike directly. The bike was still rushing forward and only stopped after it hit a zombie. Li Xiaofeng fell to the ground, his down jacket hood tightly covering his head, and began to crawl forward in an obscene manner. The series of movements are not only skillful but also chic. Passerby halo activated. Opening successfully. He suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. What a joke. On the roof of a yellow bus, there was a huge orange cat lying. It was almost the same size as the bus and looked extremely lazy. Because its color was similar to that of the bus, and Li Xiaofeng's eyesight was not very good, he actually ignored this monster. The zombies below were attracted by the advanced virus in the orange cat's body. The big orange cat was basking in the sun, its huge eyes looking in a certain direction with some confusion, as if something had just rushed over. Li Xiaofeng was extremely cautious. He thought that this orange cat was too big. He secretly guessed that it might have become a second-level mutant beast. It is much stronger than the big white dog and the yellow dog. Suddenly, the big orange cat seemed a little bored. It slowly stood up, jumped away from the bus. Bang! A private car was directly crushed by it. At the same time, it stretched out its cat claws and waved them casually, and the bodies of several zombies were decomposed. "You actually disturbed my rest, you lowly monster." The big orange cat looked at the large number of zombies gathered near the bus. Its claws were incredibly fast, and each attack could take away several zombies. In an instant, all kinds of arms, thighs, and heads flew everywhere. Bang! One arm even hit Li Xiaofeng on the head. What bad luck! He continued to crawl forward. With the passerby halo turned on, he should not be noticed. Like a red caterpillar, he quickly left the area. Behind him, a large number of zombies were killed and could not hurt the orange cat at all. Soon a quiet area was cleared out, and Fat Cat returned to the bus, stretched, and began to rest. "You actually killed the zombies so cruelly. I will come to settle the score with you when I become stronger." Li Xiaofeng stood up gracefully, looked back at the fat cat, and left in a hurry. After going around several streets, he finally arrived at the gate of a school. The city's holy land of teaching, Wanning Education College. It is also the school that Li Xiaofeng has always dreamed of, although it is not as good as a famous university. But he has his advantages and I have my disadvantages. When you step into the school, you can see various teaching buildings and dormitory buildings standing there, but they are no longer as prosperous as they used to be. There were only a large number of zombies wandering around along Xiaolin Road, on the playground, and in front of the sports center. Li Xiaofeng came to the school playground, and there were even a large number of zombies wandering around in camouflage uniforms. How lucky I am to have avoided military training perfectly. He sighed slightly. This class of freshmen did not suffer. Wandering slowly around the campus, his nose moved slightly, as if he smelled the scent of food. He threw his pink cape and looked ahead, and saw a 6-story building. The entire building is divided into hundreds of small rooms, and various clothes are hung on the balcony of each room. Is this the boys' dormitory? He looked at the various hanging clothes and made his judgment instantly. But why are there still a few women's clothes hanging? What kind of world is this? Li Xiaofeng sighed slightly, but it was indeed quite beautiful. He shouted and walked directly into the student dormitory building. There were still several zombies wandering in the corridors of the dormitory building, without even wearing clothes. What an uncivilized zombie. His flashy attire made him look out of place, and he was secretly proud of himself as he passed through every zombie. His keen sense of smell told him that the smell of blood and flesh was not coming from the first floor. I found the stairs and went up to the first floor with great difficulty. I complained in my heart that there was no elevator in a 6th-floor building. What are those expensive tuition fees used for? When he reached the 2nd floor, his body suddenly shook. Found it. He adjusted his sunglasses and walked to the end of the corridor on the 2nd floor and came to the door of a dormitory. There is a sign above that says, 218. The door was locked and there was congealed blood on it. He struck a pose and was about to knock on the door when he heard voices talking inside the house. "Son, do you think we should go to the activity center?" A voice said weakly. Li Xiaofeng was slightly stunned. A father and son appeared in the school. What's happening? It's a bit outrageous that my father took exams for decades just to get into the College of Education. Calling you daddy is really unfilial. A voice, though weak, still refuted firmly. Li Xiaofeng reacted and realized that it must be his roommate. It's no use going to the activity center, even though there are hundreds of people gathered there. But didn't you see that every 2 days there are boys going out to look for food and water? How many of them can come back alive? Li Xiaofeng's knocking on the door suddenly stopped. He didn't expect to hear such inside information. Hundreds of people. That is to say, thousands of evolution points can allow him to directly advance 2 levels. By then, even an adult man armed with a weapon may not be his match. There was even a red light in his eyes, and he couldn't help but let out a roar. Who? A student inside couldn't help but speak out with horror on his face. Both of them were a little uncertain. They seemed to be zombies, but they always felt something was wrong. Why does it sound perverted? Li Xiaofeng wondered if he had been discovered, but he had no choice but to try knocking on the door. Bang bang bang. There was still no movement inside, and neither of them dared to make any sound. He continued to knock on the door, trying to let the two know that he was also a survivor. 10 minutes passed and there was a continuous knock on the door. Li Xiaofeng stood there awkwardly. Isn't that a bit too disrespectful? Finally he got a response. Is there a code? Li Xiaofeng's body froze and his hand hung in the air. Do zombies need a signal when they knock on the door? Are we filming here? What's going on? He reacted and continued to knock on the door, at the same time throwing a flyer through the gap at the bottom of the door. Unfortunately, there is no transparent glass on the door of this university, so the two cannot look at each other. Otherwise, with his handsome outfit and the aura of the protagonist, wouldn't it be easy for him to deal with the two college students? Door-to-door service. A college student picked up the flyer carefully with a strange look on his face. Son, it doesn't look like a zombie, it's probably a pervert. Open the door, a student asked cautiously. Bullshit, the apocalypse is here and some people are more dangerous than zombies. Especially people like this. It's the end of the world and they still think about serving all day. How can they be good people? I can tell at once that they are old perverts. Li Xiaofeng tilted his head slightly and stood there in a daze, feeling as if he was insulted. Isn't this the boys' dormitory? Why is the effect of my small advertisement so weird? He knocked on the door again, but the two of them no longer responded and had no intention of paying any attention to him. What kind of world is this? As a zombie, not only did he fail to infect anyone, but he was also insulted for no reason. If I could speak, would I place an advertisement? It seems I need to find some paper and pen. Although I am not flexible enough to write elegant words, I can draw some symbols. Knowing that the two men had already regarded him as a pervert, they were probably not going to open the door for him. He left silently, his back hidden by the pink curtains, looking desolate and lonely. Li Xiaofeng left the dormitory building directly. There is only one dormitory in the entire building with 2 people. Is the survival rate so low? He wanted to find the activity center that the 2 men mentioned. There were hundreds of people there. His nose kept twitching as his keen sense of smell began to search continuously. The smell of flesh and blood of hundreds of people must be very strong. Although it is just an educational college, its area is still very large. After all, it is located in the suburbs, not a prosperous area. An hour passed quickly, and he still didn't feel anything. Shouldn't the activity center be built in a very conspicuous location? He looked up and saw the 3 big words, Western Restaurant, written in front of him. Are student canteens so advanced nowadays? But he soon wandered off to another cafeteria, the East Restaurant. What the hell is going on in this cafeteria? I thought a student cafeteria could be so high-end. Suddenly, Li Xiaofeng's body twitched violently, and his sunglasses fell to the ground. He looked overly excited. Of course it wasn't because we arrived at the cafeteria, but because there was a 2-story building next to the cafeteria with the words, Activity Center, written on it. He smelled a lot of blood and flesh. A few minutes later, Li Xiaofeng tidied himself up, put on his sunglasses, straightened the frying pan, and brushed the dust off the black plastic bag. Step forward with confidence. Brother is here. The activity center building has only 2 floors, but the area is not small, and there are 2 trees in front of the gate. Li Xiaofeng didn't recognize one of them, but he also didn't recognize the other one. He flicked his cape slightly and slowly stepped forward, trying to make his knock sound as seductive as possible. Bang. At this moment, a cold electronic sound suddenly rang in his mind. Ding. Triggering a random task. Generating tasks. Ding. Random task released, efficiency infection. Mission brief, there are hundreds of survivors in the building ahead. It is a huge temptation for you. Go. Infect more humans, gain more evolution points, and become a stronger zombie. Difficulty, unknown. Mission time, none. Task rewards, rewards are divided into 3 levels. Infect 50% of the survivors, 3rd class reward. Infect 80% of the survivors, 2nd class reward. The survivor who is 100% infected will receive a 1st class reward. Li Xiaofeng was stunned. He didn't expect that there would not only be a large number of advancement points to be obtained, but also random tasks to be issued. The system is really user-friendly. Inside the activity center, there are many seats and a stage in front. All student activities will be held there. But the activity center at this time no longer had the festive atmosphere of the past. There was only a group of students with dirty and worn clothes and weak faces squatting everywhere. Everyone's face is filled with deadness, no longer having the vigor and energy of the past. Everyone, we don't have to be so desperate. A middle-aged man with a big belly stood on the stage. His name was Chinsho, and he was the dean of the college. Unlike other students, he was neat and tidy, wearing a suit and tie. As the dean of the academy, I will take you all out alive. Middle-aged people really enjoy giving speeches on stage, with dignified and righteous faces. I believe that the army will soon suppress this mutation. When that happens, as the only university in the city, it will definitely be the first rescue target. I believe the government will not give up on all of you elite talents. We must have hope. Try to survive. In the future, you will all become true elites. The world still needs you to save it. The middle-aged man was full of righteousness and felt that he spoke with great passion, but there were few responses. Yes, everyone, don't let the dean down. We must believe in his leadership. Isn't that right? A well-mannered student wearing glasses tried to get a response from the crowd. As the student union president, he naturally started to cling to the dean's lap. In fact, it turned out that he was right. Apart from the two female students, he was the only one who did not have to go out to forage for food. Every time I go out, I'm walking on a tightrope on a cliff, and it's almost a life-and-death situation. Especially now that the supermarket in the East Canteen is almost emptied, if you want to continue looking for food, you can only go to the supermarkets in other canteens. The distance that is usually not far is now full of danger, and if you are not careful, you will attract many zombies to chase you. The end is horrible. Many students still had dead looks on their faces, not moved at all. In the past they would have responded a bit or two. But now, how can we be passionate when we can't even fill our stomachs? The middle-aged man was a little embarrassed. He cleared his throat and prepared to continue cheering. We will soon send people out to look for food. How can they be willing to go out without some motivation? Just as he was about to speak, there was a knock on the door. Bang bang bang. Chinsho was stunned for a moment, but then his face was full of confusion. The rest of the people were also shocked. Since the outbreak of the apocalypse, there has never been any knocking on the door from outsiders. There were no students out looking for food today, so it could only be other humans. As for zombies, no one had thought of this possibility. What zombie would knock on the door? And knock so politely? Hearing the knock on the door, a hint of excitement appeared on the middle-aged man's face. Whether someone came to rescue them or the remaining survivors escaped, it would only benefit him. At least he could get someone who would work for him. Although Chinsho's body was trembling, he still tried his best to look dignified. He gave the student council president a look, and he immediately understood. The well-mannered student came to the door in a hurry and looked outside through a small piece of glass on the door. But he was stunned for a moment, his expression frozen, and he stared outside blankly. There was a person outside the door, wearing sunglasses to cover his eyes. What was even more bizarre was that he had a black plastic bag on his mouth. There was a frying pan behind him and pink curtains. Zhang Xingming was stunned. The other party's dress really broke his cognition. He had never seen anything like this even in peacetime. I didn't expect that when the doomsday comes, all kinds of monsters and ghosts would come out. What made his mouth twitch even more was that the other party actually raised his palm above his head and made a heart sign to him. Who is this person? What's wrong? What's happening with Xingming? The middle-aged man couldn't help feeling confused when he saw that there was no response. Zhang Xingming came back to his senses, with a strange look still in his eyes. He shook his head and turned back to speak. Dean, it seems like a mental patient has escaped. Li Xiaofeng's hand suddenly stiffened, and he felt a little embarrassed. What is mental illness? I made a heart shape with my hands in order to make you feel close to me, but I was considered a mental patient. Turn on the protagonist halo. Mortals, prepare to be baptized by my holy light. Ding. Failed to open. Are you crazy? Then don't open the door. The middle-aged man came to the door and saw Li Xiaofeng outside. He was also shocked by his outfit. After I came to my senses, I refused decisively. Letting a mentally ill person in would not only endanger everyone, but it would also be impossible to command him. Letting him in would be a living disaster. Li Xiaofeng felt a little hurt and bent his legs slightly. I made a heart shape again. But they all looked disappointed and left the door. They didn't expect that the end of the world would allow mental patients to come out at will. Li Xiaofeng only felt in his heart that 10,000 divine beasts were roaring past. What kind of thing was this? I have to change my outfit. I'm afraid these people find it hard to accept my dazzling brilliance. Li Xiaofeng began to reflect on himself and finally came to the conclusion that the tastes of the people there were too vulgar. Clothing store, clothing store. Li Xiaofeng muttered to himself, preparing to change his look. Mortals. Get ready for my new look. When he was leaving, he took advantage of the time when everyone was away from the gate and not looking outside. He kindly piled 10 zombies at the door. He even used 2 trees in front of the door and found a rope to tie up the 10 zombies in place. Looking at his carefully crafted masterpiece, Li Xiaofeng cried out. This way, no one would dare to come out. As the king of zombies, he naturally gets the highest reward. If someone went out to look for food and got infected while he was away, who would he turn to for justice? He turned his head slightly and looked at the pink curtains behind him. They seemed to be even brighter, and he felt a sense of satisfaction. The red light of the bloody sun shone on his body. Li Xiaofeng straightened his body and strode away. Is this the light of righteousness? The people inside were completely unaware of the good thing Li Xiaofeng had done. The middle-aged man was still giving his speech in a self-absorbed manner. Before the military rescue arrives, we must save ourselves first. I'm sure you all know about the shortage of food and water, but fortunately we have brave and responsible new generation college students. The times need them, and we need them even more. Let's wish our heroes Xiao Wei and Aji good luck in getting food. The middle-aged man with a big belly had just finished speaking. 2 students with pale faces and fear in their eyes stood up. If you want to stay here all the time, 2 people need to go out every 2 days to find food and water. This is the rule set by Chen Qinshou. At first, it was not difficult to enter the supermarket of the East restaurant as it was not far away. But as supermarkets were slowly emptied, students had to go further afield, and the crisis grew exponentially. The 2 students from last time didn't gain anything, and one of them even turned into a zombie, which increased everyone's fear. As the 2 students listened to the dean's encouragement, they became more and more frightened, and their legs even trembled slightly. But they still arrived at the door, each carrying a huge backpack and holding an iron rod. Roar! As the 2 were about to push the door open, a zombie's face suddenly came up to them. Looking at those wide red eyes, the dried blood at the corners of the mouth, and the pale face. Ah! The 2 screamed and fell to the ground without even controlling their bodies. Ah! What's going on? You're like this before you even leave the house. The middle-aged man looked a little angry and went to the door. He didn't expect the 2 men to be so useless. Who did it? The middle-aged man looked outside the door and saw a dense crowd of zombies crowding outside the door, wandering around and not leaving. Because there are hundreds of people inside, zombies would roam outside the house from time to time. But this is the first time that so many zombies are blocking the door. Because of the zombies outside the door, everyone's plan to go out and look for food today was ruined. Everyone's food will be cut in half today. The middle-aged man said with anger on his face and gloomy eyes. Many students were angry but dared not speak out, and the first student who took the initiative to resist was thrown out the door. Everyone saw his end with their own eyes. Many zombies threw the men to the ground with extremely cruel means. After eating a small amount of food, everyone lay down where they were. In order to avoid wasting energy, no one moved. Like a pile of corpses. The eternal bloody day outside makes this world no longer distinguish between day and night, but humans still need to sleep. Many students slowly fell asleep, and only in their dreams could they have a glimmer of false hope. Lu Yuan looked around, slowly stood up, pretended to go to the toilet in the corner, but actually came to a small room. This is also the dean's exclusive room, and other students cannot enter easily. Lu Yuan pushed open the door and went straight in. He looked at the middle-aged man inside, a trace of disgust and hatred flashed in his eyes, but he still stood there respectfully. The middle-aged man patted his fat belly with a look of satisfaction on his face. "That's great. Here's a can of canned food for you." The dean took out a can from the corner of the room and threw it to the female student on the ground. The student had an innocent face and a good figure, but her eyes were dead and numb. Seeing the can, a hint of life appeared on her face, and she put the can away and walked out of the room. Lu Yuan couldn't help feeling ironic when he saw the former class beauty selling her body for a can of food. But when he saw the can, a wolf-like light flashed in his eyes. If the dean is interested in him, he will devote himself without hesitation. When the end of the world comes, countless people do not have the courage to commit suicide and would rather live like the walking dead. A little bit of food is enough to make them throw away all their dignity. Lu Yuan is here. The dean slowly put on his clothes and pants, maintaining his dignity on his face, and spoke slowly. "No one wants to resist." Lu Yuan shook his head. He was the spy planted by the dean among the students. If anyone wants to resist, he will report it to the dean immediately. A group of innocent students are like lambs even when doomsday comes. How can they possibly be better than Chen Qinshou? Even Lu Yuan didn't know how many traitors there were like him. The dean threw a sausage to him and motioned him to leave. Lu Yuan's hands trembled slightly as he put away the sausage. He inadvertently glanced at the corner of the room, at the huge backpack filled with food, with deep greed in his eyes. Chen Qinshou watched Lu Yuan leave the room, took out beef jerky from his backpack, and slowly tasted it. Even when the end of the world came, he still lived so carefree that one could not help but marvel at his own amazing methods. In peacetime, he easily rose to the position of dean, and even at the end of the world, he would still be a superior person. The next day arrived quickly. Everyone gradually woke up from hunger, and at the same time, a ridiculous idea came to their mind. They survived another day. Chen Qinshou got up slowly, took out some milk and bread, ate and drank his fill, tidied himself up, and walked out. The zombies at the door should have left today, right? He nodded to every pale and skinny student, appearing to be extremely approachable. When he arrived at the door and was about to look outside, there was a sudden knock on the door, which startled him and he couldn't help but look outside. A man wearing a black leather jacket, sunglasses, and a black mask stood outside the door, carrying a long sword in a golden scabbard on his back. This image seemed extremely strange in the end times, but Chen Qinshou felt that the other party was incredibly powerful and was likely to come to save them. Li Xiaofeng had a cold expression on his face. He successfully activated the aura of the protagonist and felt that he was instantly shining brightly. The hundreds of people inside have been held firmly under his control. The leather jacket he wore showed that he was dressed like an expert, especially the long sword he got from the children's toy store. Really domineering. Chen Qinshou saw that expert outside the house, and his eyes turned, and found that many zombies from yesterday had disappeared. Could it be that they were all destroyed by him? Chen Qinshou immediately put on a flattering smile and opened the door very actively. Li Xiaofeng's heart was burning with heat and his body couldn't help but tremble, but he still tried his best to maintain his image and slowly stepped in. "Excuse me, hero, are you here to rescue us?" Chen Qinshou stood beside him, bent down slightly to make himself shorter than Li Xiaofeng, and asked gently with a smile on his face. Li Xiaofeng did not answer. He turned his back and wiped the saliva that overflowed from his mask. "I feel like I've lost some of my image, but I can't help it." He now wants to transform into a demon. Infect everyone and gain thousands of evolution points for yourself. But he still held back. If he were to attack suddenly now, a large number of the hundreds of people would surely take the opportunity to escape, and he alone would not be able to stop them. You still need to use strategy. He is an intelligent zombie, how can he use brute force so easily? It's really uncivilized. After all, elegance never goes out of style. Li Xiaofeng wiped off his saliva, put on a black mask, and slightly shook his non-existent bangs. Looking at the middle-aged fat man who seemed to be the leader, he shook his head. He didn't want to admit that he came to rescue them, but he couldn't speak, otherwise he would definitely be exposed. Passerby halo activated. Ding! Activation successful. Li Xiaofeng was delighted and started the performance directly. He squatted down, covered his face with his hands, and kept shaking his head, looking extremely sad. Chen Qinshu felt a little strange. He had previously felt that the other party had an invisible aura that made him dare not move rashly. But now why does it feel like this person is just an ordinary person? Especially this look, he looks like a survivor who escaped with great difficulty. Could it be that I saw it wrong? Chen Qinshu straightened his back, looked dignified, and coughed a few times in a pretentious manner. This classmate. Before he finished speaking, everyone saw Li Xiaofeng becoming more and more excited, and his actions becoming more and more exaggerated. Finally, he rolled back and forth on the ground, kicking his legs frequently, grabbing his sparse hair with his hands, looking as if he was dying of sorrow. Chen Qinshu's mouth twitched slightly. He had never seen such a lively student. Could you please be a little less dramatic? Classmate, don't be sad, you have to live on for your loved ones. As long as you abide by the rules here, we won't drive you away. A smile appeared on Chen Qinshu's face and he spoke gently. I felt happy in my heart, as at least I had an extra free laborer. Li Xiaofeng seemed to slowly calm down his sadness. He nodded, squatted obediently in a corner, and began to think about strategy. How can we infect everyone? The door couldn't be locked from the inside, so if he attacked suddenly, someone would surely escape. The bigger challenge is that he has to infect everyone in a short period of time. If one person is infected by him first, and that person then infects other people, it will not be counted as his infection. Not only will the evolution value be lost, but the reward for the task will also be reduced. Everyone turned a blind eye to Li Xiaofeng. One more refugee was just one more person waiting to die together. The middle-aged man took this opportunity to walk to the front and give a speech. Today, we are very lucky. Not only did we have a new student, but the zombies at the door yesterday also disappeared. I believe we will have greater gains today. Tomorrow will be even better. Chen Qinshu cleared his throat and suddenly looked at Li Xiaofeng with deep eyes, even with tears in them, and spoke emotionally. Student, are you willing to go out with the other two to find food? To save each of us? Li Xiaofeng was stunned. Looking for food? Or with others? What a godsend. He looked at the middle-aged fat man in front of him and said, You are really a talented person. Li Xiaofeng nodded frantically, looking overly excited. The others all looked stunned. Are there really people who are not afraid of death these days? Chen Qinshu was also a little dazed. Has this person's ideological awareness reached this level? He nodded slightly, his face full of appreciation. Well, the new era needs people like you. You are the backbone of society. Xiaowei, Aji, go with this new classmate. I'm sure you will have a great harvest today. The two students slowly stood up with pale faces, fear still in their eyes. There's no way to hide. Chen Qinshu specially took out a sausage and handed it to Li Xiaofeng to motivate him. In the past, every time someone went out to look for food, they would be given some incentives, but as food became increasingly scarce, this rule was no longer enforced. In Chen Qinshu's eyes, a human life is not worth a piece of ham. Since Li Xiaofeng is new here, we have to use something to bribe him. Everyone's eyes were shining, and they couldn't wait to grab the sausage. Li Xiaofeng was a little stunned. I'm a zombie, what's the use of giving me this thing? The three of them eventually walked out of the activity center slowly, but the two of them were still filled with fear. If they weren't careful, the outcome would be death. Li Xiaofeng, however, looked very heroic and even patted the two men on the shoulders to show encouragement. Xiaowei and Aji were also infected by him and felt a little relieved. This new student is so calm, could he have some special skills? The end of the world is coming, maybe a savior or a person with superpowers will appear among mankind. However, when the two approached him, they always felt their hearts trembling, as if they were facing their natural enemy. Everyone looked at the three people leaving with anticipation, and some even waved. Hopefully they can bring back plenty of food so we can survive for a few more days. Li Xiaofeng was very familiar with them. He put his arms around their shoulders tightly, looking like a good brother. In fact, it is just to prevent the two from escaping and being infected by other zombies. Isn't it not worth it? Brother, where can we find food? Xiao Wei's voice was still a little trembling, and he felt even more frightened when he saw zombies wandering in the distance. Li Xiaofeng embraced the two of them and went directly to the playground toilet not far away. Brother, we are going out to find food, not the toilet. They were both puzzled. Could it be that this elder brother had any special hobbies? Asking him to find food, but he rushed to the toilet in a hurry. What's going on? Li Xiaofeng shook his head and even adjusted his sunglasses, looking like a hermit. He took the two of them directly to the door of the toilet and told them to wait patiently. He went straight in and looked inside the toilet. There were no zombies. It seemed that the zombies were not used to the smell. He gave the two of them an okay gesture and led them into the bathroom, cautiously closing the door. Brother, we are hungry every day, how can we have the right to go to the toilet? I haven't eaten anything, why would I go to the toilet? The two looked at themselves in the bathroom mirror, looking haggard and withered, and their former vitality was gone forever. Brother, what are you doing? Xiao Wei suddenly saw Li Xiaofeng locking the toilet door, and he came up and put his arms around his neck. What made him tremble even more was that Li Xiaofeng's head moved closer. A sudden chill came over me. Is this person a pervert? Aji also saw Li Xiaofeng's behavior, but did not stop him. Instead, he shuddered. Is it so exciting? Ah. Xiao Wei was about to push him away when suddenly a sharp pain came from his neck and blood spurted out. Li Xiaofeng actually lifted up his mask, revealing his fangs, and one could even see blood around his mouth. Xiao Wei covered his neck with his hands, extreme fear appeared in his eyes. He never expected that this was actually a zombie. Zombies whose behavior patterns are almost similar to humans. Aji also looked panicked and cried out in fear, but no one outside would come to rescue him. Li Xiaofeng left Xiao Wei behind and slowly walked towards Aji. Scream. No one will pay attention to you even if you scream your throat out. Broken throat. Ding. The host successfully infected one person, evolution value plus 10. The evolution value has reached 150 out of 400. According to his estimation, if he infects hundreds of people in the activity center, he will directly advance to a 6th level ordinary zombie. Li Xiaofeng adjusted his hairstyle and felt more and more elegant. I should get a folding fan to match my outstanding temperament. Li Xiaofeng walked around with a reckless pace, thinking about his next move. Isn't it a bit too obvious to go back now? I lost the person in less than an hour. It's hard to explain. Suddenly, he twitched his nose slightly and raised his head to look at the building in front of him. The school's sacred library. He smelled the scent of books, the scent of fresh flesh and blood. Li Xiaofeng walked towards the library. Since I can't go back now anyway, I might as well take this opportunity to infect the survivors in other parts of the school and make some extra money. The ocean of knowledge, let me wander in it to my heart's content. Li Xiaofeng was shocked when he entered the library. The library is indeed different, it is beautifully decorated and has a sacred and solemn atmosphere. Many zombies were wandering around the bookshelves, like college students in peacetime. But unfortunately the style of painting is completely different from before. Hey! That zombie, stop chewing on the bookshelf. Show your qualities. Li Xiaofeng raised his right hand with a stern expression. As a new race, how could they have no manners at all? There is a barrier at the entrance of the library, just like the subway, and you need to swipe your student card to pass through. But how could this stop Li Xiaofeng? He pushed himself forward with his left hand and took a step with his right foot, just like jumping over the hurdles in a peacetime movie. The movements are smooth and graceful, extremely elegant. Bang. Click. Time seems to have stopped at this moment. Li Xiaofeng put his hands on the ground, stood up calmly, and patted the dust on his leather jacket. It was as if nothing had happened. My nose twitched slightly, I checked around the first floor, and then decisively went upstairs to continue searching. Li Xiaofeng trembled, wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth, and slowly pulled out the toy sword from his back. For a moment, he was filled with murderous aura, and he could only feel the dust flying around him, and his aura was extremely powerful. Like an ancient swordsman, he slowly walked to the women's room. Zhang Zidan's face was pale at this time, and his petite body was trembling, which made people feel pity for him. As a student in her class, she studies in the library even on weekends. She was still swimming in the ocean of knowledge. But after a burst of strong light, the bloody sun was hanging high in the sky. Without any preparation or worry, the end of the world came. Fortunately, even though she is a genius student, she also likes to bring snacks to the library, and there are very few people there on weekends anyway. After all, this is one of her hobbies, but she didn't expect that this hobby would save her. She saw with her own eyes that a male academic master not far away suddenly fell to the ground, his legs twitching frequently, and many stools were kicked over. I thought that he learned dancing while taking advantage of his spare time from studying just to attract my attention. But when she saw the male academic master stand up, she was suddenly startled. The other person's zombie appearance made her run directly to the last cubicle in the women's restroom, and she dared not come out again. Time passed slowly, and she thought someone would come to the rescue. After all, tomorrow was Monday, and there would always be students coming to the library. But she was disappointed. The roaring like wild beasts outside made her gradually despair. She saw the bloody sun through the window and also saw the alumni wandering around the campus. The world has changed. Fortunately, Zhang Xuechen had enough snacks to last her for a while, and the toilet could still flush. The 10th day of the end. Zhang Zidan was completely desperate. Nothing had changed except for less and less food. Deng deng. There was a slight sound of footsteps, accompanied by the sound of something rubbing against the ground. Li Xiaofeng's nose twitched slightly, his toy sword dragging on the ground, and he went straight to the last cubicle of the toilet. Bang bang bang. There was a gentle knock on the door. Zhang Xuechen was startled, but she forced herself not to make a sound. There was still a knock on the door, but no one spoke. This strange situation made her a little frightened. But the knocking continued. She finally couldn't help it anymore and said softly, "Did someone come to save me?" Li Xiaofeng looked at the toilet door and realized that he probably couldn't get in, especially since he had fallen at the door just now. There is a relatively large gap under the toilet door. In times of peace. Out of a sudden thought, he once lowered his head in the toilet to see the buddy next door. But that was the most embarrassing look in Li Xiaofeng's life. The past is too painful to look back on. Li Xiaofeng gathered his thoughts, put his gloved right hand into the toilet door, and made an "okay" gesture towards the inside. The other party should be able to understand. Although Zhang Xuechen was excited, he still did not lose his mind. When the apocalypse comes, zombies will always be zombies, but people may not be people. Can you say a word? Do you have ID? Li Xiaofeng suddenly froze, unable to turn his head. Documents. Is it legal to infect humans? There's Northwest Place to drive here. He knew that the other party was very vigilant and might not open the door so easily. Turning around and leaving, he had to find something to prove his identity. I thought it would be easy to find some paper and pen in the library, but after going around in circles I discovered a fact. There were only mobile phones on the table, and no one brought a pen. The ocean of knowledge has been polluted by you. He picked up a cell phone and pressed a button at random. The phone screen actually lit up. It's the 10th day of Doomsday. Can a mobile phone last for 10 days? I found that the logo on the phone is a plump pear. A knockoff phone. Really cool. When I opened it, I found that there was no password set. I could use it directly. There was no paper and pen, but it still worked. He opened the tab, ready to type in some information for the survivors in the bathroom. But the information on it stunned him. From 8 a.m. to 11 a.m., play King of Glory. From 2 to 5 p.m., play The League. From 6 to 10 p.m., play PUBG. From 10 to 11 p.m., study. What a fulfilling and happy day. Li Xiaofeng decisively deleted the original message. If others saw him, they would think he was not a real zombie. Hello, I'm here to save you. He handed the phone into the toilet and started his seduction plan. After a while, the phone was thrown out. Li Xiaofeng was stunned. Is he so cautious? As expected of a top student. She saw through his plan in an instant. Originally, he wanted to take advantage of the other person's hand to stretch out his hand, squat down and bite him. Anyway, biting the neck and biting the hand can cause infection. Are you a student of the school? Why don't you speak? 10 minutes have passed. Zhang Zuden began to regret a little. Could it be that he was too cautious and the other party just left impatiently? Although I'm handsome, I'm mute. I came here from the school activity center to save you. Li Xiaofeng handed it in with his left hand. At this time, his right hand kept twitching like a chicken claw. Zombie typing is such a torture. Zhang Xuechen looked at the words on the phone and felt slightly relaxed. Although he is a narcissist, he is not a bad person. Crunch. As soon as the toilet door opened, Zhang Xuechen froze on the spot. I saw a man squatting on the ground wearing sunglasses, a mask, a leather jacket, and a toy sword on the ground. The strangest thing was that his right hand was twitching and shaking. Do you have Parkinson's disease? Zhang Zuden also squatted down and looked at his right hand, a little worried. Parkinson. If it weren't for typing on my phone, would I be like this? Li Xiaofeng saw the opponent's delicate face close at hand, let out a weird roar, and rushed towards him. Pervert. Hooligan. Call it. Call it. Li Xiaofeng let out an inhuman roar, and finally took off the mask with his trembling right hand. He was so excited that he bit it directly. Ah! Severe pain hit her, and she seemed to react. Wasn't the other party a gangster? She finally saw Li Xiaofeng's appearance. Although he was still wearing sunglasses, the corners of his mouth were full of blood and he kept roaring. Zombies. Zhang Zuden didn't have time to think about it, and his consciousness gradually became blurred. She said slowly before falling completely. You lied to me, you are not handsome at all. When Li Xiaofeng heard the other party's last words, his elegant movements of standing up suddenly stopped. His whole body suddenly froze, only his right hand continued to twitch. Am I not handsome? Li Xiaofeng fell into thinker mode, as if he had encountered a problem in the world and finally figured it out completely. What a terrifying zombie virus. She started talking nonsense so quickly. He put the toy sword on his back, shook his twitching right hand, and left the ladies' room. There were 5 floors in the library, and he continued to patrol upwards, but there were no more survivors. Before leaving, he picked up a book and prepared to give it back to the people at the activity center. Because books are the real spiritual food. Although the title of the book is Postpartum Care for Sows. At the student activity center, everyone was looking forward to the knock on the door. Whether the 3 can bring back food is closely related to their lives. Chen Qinsho also stopped at the door and no longer had the heart to give a speech. Suddenly, he saw a figure walking towards him from a distance, and the toy sword on the other person's back made him recognize the person's identity instantly. That new student. But why is he the only one back now? Chen Qinsho felt something was wrong. Where are Xiaowei and Aji? Everyone seemed to realize something, some were numb, some were sad. Li Xiaofeng grabbed his head with both hands, took off his backpack, and squatted in the corner, looking heartbroken. Chen Qinsho looked a little embarrassed. He didn't expect the other party to ignore him. Is there anything in your backpack? A hint of excitement flashed across Chen Qinsho's eyes. As long as there was something to gain, it would be fine. It doesn't matter if people are gone, one less mouth to feed can also reduce food consumption. When he saw the book in the backpack, his expression suddenly froze. I asked you to go out and find food, but you ended up bringing back a book. Or postpartum care for sows. Chen Qinsho had a gloomy expression and glanced at Li Xiaofeng several times, but the other party was wearing sunglasses and ignored him. 5 of us will go out to find food tomorrow. The new student, since you didn't gain anything today, you have to go tomorrow too. After saying that, he threw the book directly to the ground and went into his small room without looking back. Li Xiaofeng's body trembled, and he was overjoyed when he heard that. What a good leader. Li Xiaofeng started his hunting journey from then on, and the evolution process was much easier than that of other zombies. 5 days passed quickly, and it was the third weekend of the doomsday outbreak. Li Xiaofeng was extremely excited, thanks to Chen Qinshou's kind cooperation. His evolution value has reached 390/400. A total of 23 people were newly infected. 16 of them had gone out with him to look for food, and were led into the evil toilet by him. The remaining 7 were survivors found in various places in the school, and were seduced out by his superb acting skills. Li Xiaofeng sat on the playground, a cigarette in his mouth, looking at the blood-red sun in the sky, feeling a little excited. I will be able to successfully be promoted to a 5th-level ordinary zombie tomorrow. The time soon came to 12 o'clock in the morning. A new week has arrived. The bloody sun in the sky emitted red light again, shining on every zombie. Suddenly, wild roars came one after another, echoing throughout the entire campus, which was extremely terrifying. His body was also filled with red light. He was secretly pleased with himself. Fortunately, he was smart enough not to go back to the activity center. Otherwise, everyone was normal, but he was the only one surrounded by red light, no different from the zombies outside. Wouldn't the situation be embarrassing? Li Xiaofeng looked at the strange behaviors of the zombies around him with his scarlet and indifferent eyes. Has it evolved again? The red light only lasted for a few minutes and soon dissipated. But the basic strength of all zombies has been improved to a certain extent. They all successfully evolved into 3rd-level ordinary zombies. Isn't this a little too easy? System. Will the zombies evolve every week? Ding. The energy of Bloody Day can only allow zombies to advance to level 5 ordinary zombies. If they want to advance again, they can only devour mutant beasts or infect humans. That's good. Don't work yourself to death and end up being the last one among the zombies. What's the point of having intelligence alone? Ding. The new weekly task has been opened, please pay attention to the host to check. Weekly quest, Road to Advancement, successfully evolve into an elite zombie. Mission brief, in the Doomsday world, the glory of the bloody sun makes every zombie evolve. As the only zombie with intelligence, how can you be caught up by them? Work hard to evolve. Become the king of the zombie clan. Mission difficulty, 3 stars. Mission time, within 7 days. Mission reward, a random rare talent. Li Xiaofeng was a little stunned. Elite zombies. Ding. Ordinary zombies are at most level 5. If they advance again, they will become elite zombies. Their basic strength will be greatly improved, and they will randomly comprehend a skill. No wonder Bloody Sun's energy can only improve ordinary zombies to level 5 at most. If it goes one step further, it will become an elite level zombie. By that time, the zombie's strength will probably be greatly improved, and they won't be like there now, where they can't even catch up with ordinary people. Thanks to Li Xiaofeng's unremitting efforts, the number of college students in the activity center has been reduced from 108 to 90. Everyone had trouble falling asleep tonight, even Chen Qinshou was a little worried. The roars of the zombies outside were extremely creepy, and having experienced it once, they knew what it meant. Damn Doomsday. Chen Qinshou was smoking a cigarette, which was an absolute luxury in Doomsday. He usually couldn't bear to smoke it. His face was gloomy at the moment. None of the 5 people who went out to look for food today came back. There were 6 days in total, and only 1 day did all the members return. On the other 4 days, only Li Xiaofeng came back. Today, even Li Xiaofeng did not come back. What he didn't know was that Li Xiaofeng had deliberately let them go that day just to avoid arousing suspicion. Chen Qinshou had never doubted him. After all, there was no conflict of interest between them. Everyone squatted on the ground and trembled. The zombies' night of carnival brought deeper despair to mankind. The night passed quickly. Everyone was in an extremely depressed mood and kept silent. Food was becoming less and less, and the fear of death was gradually approaching. 5 people will go out to look for food again today. Originally they went out to look for food every 2 days, but now they have to go out every day. The 5 people came to the door with gray and numb faces and backpacks on their backs. Just then someone knocked on the door. Li Xiaofeng came to the activity center from the playground early in the morning. Fortunately, he arrived in time, otherwise it would be bad if the 5 people were allowed to go out and get infected. There was a hint of joy in Chen Qinshou's eyes. He hurriedly opened the door, but his eyes kept looking at Li Xiaofeng's backpack. Although he often came back alone, there was always food in his backpack. It can be said that everyone's ability to survive for many days is inseparable from Li Xiaofeng. He has gradually established a certain reputation among the students. "You're back." Chen Qinshou had a smile on his face. He was already used to the mute in front of him. "As long as we can bring back food, nothing else matters." He took off Li Xiaofeng's backpack affectionately as if to express his condolences. When I opened it, I saw a big bag full of food. Mineral water, potato chips, compressed biscuits. "Classmate, you've worked hard these past few days. You don't have to go out today." Li Xiaofeng was stunned. What's the point of working so hard when you can get evolution points? He shook his head hurriedly, looking like he would be angry with anyone who didn't let him go. "Classmate, please stay here today. We are all very grateful to you." A female classmate stood up with tears in her eyes. "Yes. Yes. We are all very grateful to you." Everyone stood up, their dirty faces filled with emotion. Li Xiaofeng deserves everyone's respect for being able to have such awareness in the doomsday. Li Xiaofeng also didn't expect that he had gained such a reputation without realizing it. He stretched out his hands, shaking them slightly, signaling everyone to be quiet. The pair of eyes behind the sunglasses looked at everyone, and finally shook his head slowly. I put on my backpack and resolutely left the activity center with 5 classmates. All that was left for everyone was a tall and resolute back. Everyone felt a tremor in their hearts when they were glanced at by Li Xiaofeng's eyes. But they were so moved by the other party's behavior that they ignored this strange feeling. This is a true hero. Heroes go unsung. Chen Qinshou also spoke with excitement, but there was an imperceptible gloom in his eyes. It is not good for his rule that a student has such a reputation. I must find a chance to get rid of him, otherwise he will soon take my place. Li Xiaofeng was completely unaware and didn't care at all. Isn't plotting against a zombie an act of seeking death? There was a glimmer of light in the eyes of the 5 people who were traveling with him. Looking at this righteous student, they felt a glimmer of hope in their hearts. Half an hour later, the 6 people had gathered in the toilet. The 5 people were shocked, looking at the food in the toilet with disbelief in their eyes. Is there really food in the toilet? I'm not dreaming, am I? Li Xiaofeng silently fell behind the crowd and closed the toilet door with great skill. I moved this from the supermarket with great effort, so of course I'm not dreaming. In order to lure everyone, they did this on purpose, and the effect was surprisingly good, and all the students were fooled. A few minutes later, several zombies wandering near the toilet were attracted by the human smell and kept scratching the door. Bang! Li Xiaofeng opened the door from the inside and drove out the 5 new zombies. He twisted his body slightly and felt himself becoming stronger. Ding! The host successfully infected 1 person, evolution value +10. Ding! The host successfully infected 1 person, evolution value +10. Ding! The host's advancement value has reached 400 to 400, meeting the advancement conditions. Host begins to advance. Host's advancement is complete. Current level, level 5 ordinary zombie. Host strength is enhanced, speed is slightly enhanced, vision and hearing are slightly enhanced, and body flexibility is enhanced. Ding! The host has been promoted to a 5th level ordinary zombie. The system has enabled a new function, backpack. You can transfer items to the system's exclusive backpack. The current number of backpacks, 6. Li Xiaofeng was delighted that the system actually had a backpack function. You can get your old God of War suit back. Down jacket, plastic bag, the tall, rich and handsome man among the zombies. Frying pan, pink cape, looking super cool walking on the street. Li Xiaofeng's evolution value panel has also reached 4,500. He is still 460 points away from becoming the next elite zombie. The college students at the activity center are more than enough for him to evolve. The weekly mission only lasts for 7 days, and the rare talent must be obtained. Judging from the daily infection progress, it is difficult to infect everyone. We have to think of other ways. A zombie sat on the playground, wearing sunglasses, lighting a cigarette, and lost in thought. An hour later, Li Xiaofeng screamed and suddenly stood up, thinking of a perfect plan. Without looking for other survivors, he went straight back to the student activity center. Chen Qinshuo's face became extremely gloomy when he saw that they had lost 5 more people and had not brought back any food. Li Xiaofeng looked lifeless and even hit his head with his hands. I hate myself for being useless. He dropped his empty backpack and walked straight to a wall. Bang. Li Xiaofeng began to bang his head repeatedly, looking like he was in a state of collapse and guilt. This look made everyone look stunned. This awareness is a bit too high. It's hard for anyone to say any words of blame. Can't you see how he looks like? Classmate, it's okay, don't blame yourself. Yeah, you've been out there risking your life for so many days, it's not your fault that you didn't find any food. Although everyone was disappointed, they all stood up to comfort Li Xiaofeng. Hearing the sound of the hammer hitting the wall, even they felt a pain. It is so rare to have such qualities in the last days. Li Xiaofeng grabbed his head with both hands and slowly stopped. Seeing the touching look in everyone's eyes, some girls even cried out loud. He walked to the corner dejectedly, his whole body twitching continuously, which made people feel even more distressed. Li Xiaofeng was delighted, it seemed that he could carry out his plan tomorrow. The next day arrived quickly, which was the 17th day of the doomsday outbreak. Everyone lived in hunger for another day. Li Xiaofeng also took the initiative to take the lead and left the place with 5 people. Looking at his departing back, everyone shed tears. When Chen Qinshuo saw this scene, his desire to frame Li Xiaofeng became even stronger. How can you win people's hearts like this? 3 hours later. Li Xiaofeng walked into a supermarket alone. The 5 people who were traveling with him had already become his 50 points of evolution value. This supermarket is well stocked with supplies, but there are too many zombies outside, and no survivors dare to come here. He kept moving out various supplies. There was an electric tricycle parked outside. Soon, the tricycle was filled with various supplies, large amounts of drinking water and food. He also took more than 100 paper cups. After searching everywhere, he finally took away 3 lollipops. Li Xiaofeng opened all the drinking water and soaked his bloody fingers in them. The drinking water looked cloudy for a moment, but it was quickly diluted and its color became so light that it was difficult to see under the red light. Have a good meal and hit the road. Li Xiaofeng secretly sighed at his own extraordinary intelligence, as he actually came up with such a brilliant plan of poisoning. Mortals, get ready to accept the punishment from the Zombie King. Li Xiaofeng pulled out a toy sword with his right hand, pointed it at the bloody sun in the sky, and let out a creepy roar, which was extremely evil. Bang! The electric tricycle hit the tree directly. He leaned forward and hit his head on the front of the car. Chen Qinshuo is still planning his own plan at the activity center. He decided to let a few of his confidants follow Li Xiaofeng out tomorrow, and then he could blame everything on the zombies. Dee. A horn sounded suddenly interrupted his thoughts, followed by the exclamations of many students. So much food. How did you do that? Hero. You are my second parent, my elder brother. Chen Qinshuo's expression changed. He walked out of the small room and saw Li Xiaofeng, who was wearing a leather jacket, driving an electric tricycle back. Are you so cool in the end times? Aren't you afraid of being infected by zombies? But he soon stopped worrying about this problem because there was a lot of food and water in the car. Many students are no longer depressed, food has brought them new hope. Chen Qinshuo's eyes were filled with intense joy as he hurried forward, calling out to everyone. From now on, all this food will belong to him. Quick! Come and help our hero and move all the stuff in. Dozens of students suddenly had inexplicable strength and brought in a large amount of food and water, a whole truck of food. This is the first time that everyone has been so happy since the doomsday broke out. Because they were worried about zombies coming, everyone worked quickly and moved everything into the room in a short time. Everyone has worked hard. Everyone will get a piece of bread today. Chen Qinshuo smiled and asked Zhang Xingming to distribute a small piece of bread to everyone. Everyone had tears in their eyes, and their gratitude towards Li Xiaofeng grew stronger. It's time. Li Xiaofeng walked to the front of the crowd, adjusted his sunglasses, and tossed his hair with his hands. Turn on the protagonist halo. Ding. Activation successful. He held out his hands, signaling for everyone to be quiet. In an instant, the entire activity center fell silent. Everyone looked forward, and for no reason they felt that Li Xiaofeng was emitting an impressive aura. Everyone's face was excited, and some people even couldn't help but shout out loud. People like this are our real leaders. Brother. I, Xiaolong, will follow you from now on. So do I, Xiaodong. Xiaochang also follows Ma's lead. Everyone suddenly got so much food, and with Li Xiaofeng's aura as the protagonist, they were all infected by the atmosphere at this moment. Everyone was moved and looked at Li Xiaofeng with tears in their eyes. Chen Qinshou's face was gloomy. He didn't expect that the accident would happen so quickly. But his expression was still gentle, and no one could tell anything was wrong. Li Xiaofeng himself didn't expect it to be so smooth. He was so excited that his whole body trembled. With trembling hands, he took out paper cups, distributed them to everyone present, and poured in the drinking water he had brought back. Everyone was shaking and holding his hand tightly. This scene is so rare that it will go down in history. When they shook hands, although they were wearing gloves, they felt genuine warmth and security. Soon, people realized Li Xiaofeng's intention and picked up paper cups and poured drinking water into them. No one drank first, everyone waited quietly for Li Xiaofeng's next move. Chen Qinshou also appeared gentle on the surface, holding a paper cup, but hatred flashed across his eyes from time to time. When Li Xiaofeng saw that everyone was holding a paper cup, he became even more excited and his body began to tremble. Hundreds of evolution points, here I come. He took out a small piece of bread, put 3 lollipops on it, and lit the candy wrappers with a lighter. Looking at the 3 burning lollipops, I felt a complete sense of ritual. Everyone's expression was moved. Are you going to become sworn brothers with all of them? Li Xiaofeng slowly scanned everyone's face, his expression looking solemn and dignified. He raised the paper cup in his hand high, and everyone responded by raising their paper cups high as well. Li Xiaofeng drank it all in one gulp. Drink. Show the empty paper cup to everyone. Everyone drank it all in one gulp, and unexpectedly felt the righteousness of ancient times in this end time. From now on, our generations will be arranged from front to back, from left to right. Zhang Xingming said excitedly, even he was deeply immersed in this atmosphere. Second brother, third brother. Fourth brother, fifth brother. 32nd brother, 79th brother. Li Xiaofeng looked at the touching scene in front of him, his body trembling. He took off his sunglasses, revealing his scarlet eyes. Brother. Your eyes are red, stop crying. Yeah, big brother, your eyes are abnormally red. Everyone looked into his eyes and offered comfort. The corners of Li Xiaofeng's mouth twitched slightly, and his scarlet eyes looked at everyone. There were no traces of tears in his eyes, only wild indifference. Brother's eyes seem a little weird. How do I feel? How do I feel? With the zombies outside. Exactly the same. Everyone felt something was wrong and woke up in shock. Extreme fear began to spread slowly. Countless paper cups fell to the ground and everyone felt unbelievable. Roar. Li Xiaofeng roared, his heart filled with excitement. Struggle in the abyss of blood and darkness. Suffer, in the hell of hatred and resentment. Ah. Screams of terror continued to be heard, even attracting the nearby zombies. But soon someone felt that their consciousness was gradually becoming blurred. We actually became sworn brothers with a zombie. This is the only thought on everyone's mind at the moment. It's like a drama, but it ends in tragedy. Chen Qinshou was extremely terrified at this moment. No matter how much he planned, he could never have expected that Li Xiaofeng would be a zombie. He now understood why all those who had searched for food with Li Xiaofeng were gone. Isn't this just suicide? His consciousness also began to blur. Although he only drank one sip, he was still infected. Li Xiaofeng ignored the panicked crowd and looked at the 3 burning lollipops in front of him. The first sworn brotherhood in his life gave him such a big surprise. Ding. The host successfully infected one person, and the evolution value increased by 10. Ding. The host successfully infected one person, and the evolution value increased by 10. Ding. The host successfully infected one person, and the evolution value increased by 10. Roar. What a great harvest! Li Xiaofeng screamed and listened to the electronic sound ringing in his head. The cold electronic sound made him feel extremely familiar at this moment. After lurking for many days, I finally got my reward. Ding. The host's advancement value has reached 500/500, meeting the advancement conditions. Host begins to advance. Host's advancement is complete. Current level, first level elite zombie. Host's strength, speed, vision, hearing, etc. are all enhanced. Li Xiaofeng clenched his fists, feeling extremely happy. He now felt that his speed, strength, and flexibility far surpassed those of humans. Not to mention the silver medal in the senior group, he can easily win the gold medal even in humanity's top sports event. An unprecedented powerful feeling arises spontaneously. Some students began to lose consciousness and their hatred for Li Xiaofeng was so strong that they rushed forward. Li Xiaofeng stretched out his right hand slightly and directly pinched the student's neck, looking at him coldly with his scarlet eyes. Bang. He just swung them in casually, and he flew several meters away, knocking down several students. This kind of powerful force has never been seen before. There is a huge gap between elite zombies and ordinary zombies. But the surprises are not over yet, the cold electronic sound continues to ring. Ding. The host has completed the daily task, and the road to advancement, successfully evolved into an elite zombie. Rewards are being distributed. Reward lock. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the rare talent, Domination. Command, upgradable as the Zombie King, you can command 2 zombies of the same level. You will get a derivative skill, Will Transfer. Will Transfer, you can choose to transfer your will to the zombies you control, thereby manipulating them. Note 1, please protect your body. Note 2, the zombies you control will still be able to use some of the system's functions as well as some of their own talents and skills. Note 3, 25% of the evolutionary value gained by the zombies you command belongs to you. Li Xiaofeng was stunned for a moment, then he was ecstatic in an instant. I thought it was just a simple command of zombies, but I didn't expect it could actually transfer their will. More importantly, he can still use some of the system's functions and his own talents, which means he has 2 more powerful clones. As long as he hides his real body in a safe place and uses his clone to fight, there is nothing to be afraid of. And the word upgradable is added at the end. This is the real life-saving skill. I really like it. Li Xiaofeng screamed loudly. As the king of zombies, he could not personally participate in anything risky. Gaining evolution points even when lying down, this is the true kingly style. Ding. The host is promoted to an elite zombie, and randomly learns a skill, Hardened Skin. Hardened Skin, your skin can instantly become as hard as iron, weakening or even making you immune to all kinds of attacks. Note, your speed will be affected after activating the skill. Ding. The host has completed a random task, Efficiency is contagious. Rewards are being distributed. Reward locked. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Eye of Insight. Ding. Eye of Insight, an information panel that allows you to see every creature. The greater the difference in strength between the two, the more detailed the information. The random mission perfection rate has reached 80%, and the rewards have increased. The range of the Eye of Insight has been greatly increased. The random mission has reached 100% perfection, and the rewards have increased. The Eye of Insight ignores any obstacles between the two. 2 more skills were added, and both were extremely practical, making his careful planning worthwhile. Li Xiaofeng's panel became as follows. Host, Li Xiaofeng. Level, first level elite zombie. Evolution value, 390/2000. Talents, nerve breakdown, viral infection, bloody evolution, domination, passerby halo, protagonist halo. Skills, Eye of Insight, enhanced, hardened skin. Comment, this is a rare elite zombie. Its evolution speed has far surpassed that of other zombies, and it can even compete with powerful mutant beasts. The evolution value required for elite zombies to evolve has been greatly increased, but their infection efficiency has also been greatly improved, and they can even hunt powerful mutant beasts. At that time, a big white dog could provide him with 200 points of evolution value. The future is indeed promising. Li Xiaofeng looked at the bloody sun, feeling a kind of loneliness that was unmatched in the world. Not only did he gain a rare talent, but he also gained 2 skills, plus enhanced basic strength. Is this what it feels like to be strong? He punched the door of the activity center directly. Bang. Looking at the motionless door, he put on his sunglasses, calmly opened the door lock, and walked out. Come on. No wonder these people were able to stay safe in there for so long. Li Xiaofeng first went to find his old god of war suit. Red down jacket, pink curtains, black plastic bag, white gloves for moving bricks, black frying pan. After counting everything, he put them all directly into the system backpack without missing a single item, and it only took up 1 slot. When he passed by the boys' dormitory, he was ready to infect the 2 students who thought he was a pervert. As soon as he stepped onto the 2nd floor of the dormitory, Li Xiaofeng's body trembled and he was overwhelmed by an unprecedented sense of excitement. His eyes became increasingly scarlet, filled with greed and fanaticism. Mutant beast. As his strength increased, the system lifted its original suppression, allowing him to also feel the more advanced viruses in the mutant beast's body. Li Xiaofeng did not act rashly and just raised his head. Eyes of insight. In an instant, Li Xiaofeng's vision became completely dark. But as his gaze moved, a red shadow suddenly appeared, shaped like a mouse. The enhanced Eye of Insight has a greatly increased range of use and can ignore obstructions. It can be said to be a magical skill that can easily seize the initiative. Name: Mutant Mouse. Level: Level 1, strength is equivalent to that of a Level 1 elite zombie. Talent: Evil Evolution. Skill: Bite Swiftness. Li Xiaofeng stood still. No wonder the mutant beasts he encountered before were so perverted. They all started out as elite zombies. There are actually 2 skills, both should be combat-related. But what made Li Xiaofeng stand still was the talent of the mutant mouse. Only 1 evil evolution. And unlike the bloody evolution of zombies, there is no talent for viral infection. Aren't the viruses in both of them the same? Or does it mean that different hosts lead to different evolutionary directions of the virus? At this moment, the mutant mouse seemed to become violent, constantly moving, trying to find the source of the smell that excited it. Discovered. The virus from the elite zombies in Li Xiaofeng's body also has a fatal attraction to it. Seeing that the situation was not good, he immediately left the boys' dormitory and prepared to make other plans. The talent for command has not been used yet, so let's control 2 zombies first. The opponent is at the same level as him in strength, so his chances of winning are greater if 3 against 1. Li Xiaofeng came to the playground and kept using the Eye of Insight, preparing to control 2 stronger zombies. Li Xiaofeng was a little disappointed by the identical panels. Name: Ordinary Zombie. Level: Level 3. Talent: Neural Collapse, Bloody Evolution, Virus Infection. Skills: None. At a glance, they were all ordinary 3rd-level zombies, which were really rotten fish and shrimp. Even if it's 3 against 1, they'll probably just be cannon fodder. It's too difficult to find high-level zombies now. His eyes turned and suddenly he saw 2 fat zombies. An idea came to his mind that maybe they could just restrain the rat's agility skill. Although strength cannot be relied upon, weight can still play a role. Ding! Successfully controlled a 3rd-level zombie. The zombie's level is too low, and it can only execute simple commands. The panels of the 2 zombies under his command did not change, but they also had an additional evolution value. They are 10/300 and 0/300 respectively. Ordinary zombies can also evolve by devouring mutant beasts and infecting humans. Both zombies should have completed their advancement through Bloody Day, and one of them successfully infected a person. Li Xiaofeng took 2 majestic fat zombies with him and prepared to look for suitable weapons first. But it was difficult to find them at the moment, so I just picked up 2 kitchen knives and put them in the system backpack. When he passed by the supermarket below the dormitory, he actually saw the mouse trap. In peacetime, there should be quite a few rats in the boys' dormitory. No wonder a mutant rat appeared. Li Xiaofeng tied the hands of the two fat zombies with mouse traps. Although the effect was minimal, it was good enough as long as it could play some role. 3 zombies entered the boys' dormitory, and the first floor remained the same as before. According to the guidance of the Eye of Insight, the mutant rat should be on the 5th floor. He stayed on the 1st floor and casually entered a dormitory, allowing the 2 fat zombies to continue walking upstairs. If he continued to go up, the mutant rat would inevitably riot, and he would join the battle when the fat zombie entangled it. For a person with such a nimble body, the distance to the 4th floor could be reached in the blink of an eye. Useful transfer. A strange feeling came over him, as if he had regained control of a body. His body was extremely stiff, nothing like his, and if he lowered his head slightly he could see a fat belly. He officially took over the fat zombie's body. Use the leadership talent. Ding. Talent is unavailable. As he expected, it seemed that the system prohibited him from nesting dolls. If there are no limits, as long as there is enough time, all zombies will be controlled by him, and at that time he will have billions of clones. Use hardened skin. Ding. Activation successful. The fat zombie's skin instantly became hard and its movement slowed down, as if it was wearing a heavy armor. When his will was transferred again, the zombie's hardened skin was still not removed. This made him overjoyed. This hardened skin was a bit abnormal. 2 fat zombies with hardened skin slowly moved forward. Use the Eye of Insight. Ding. Activation successful. A huge red shadow suddenly appeared at the end of the corridor. The 5th floor was already littered with corpses, with dozens of zombie remains lying here. Squeak. Countless large rats were gnawing at their corpses. Each mouse was about 3 meters long. Although they were not first-level mutant beasts, they had also become ferocious and bloodthirsty. The 2 fat zombies turned a blind eye and walked straight forward. The light here is dim, and the zombies' eyesight is already impaired, making it difficult for them to see clearly. But with the Eyes of Insight, the mutant rat had nowhere to hide, and in fact the other party didn't move at all. As the 2 got closer, Li Xiaofeng closed his Eye of Insight and saw the mutant beast in full view. This is a giant rat. Its head and body alone are more than 1 meter long. It is crouching there like a little monster. Its eyes were also scarlet, and its several-meter-long tail was swinging unconsciously. Looking at the 2 zombies in front of it, it was indifferent and didn't care about such low-level creatures at all. The 2 zombies continued to push forward. When the distance between the 2 reached a certain limit, the mutant rat suddenly attacked. It was impossible to catch it with the zombie's eyesight. A huge black shadow came and knocked a zombie to the ground. But what puzzled the mutant mouse was that its claws had lost their effect and did not rip it open. The other zombie was not idle either. With his hands tied with mouse traps, he grabbed the mouse's hind paws. The mutated rat became extremely violent and immediately activated its biting skill. The fat zombie who was knocked to the ground was instantly injured, but fortunately it was not fatal. The hardened skin effectively reduced the mutant rat's attacks on him. At the same time, Li Xiaofeng ordered the 2 zombies to entangle him tightly, and his will returned. With his nimble and agile body, he reached the 5th floor of the dormitory and ran towards the end of the corridor. In a short time, the fat zombie on the ground was seriously injured. Li Xiaofeng leaped up, raised the frying pan high, and hit the mutant rat's head directly. Bang! The pan was dented and completely scrapped. The mutant rats raised their heads at the same time and looked at Li Xiaofeng fiercely. The virus in the zombie's body was very tempting to them. Roar! The seriously injured zombie received the order and hugged the mouse's head tightly. Li Xiaofeng put away the scrapped frying pan, took out 2 sharp kitchen knives from the system backpack, and started chopping directly. The mutant rat wanted to dodge, so it activated its skill, swiftness, but the speed that it used to be proud of slowed down at this moment. Anyone would be affected by having 2 fat zombies hanging on their body. Li Xiaofeng waved his hands wildly, just like stomping on pork. Although he had no fighting skills, he also had a strong momentum. Laugh. The sharp machete slammed directly into the mutant mouse's body, and red blood spurted out and splashed onto Li Xiaofeng's face. But he didn't care and waved his hands faster and faster. Squeak! A sharp cry was heard. The mutant beast did not look like a zombie. Their nerves are still intact. The zombie virus only makes them stronger and more violent, without any other side effects. The severe pain made it go crazy in an instant. Squeak! Countless black rats swarmed over the 5th floor, determined to tear Li Xiaofeng and the others into pieces. Like a black wave, it completely occupied the entire corridor. This scene is enough to make anyone feel despair. But at this time, the power of hardened skin was revealed. It could weaken or even make it immune to various attacks. The attack power of the big black rats is no match for the mutant rats, no matter how many there are. To use the words of online games, ordinary mice cannot break through the defense at all. The mutated rat screamed miserably and bit the fat zombie beneath it madly. Even with the help of hardened skin, it could not resist. Finally, the fat zombie died gloriously. But there were already a lot of wounds on the mutant mouse's side, and blood was oozing out. A feeling of weakness came over him, and even with the agility skill activated, he could hardly display his full speed. Li Xiaofeng's kitchen knife was so hard that the blade was bent. This was much more difficult than chopping pork. The mutant mouse's defense was not outstanding. It turned its head to look at Li Xiaofeng and ignored the fat zombie on its hind paws. At this moment, it had become extremely crazy, its eyes were as red as blood, and it pounced directly towards Li Xiaofeng. You must kill the zombie holding the kitchen knife first. Turn on hardened skin. Li Xiaofeng was like wearing a layer of hard armor. Although his speed was affected, he had no intention of moving at all. At the same time, he took out a red motorcycle helmet from his backpack and put it directly on his head. Just be reckless and it will be over. He raised the kitchen knife high in both hands, roared, and kept chopping at the mutant rat in front of him. At the same time, the remaining fat zombie kept gnawing on the mouse's hind legs. Although the mutant rat is much stronger than the big white dog, it is still only a first-level mutant beast. The two sides were in a stalemate, but it was obvious that the mutant rats were running out of energy. Squeak! A desperate scream was heard, and the mutant rat died completely without a sound. Countless big black rats scattered in an instant, like the receding tide. Li Xiaofeng was just about to squat down and devour the flesh and blood of the mutant beast, which were all evolutionary values. A figure suddenly jumped out and pounced directly on the corpse of the mutant rat. Li Xiaofeng was stunned for a moment, then became furious. How dare someone plunder my achievements so blatantly? He kicked with his right foot, sending the figure flying and crashing into the wall. It turned out to be a zombie. He is so ungrateful that he dares to snatch food from a tiger's mouth. But soon, Li Xiaofeng was stunned. There were zombies on the 5th floor. This is the territory of mutant rats. Realizing that something was wrong, he immediately opened the Eye of Insight, and information from the zombies came. Ordinary zombies. Level, 4th level. Talents, neural collapse, bloody evolution, virus infection, camouflage. Skills, none. The zombie in front of him actually had an extra talent, and his level had reached level 4. Compared with other zombies, he was truly a strong one. Use talent, domination. Ding. Talent is cooling down. Li Xiaofeng asked the fat zombie to stand up and tied up the zombie. He squatted down and began to eat the mutant rat. A feeling of spiritual comfort came over him again, and Li Xiaofeng couldn't help but tremble. Ding. The host is devouring the flesh and blood of a first-level mutant beast, evolution value plus 10 inch. Ding. The host is devouring the flesh and blood of a first-level mutant beast, evolution value plus 10 inch. In the end, Li Xiaofeng successfully gained 200 points of evolution value. As he continued to devour the mutant rats, he no longer gained evolutionary value. Li Xiaofeng stood up directly, and with an idea, he let the fat zombie continue to devour. Ding. The zombies you command are devouring the flesh and blood of the first-level mutant beast. Evolution value plus 2.5 inch. Ding. The zombies you command are devouring the flesh and blood of the first-level mutant beast. Evolution value plus 2.5 inch. Li Xiaofeng was overjoyed. He now truly understood the abnormality of the talent for command. It's actually an experience accelerator. He gained 50 extra evolution points for no reason, which greatly accelerated his evolution speed. If there are 2 zombies under his command, he will have an extra 100 evolution points. It is the 19th day of the Doomsday outbreak. It is already early morning and there is still a red light outside. Li Xiaofeng's command talent can finally be used again after 24 hours. The faceplate of the 4th level zombie also appeared in his eyes. Name: Ordinary Zombie. Level: 4th level. Evolution value: 120/400. Talents: Neural Collapse, Bloody Evolution, Virus Infection, Camouflage. Skills: None. Note: this is a zombie that has developed intelligence. Camouflage, upgradable active use can make your breath hidden, blending in with the environment and difficult to be detected. Li Xiaofeng was stunned. This zombie's camouflage talent can actually be upgraded. More importantly, it actually developed intelligence. This was the first intelligent zombie Li Xiaofeng encountered. He immediately gave the order to dance. Go catch a mouse. Take off your clothes. In the end, Li Xiaofeng was sure that this kind of intelligence did not seem to be what he understood. Compared to the fat zombie, he can accept more complex commands, but they are also extremely limited. Besides his talent for camouflage, there is another reason why this 4th level zombie was able to survive on the 5th floor. That is, he did not actively attack the mutant mice, because he had the instinct to seek benefits and avoid harm. This is already stronger than countless zombies. The fact that he was able to advance to the 4th level also proved that he had infected dozens of people. This is a zombie with great potential. Since it is a 4th level zombie, he will be called Xiao Si. As for the 3rd level zombie, he will be called Xiao San. Li Xiaofeng ordered Xiao Si to devour the flesh and blood of the mutant rat, but there was no prompt sound as he had imagined. Leadership talent failed. Or did the virus in the mutant mice disappear? Li Xiaofeng threw the mutant rat's corpse downstairs, and the zombies passing by really ignored it. After the mutant beast dies, will the virus disappear within a short period of time? Li Xiaofeng kept thinking, as a zombie genius, this information must be collected. He walked out of the boys' dormitory with the 2 zombies, thinking about his next plan. His current evolution value has reached 640/2000. If he wants to advance again, he needs to hunt down 5 first-level mutant beasts or infect hundreds of people. But either condition is quite harsh. Mutant beasts are rare in number and extremely powerful, so the risks of hunting them are self-evident. As for humans, finding hundreds of them would also be a huge undertaking, unless a human gathering place could be found. Wanning City, where Li Xiaofeng lives, is just a small 18th-tier city in China, and it is difficult for a large number of humans to survive. Unless you go to a really big city. The end of the world came, and although it was extremely sudden, at least 80% of humanity fell in an instant. But Li Xiaofeng does not think that a virus outbreak can completely exterminate humanity. As long as they are given some time to develop, the situation will be stabilized soon. Now humans, mutants, and zombies seem to have their own advantages. Human wisdom, the number of zombies, the power of mutant beasts. Although humans are currently at a disadvantage and zombies and mutant beasts are at an advantage, the future is uncertain. When humans gain control of power, or when mutant beasts and zombies gain intelligence, the balance among the 3 parties will be overturned in an instant. Although Li Xiaofeng is a zombie, he is not blindly optimistic. Now zombies are besieging and infecting humans, but in the future humans may be the ones hunting zombies instead. The speed of transformation between hunter and prey sometimes exceeds your imagination. You must evolve as quickly as possible, because your own strength is the basis for survival in the apocalypse. If he could break through the elite zombies and become a higher-level being, he would have the capital to save his life even if humans reversed the situation. The terrifying number of zombies now buys him the best time. Li Xiaofeng took Xiaoxi and Xiaopeng away from the campus. He first dressed up the 2 zombies. 3 zombies wearing sunglasses, suits, and cigarettes in their mouths were strutting down the street. From a distance, they looked no different from humans. Li Xiaofeng plans to go to the city center first. It is the most prosperous area in the city and there should be many opportunities for evolution. 2 hours later, they arrived at an intersection, just 1 street away from the city center. This place was also quite prosperous in the past, and it is also one of the few places in Wanning City where traffic jams can occur. But now it is a desolate scene. The traffic lights have long stopped, the road guardrails are damaged, and blood is clotted on the white zebra crossing. Buzz buzz buzz. A strange sound was heard, and Li Xiaofeng's hearing was no longer what it used to be. He glanced sideways and was suddenly startled. The next moment, he turned around abruptly, and the three zombies fled away gracefully and hid in a street shop. Not far from the intersection, mutant beasts were fighting fiercely. On one side was a group of giant green mosquitoes flying in the air, and the strange sound was made by their flapping wings. The smallest green mosquito is 1 decimeter long, and the straw on its head is like an iron needle. If an ordinary human was pierced, his blood would probably be drained out in a short period of time. At this moment, there are 3 giant mosquitoes 1 meter long in front of the mosquito swarm, which must be the leaders of the mosquito swarm. Such a group of mutant beasts is enough to scare any creature. But at this time, the terrifying swarms of mosquitoes were constantly being killed, falling to the ground, and green blood sprayed in the air. There was only one mutant beast fighting with them, but it was several meters in size, like a monster in a movie. Li Xiaofeng recognized it instantly. It was the orange cat lying on the bus that day. At this time, its fur became more golden, and it looked more like a giant tiger. The sharp blades of its cat claws could easily rip open the giant mosquito. The situation was completely one-sided. Eyes of Insight. Name, mutated green mosquito. Order, First Order. Talent, Evil Evolution Flight. Skill, Blood-sucking. The 3 leaders in front of the mosquito swarm are all first-level mutant beasts, and they also have the talent of flying. Their strength is even greater than that of the mutant rat. But the information on the orange cat's panel shocked Li Xiaofeng greatly. Name, mutated orange cat. Order, Second Order. Talent, Evil Evolution, Sharp Nerves. Skills, Claws, Cutting, Shock, Extreme Rampage. This orange cat, which is only at the 2nd level, actually has 3 skills and 2 talents, and they all seem to be extremely powerful abilities. It seems that I won't be able to avenge the zombies that day in the short term. Although the orange cat was facing a swarm of mutated mosquitoes, it still appeared extremely calm and did not use its full strength at all. As if feeling impatient, the orange cat meowed slightly. Meow. Its sharp claws glowed faintly in an instant, and it moved at an incredibly fast speed, turning into afterimages all over the sky, covering the entire swarm of mosquitoes. Claw cutting. Countless green mosquitoes were killed instantly, green blood covered the ground, and corpses fell all over the place. Even one of the 3 mutated green mosquitoes in front died instantly, and the other 2 were also seriously injured, with their wings cut in half. Just one skill was enough to scatter the entire mosquito swarm, and the 2 leaders fled in panic, dragging their seriously injured bodies. The orange cat did not chase after it. It opened its huge mouth and swallowed the mutated green mosquito into its stomach. Meow. It let out a startling cry, and all the hair on its body turned golden. It looked incredibly powerful, as if it had completed an advanced stage. But in Li Xiaofeng's insightful eyes, the orange cat's level had reached level 3. This was definitely the strongest mutant beast he had ever seen. The orange cat ignored the 2 fleeing green mosquitoes. The first-level mutant beast had lost its appeal to it. It turned its head to look at the city center. Its huge body was extremely agile and it disappeared in a few leaps. After Li Xiaofeng confirmed that the orange cat had left, he walked out carefully. He was shocked when he saw the orange cat's advancement with his own eyes. He seemed to understand that evil had evolved. The virus in the mutant beast's body evolved not to infect, but to devour. The virus inside the zombie's body can evolve through both infection and devouring. It seems that the zombie virus is stronger, but we cannot judge without seeing the specific effects of the evil evolution. If they were to devour each other, Li Xiaofeng had a terrible idea in his mind. There are always only a few mutant beasts in the city, but what about in the deep mountains and forests? A large number of mutant beasts fought each other and evolved successfully. What level have the powerful mutant beasts reached now? Li Xiaofeng's body suddenly shook, and he thought of the vast ocean on the planet. It was a real mutant beast paradise, and the level to which the strongest mutant beast had evolved was beyond his imagination. Li Xiaofeng is now one of the fastest evolving zombies, but he is still only a first-level elite zombie. Even that big fat cat can easily kill him in seconds. He gradually gathered his thoughts. There was no point in thinking too much now. At least I have a system, which is unmatched by any other living thing. He looked at the two mutated green mosquitoes fleeing in the distance, his heart filled with greed. Their broken wings could no longer support them in flying, so they could only stagger in the air, and their speed was not very fast. Li Xiaofeng and the fat and thin zombies chased after him immediately. This opportunity to take advantage of the situation could not be missed. But the two ordinary zombies were too slow. Li Xiaofeng took the lead and burst out at an astonishing speed. Seeing that the orange cat did not catch up, the two mutated green mosquitoes slowed down and began to look for zombies wandering the streets. All the zombies nearby had been strangled to death before, but fortunately zombies can be found everywhere. Finally, I found a few wandering zombies and were about to use their blood-sucking skills. The two mutated green mosquitoes trembled, and a sense of excitement came over them. But this daily excitement made them feel fearful. A creature of the same level is coming. They turned around and saw a zombie in a suit holding two kitchen knives running towards them at high speed from dozens of meters behind them. He had to give up the chance to suck blood and continue flying in the air. Li Xiaofeng looked at the mutated green mosquitoes that were 3 or 4 meters above his head. He also had no choice but to stare blankly with two kitchen knives in his hands. The two sides seemed to be stuck in an awkward standoff. Li Xiaofeng was not in a hurry either. The two green mosquitoes were already seriously injured. Continuing the stalemate would only be good for him. Maybe he could even get 2 mutant beasts for free. Winning without fighting was his favorite thing. The two mutated green mosquitoes also realized the crisis and stared at Li Xiaofeng with their compound eyes. Buzz. The flapping sound of wings sounded again and rushed directly towards him. This was a fight between life and death. Well done. Li Xiaofeng was extremely excited. He tightly grasped the kitchen knife and chopped directly at their stomachs. At the same time, the hardened skin is turned on directly. The mutant green mosquito's straw lost its function and made a metallic clanging sound when it touched Li Xiaofeng's skin, and it was surprisingly difficult to pierce through. Li Xiaofeng was delighted, as the opponent was completely unable to break through his defense. Hiss! The kitchen knife cut directly into the soft belly of a green mosquito without any hindrance. Their defense is a level lower than that of mutant rats. Flying and blood-sucking are their advantages. The mutated green mosquitoes are very efficient in hunting the weak, but they are often no match for creatures of the same level. The injuries of a green mosquito became increasingly serious, and it even had difficulty flying, and eventually died. The other eye saw that its companion was gone so quickly, and hurriedly flapped its wings, trying to stay in the air again. But the fat and thin zombies finally ran over, and they both jumped and hugged the mutant green mosquito directly. The mutant green mosquito's body suddenly stagnated, and it fell instead of rising. A ferocious look flashed across its compound eyes, and its sharp straw pierced directly into the fat zombie. If I can't break the defense of the zombie of the same level, can I not kill this low-level zombie? Li Xiaofeng started transferring his will almost instantly, and hardened skin instantly appeared on the body of the fat zombie. The mutant green mosquito's attack failed again, and its blood-sucking skill was difficult to activate. In its simple mind, it could not understand why this low-level zombie had such a high defense. It turned around and attacked the other one, but the result left it in complete despair. It couldn't break through the defenses of 2 low-level zombies. Have the current low-level zombies evolved to this point? Li Xiaofeng walked over with a kitchen knife in his hand. Surrounded by the 3 zombies, he died instantly. Looking at the corpses of the 2 mutated green mosquitoes on the ground, Li Xiaofeng was extremely excited. He squatted down and started to devour them. Ding! The host is devouring the flesh and blood of a first-level mutant beast, evolution value plus 10 inch. Ding! The zombies you command are devouring the flesh and blood of the first-level mutant beast. Evolution value plus 2.5 inch. In a short period of time, his evolution value has increased by 600. The evolution value has reached 1240/2000, which is one step closer to the second-level zombie. What surprised him even more was that after the fat and thin zombies completed the devouring, they also completed the advancement and became 5th-level zombies and 4th-level zombies. Now fat and thin zombies can only perform auxiliary combat. But when they all evolve into elite zombies, it will play a huge role. As soon as Li Xiaofeng and the fat and thin zombies left this place, the ordinary zombies nearby quickly surrounded them, continuously devouring the corpses of mutated green mosquitoes to gain evolutionary value. Perhaps a few advanced zombies will appear. Li Xiaofeng gave up his plan to go to the city center. He saw with his own eyes that after the orange cat completed its advancement, it headed towards the city center in a very violent manner. There is only one reason that can make mutant beasts excited: creatures of the same level. There are also 3rd-level mutant beasts in the city center. This is Li Xiaofeng's guess, but it is very likely to be true. He couldn't even deal with the 2nd-level mutant beast, so going there rashly would be a simple act of suicide. He continued walking along this street. This place was not far from the city center, so there should be more 1st-level mutant beasts. It would be best if there were survivors. That would be true risk-free evolution. The 3 zombies no longer walked around in a swaggering manner, but looked back and forth, looking extremely wretched, fearing that a mutant beast would suddenly appear. The orange cat and the mutated green mosquitoes made him realize that the city center seemed to no longer be dominated by zombies. Just as the 3 zombies were passing by a shopping mall, a cold electronic voice suddenly rang in Li Xiaofeng's mind. Ding! Triggering a random task. Generating tasks. Ding! Random mission issued: the ant colony's destruction. Mission brief: there is an ant colony in the mall ahead. Although dangerous, it is also full of temptation. Isn't this the meaning of evolution? Difficulty: unknown. Mission time: none. Reward: the system has opened a new function. Li Xiaofeng was stunned. He didn't expect that there would be a task released and the reward would be a new feature of the system. The system's functions now include host information, tasks, and backpack. But both the mission and the backpack are of great use to him. Li Xiaofeng did not enter directly, but opened the Eye of Insight. He raised his head and kept shaking his vision, trying to lock onto the number of mutant beasts in the ant colony. Name: mutated queen ant. Order: 2nd order. Talent: energy devouring rapid reproduction. Skills: none. Li Xiaofeng was overjoyed. Although it was a 2nd-level mutant beast, the queen ant seemed to have no attack power. Even the virus only enhanced its reproductive ability. The vision turned again, trying to find other mutant ants. Ranking: mutated soldier ant. Order: 1st order. Talent: great strength. Skill: big jaw bite. In a short time, Li Xiaofeng confirmed the combat effectiveness of the ant colony, a 1st-level mutant beast plus a useless queen ant. A true treasure land of evolution. If he swallowed it, he would definitely be promoted directly to a 2nd-level elite zombie, and his strength would increase instantly. He hardened the skin of the fat and thin zombies and let them walk in front and go directly into the mall. According to the information fed back by his Eye of Insight, there were only 2 mutant ants, and both were on the 5th floor. He could have chosen to push up layer by layer. Hardened skin is a typical skill that bullies the weak and fears the strong. He couldn't even withstand a single claw from an orange cat, but he could easily deal with creatures that were even 1st-level mutant beasts. The mall is not big, with only 8 floors, and each floor sells different items. In the past, this place was bustling with people, but today the 1st floor is extremely empty. This place originally sold jewelry, but now all kinds of necklaces and rings were scattered all over the floor. The glass of the counter was broken, showing obvious signs of robbery. He didn't find anything unusual on the 1st floor and came to the elevator. But the power supply had been cut off, so we had to climb up slowly. When we reached the 2nd floor, we already saw traces of black ants. Fortunately, there were not many of them, only dozens of them moving back and forth. The black ants are about 2 decimeters long, and each one is holding a variety of food. Human arms, thighs, flesh and blood of mutant beasts, etc. were moved to higher places in the mall. Next to the black ant, there are 2 even bigger ants. They were about half a meter in size, their bodies were extremely developed, and they exuded a ferocious aura. Li Xiaofeng secretly guessed that the ones holding the food should be worker ants, and the ferocious ones next to them were soldier ants. The virus of his elite zombie instantly aroused the hostility of the two soldier ants. Two soldier ants came straight at him, their powerful mandibles trembling constantly. Li Xiaofeng's 3 corpses remained motionless, and he started fighting with the beast using his hardened skin. Its 2 soldier ants were killed in a short time. Its strength was at most that of an ordinary 5th-level zombie. The strength of his elite zombies is completely overwhelming, and this kind of fighting is what Li Xiaofeng is best at. The remaining worker ants all ran to the top of the shopping mall in panic. Li Xiaofeng was in high spirits at this moment. He walked directly in front of the fat and thin zombies and took the lead to go up to the 3rd floor. On the 3rd floor, dozens of soldier ants were already ready for battle. The 3 zombies were still extremely powerful and crushed the entire way. Thanks to the hardened skin, even the 4th-level fat zombie was not injured. An hour later, the 4th floor of the mall was littered with corpses and light yellow body fluids were constantly flowing. Finally we arrived at the 5th floor, where the 2 mutant ants were. As soon as Li Xiaofeng stepped onto the 5th floor, a huge black soldier ant was waiting for him. Its body size is twice that of ordinary soldier ants, reaching about 1 meter. The black crocodile kept opening and closing. It was a real 1st-level mutant beast. Li Xiaofeng suddenly took a step back and came behind the fat and thin zombies. "Come on, brother." 2 fat and thin zombies, covered with hardened skin, rushed forward bravely. Although the soldier ant was extremely strong, the 2 zombies held onto it tightly like a dogskin plaster. It couldn't kill them by hitting them, and couldn't get rid of them. These 2 ordinary zombies gave it a huge headache. At this time, Li Xiaofeng's kitchen knife had already chopped down fiercely. Although the blade was slightly curled, it could still cause damage to the mutant ants. The 2 sides fought back and forth and ended up in a protracted war. Li Xiaofeng has too few means of attack, but his defense is very strong. However, the kitchen knife can only break the defense. As long as there is time, it can be completely killed. Fat and thin zombies also kept biting the mutant soldier ants. A mutant beast was beaten to death by 3 zombies. However, the fat zombie was also seriously injured, with one of his arms broken and lying on the ground. Fortunately, zombies have strong vitality and they don't die. Li Xiaofeng did not choose to swallow it, but looked at a giant ant not far away. It is more than 2 meters long, and its belly is extremely huge, occupying most of its body. The giant ant was the mutant queen ant. Even when the crisis came, it was still slowly devouring the various foods around it. Li Xiaofeng couldn't help but admire its mentality. This extraordinary temperament of remaining calm in the face of danger was comparable to his. With just a few strokes of the sword, he completely killed the extremely weak 2nd-level mutant beast. Is this what it feels like to fight across levels? Li Xiaofeng's confidence soared instantly. Fighting across levels is a standard feature of a genius. Ding! The host is devouring the flesh and blood of a 1st-level mutant beast, evolution value plus 10 inch. Ding! The host is devouring the flesh and blood of the 2nd-level mutant beast, evolution value plus 20 inch. Ding! The zombies you command are devouring the flesh and blood of the 1st-level mutant beast. Evolution value plus 2.5 inch. Ding! The zombies you command are devouring the flesh and blood of the 2nd-level mutant beast. Evolution value plus 5 inch. Ding! The host's advancement value has reached 2000/2000, meeting the advancement conditions. Host begins to advance. Host's advancement is complete. Current level, Level 2 Elite Zombie. The host's strength, speed, vision, hearing and other comprehensive enhancements of the skill Hardened Skin have been enhanced. Ding! The host has mastered the skill, Heavy Attack and Kill. Heavy Blow. After active use, the host's strength is increased by 300%, and there is a certain chance of causing a heavy blow when attacking. Duration, 5 minutes. Cooldown time, 2 hours. Li Xiaofeng was delighted, he finally had a powerful attack skill. Show off for 5 minutes, cooldown for 2 hours. What's more important is that this skill is combined with will transfer. Fat and thin zombies can also pose a threat to 1st-level mutant beasts. Li Xiaofeng collected his thoughts and was slightly startled. Why wasn't there any message indicating that the task was completed? The queen ant is dead, but the ant colony is not destroyed yet. He raised his head and looked towards the 6th floor of the mall. Let the fat and thin zombies take the lead and go to the 6th floor. There were no mutated ants as imagined, but giant white eggs all over the ground. It turned out to be the ant colony's hatchery. Li Xiaofeng was about to kill it, but he saw that the fat and thin zombies were out of control and started to eat directly. Could it be a good thing? He ordered the 2 zombies to stand still. Don't you really know the rules and understand your own identity? Ding! The host devoured the mutant ant eggs, and its strength has been slightly enhanced. Ding! The host devoured the mutant ant eggs, and its strength has been slightly enhanced. Li Xiaofeng finally ate a small half of the ant eggs in the incubator, and the system prompt sound finally stopped. Letting the fat and thin zombies begin to devour, he exerted a little force, feeling his own surging strength. I estimated that my own strength had at least doubled, but I didn't expect that the mutant ant eggs had such benefits. With such terrifying power coupled with the ability to kill with heavy blows, I'm afraid most second-level mutant beasts are no match for him. When the 2 zombies had eaten all the ant eggs here, the system's prompt finally sounded. Ding! The host completes the random task, and the ant colony is destroyed. Rewards are being distributed. Ding! The system has activated a new function, gathering and crafting. Collection: the host can collect the bodies of dead mutant beasts and obtain materials at random. The rarity of the materials is related to the rank of the mutant beast. Crafting: through the synthesis of any materials, the system will create different equipment. Note: high-level mutant beast materials are best. Crafting equipment. This system is a bit too powerful, but I like it. Li Xiaofeng turned around and went downstairs. He came to the mutant queen ant and the soldier ants. Most of their flesh and blood had been devoured. Ding! Collection successful, the mandible of the mutant soldier ant was obtained. Ding! Collection successful, obtained the crystal core of the mutant ant queen. Li Xiaofeng didn't expect that he would actually collect the crystal core. Mutated soldier ant's upper jaw, the material of a first-level mutant beast, extremely hard, can be used to make weapons or armor. Crystal core, only creatures of level 2 and above can form it. It has a wide range of uses. Currently, it can be used as an auxiliary item for forging to enhance the forging effect. Li Xiaofeng was stunned. This crystal core could only be formed by a creature of at least the 2nd level. He has now been promoted to a 2nd-level elite zombie and has the same thing in his body. I touched my abdomen. Is it gallstones? After the system completes the collection, the materials are stored in a dedicated space. The materials do not take up any space in his backpack, which is quite user-friendly. His mind flashed, and in addition to the host information, tasks, and backpack, there was also an option of building. Ding! Host, please add materials. 3 large boxes appeared in his mind. The first 2 are empty, and the 3rd box is a plus symbol, indicating that multiple materials can be combined to create it. Above the large frame, there is a small frame specifically used to place the crystal core. Below that, are the materials he currently has. A black upper jaw and a white diamond. After putting both on, Li Xiaofeng looked at the backpack. Finally, the dented pen was put on. The model also chose a frying pan and started to build it. There was a flash of light, and a new frying pan was born, instantly appearing in the backpack. Li Xiaofeng took it out and found that the frying pan had become twice its original size. It is pitch black all over and the material has completely changed. After all, it is reinforced with materials from 2 mutant beasts. Is this the upgraded frying pan? Li Xiaofeng weighed it and felt it was very smooth. Could it be that the frying pan is my life weapon? Now he was holding the frying pan, and he felt that he could smash the mutant rat's head directly. He put the frying pan into his backpack, his heart filled with fighting spirit. Li Xiaofeng returned to the location of the mutated green mosquitoes and wanted to collect them. But when he got back there, he was stunned. Not even a hair was left. I had no choice but to keep moving forward, still not choosing to go closer to the business district. The 3rd-level mutant beast is not something he can deal with now. Hunting first and second-order mutant beasts for safe evolution is the right way. Continue to circle this street and prepare to clear out the area around the business district first. Now his evolution value has reached 140/4000. Every advancement seems to double the evolution value, and the difficulty of evolution increases greatly. Now he needs to hunt down 7 second-level mutant beasts, and this is even taking into account the bonus of his command talent. It is really difficult for ordinary zombies to evolve. Unless it can infect a large number of humans, it can advance after infecting 400 people, and the risk is not great. With Li Xiaofeng's current strength, ordinary doors are no longer able to stop him and he can easily break them open with force. No need to live through the miserable days of stuffing advertisements anymore. But unfortunately, Northwest Human Gathering Place was found. At present, it is more reliable to hunt mutant beasts. Every time Li Xiaofeng walked a certain distance, he would open his eye of insight to observe. Based on his experience, he concluded that the maximum distance of the eye of insight should be 1000 meters. As long as he doesn't encounter any creature with extremely abnormal speed, his safety is completely guaranteed. The fat and thin zombies were in the front, and he followed behind in a wretched manner. We quickly walked along this street and arrived at the east side of the business district, which was just as prosperous as before. Li Xiaofeng suddenly froze and stood still. In his field of vision, there was a huge red shadow floating in the air. Name: mutated poisonous spider. Order: second order. Talent: crawl at high speed. Skills: neural venom, spider silk binding. It turned out to be a second-level mutant beast, but it was not as perverted as the orange cat. Li Xiaofeng looked forward and saw a restaurant. The hotel only has one floor, but the mutated poisonous spider was floating in the air, probably climbing on the ceiling. If any human survivors went to look for food, the sight of a giant spider watching them from the ceiling would be chilling. Li Xiaofeng did not go there rashly, because the second-level mutant beast was at the same level as him, and his fighting ability was not outstanding. According to his speculation, the chances of 3 zombies winning against a second-level mutant beast are probably only about 80%. How can you easily put yourself in danger? I picked up 2 machetes near a large supermarket nearby. The blades were extremely sharp and must have been carefully polished. There must have been some survivors who came, but unfortunately they were infected and their weapons fell to the ground. The fat and thin zombies held machetes and used heavy blows to kill, which caused considerable damage to the second-level mutant beasts. At the same time, he also found some alcohol and lighters and put them in his backpack to prevent the mutant poisonous spider's web. The once bustling restaurant now looked extremely desolate, with its glass doors shattered and scattered all over the floor. The fat and thin zombies activated their hardened skin and took the lead, wearing suits and holding machetes, looking very imposing. Although the fat zombie was missing an arm and walked unsteadily, it did not affect his elegant temperament at all. However, the mutant poisonous spider was not at all moved by the zombies. Several eyes of different sizes moved back and forth, and the low-level zombies in front of it made it completely lose the idea of hunting. The 2 sides just looked at each other awkwardly. The spider was climbing on the ceiling and the zombies had no way to attack. Li Xiaofeng was a little confused from a distance, wondering why there was no movement from either side. He directly used the transfer of will to control Xiaopeng's body. When I looked up, I saw the mutated poisonous spider on the ceiling. Its body was more than 1 meter long, and its 8 legs were more than 3 meters long. It was red and black all over, and its mouth was trembling slightly, which made people's scalp tingle. At the same time, they noticed the awkward atmosphere and secretly called both sides idiots. He threw the machete in his hand directly, but although his aim was poor, it only hit the huge legs of the poisonous spider. But it still angered the mutant poisonous spider, and it let out a strange roar. Crows on a plane. He swooped down and knocked the fat zombie to the ground. Li Xiaofeng ordered the 2 zombies to hold him back, and when he regained consciousness, he rushed forward with a huge frying pan in his hand. The fat zombie was in crisis at this time. Although the hardened skin has been strengthened, it is still difficult to defend against the attacks of mutated poisonous spiders. Its fangs pierced directly into the fat zombie's body, injecting neurotoxins. At the same time, several eyes stared at Li Xiaofeng, and the excitement coming from its body made it want to devour the zombies in front of it. The 8 spider legs swam back and forth, ready to pounce again. The fat zombie under it used its hands and feet to hold it tightly. Neurotoxin lost its effect. The mutant poisonous spider's small eyes contained great doubts. The zombie's talent for nerve destruction is its nemesis. Li Xiaofeng didn't give it time to doubt. He held a huge frying pan in his hand, looking very imposing. Heavy blow to kill. A huge force appeared in his body and he slapped it hard. Bang. A noise was heard, and the mutant poisonous spider's eyes instantly became dazed, and its head felt buzzing. At the same time, Li Xiaofeng also started a heavy attack to kill Xiao Si. The machete chopped directly at one of the spider's legs, actually triggering a heavy blow, and easily removed it. Li Xiaofeng's mouth twitched. Behead him. The severe pain woke the mutant poisonous spider up and it let out a strange hissing sound. But the shouting stopped abruptly. Because Li Xiaofeng waved his arms again, a huge frying pan came hitting him. Bang. The poisonous spider only felt excruciating pain, and the anger in his heart was difficult to suppress. How could you endure being hit on the head twice in a row? It was about to spit out a spider web, but saw the huge frying pan coming again. He trembled all over, feeling fear in his heart, and simply dragged the fat zombie away, not daring to fight again. The frying pan has already left a shadow in my heart. Its mouth kept moving and a ball of white object instantly spurted out. But Li Xiaofeng was prepared and asked Xiaopang to block its mouth, thus defusing the attack. The mutant poisonous spider also realized that something was wrong. Its talents and skills were restrained. In addition to being injured and having one of his legs chopped off, he no longer had the will to fight. The spider kicked its leg suddenly, and its figure suddenly left the ground and leaped up. He actually climbed up to the ceiling with Xiaopang. It looked at Li Xiaofeng with resentment in its eyes, and activated its innate super-speed crawling ability, trying to escape from here. Li Xiaofeng sneered in his heart, how could he let it get its wish? Consciousness transfer. He instantly controlled Xiaopang's body, and his face was covered with white spider webs. But the fat zombie's legs were still tightly entangled with the poisonous spider. He opened the system's backpack and poured a large amount of alcohol on both bodies, and even poured a lot into the poisonous spider's mouth. Immediately, he took out a lighter, decisively ignited the alcohol, and chose to die together. The raging fire spread in an instant. The poisonous spider kept shaking and screaming, and its body fell directly from the ceiling. Li Xiaofeng kept retreating to avoid being affected by the flames. The poisonous spider's legs kept shaking, kicking over the tables and chairs around it. Finally it let out a desperate scream and died completely. Li Xiaofeng then calmly used the fire extinguisher to put out the fire. Although we lost a fat zombie, it was totally worth it to kill a second-level mutant beast. He began to devour the flesh and blood of the mutated poisonous spider. Although there was no difference between raw and cooked meat to him, the roasted spider meat still looked different. Ding! The host is devouring the flesh and blood of the second-level mutant beast, evolution value plus 20. Ding! The zombies you command are devouring the flesh and blood of the second-level mutant beast. Evolution value plus 5. Ding! The evolution value of the zombies you command has reached 500 out of 500. Start advanced. The zombies you command have advanced to first-level elite zombies. Strength, speed, vision, etc. are all enhanced. Camouflage talent is upgraded. Randomly learn a skill, swiftness. Swiftness increases speed to twice as much, and has a certain chance to dodge attacks. Duration, 5 minutes. Cooldown, 1 hour. Li Xiaofeng was overjoyed that Xiao Si had finally been promoted to an elite zombie. It's a pity that Xiaopang died young. Li Xiaofeng regained control of a female zombie on the street and ordered her to devour the flesh and blood of a mutated poisonous spider. Once again, I gained 100 evolution points. The mutant poisonous spider's flesh and blood was devoured, and a white diamond-shaped object fell to the ground. It is the crystal core of a second-level mutant beast. He suddenly remembered that he had not used collection yet. Ding! Collection failed. It turns out that collecting is not something that comes out of nothing, it just helps him get the most valuable materials quickly. It should be collected first and then swallowed. The white crystal core was stored in the system's creation space. He had a hunch that this crystal core must have other functions and would not be so simple. After devouring the flesh and blood of the mutated poisonous spider, the newly commanded female zombie also reached the 4th level and howled. A 2nd-level mutant beast is enough to increase the evolution value by 300 points. Li Xiaofeng felt a little elated. Hanging around with me, you can really enjoy the good life. Even ordinary zombies can devour 2nd-level mutant beasts. At this moment, he completely ignored the charred fat zombie next to him. His nose twitched slightly. Smell of survivor's flesh and blood. He didn't notice it because he was attracted by the flesh and blood of the mutant poisonous spider. Is there any unexpected surprise? Li Xiaofeng turned around and walked into the restaurant. The poisonous spider is located in the hall, which also contains a large number of private rooms. He walked in slowly and found that above the private room were huge eggs, all wrapped in white spider webs. Li Xiaofeng clearly smelled blood and flesh. Was there a human inside? He stepped on the table and carefully tore apart the spider webs one by one. It was discovered that there were humans inside, but many were dead. They were just corpses, which must have been the food stored by the mutant poisonous spiders. Li Xiaofeng opened a spider web egg and actually heard a sound coming from inside. He couldn't help but feel overjoyed. A pale girl rubbed her eyes and slowly regained consciousness. It should have been captured by a mutant poisonous spider not long ago. The girl has delicate features and a beautiful appearance. At this moment, she slowly opened her eyes and realized that she was in someone's arms. Because of hunger and being upside down, her eyes could hardly see anything, and she could only feel that the other person should be a human. She thought she was dead, but who would have thought that someone would come to save her? For a moment, a feeling of happiness filled my whole body. Suddenly I remembered a classic line and couldn't help but murmur it. My beloved is a peerless hero. One day he will wear golden armor and ride on a rainbow cloud to marry me. Li Xiaofeng was slightly stunned, looking at the girl's misty eyes and intoxicated expression. I am really impressed. It's the end of the world, and you're still thinking about this. I have come here specially to take your life. Li Xiaofeng leaned over, bit her neck, and injected the zombie virus into her. Ding! The host successfully infected one person, evolution value plus 10. Li Xiaofeng searched all the private rooms in the hotel and eventually infected 12 people, gaining 120 evolution points. He was in high spirits at the moment. He put away the frying pan and continued his evolution journey with the 2 zombies. Xiaoxi also became an elite zombie and mastered new skills, and the strength of the 3 corpse group increased greatly. Li Xiaofeng already felt a bit of invincible loneliness. Even if he met that fat cat, he would be in trouble. Meow. A cat's meow came from afar. Li Xiaofeng shuddered suddenly, fell to the ground, and opened his eyes of insight. No way. I was just kidding. Sure enough, a huge red shadow was seen running towards us from the right. Turn on the passerby halo. Ding. Failed to open. Why does it fail at the critical moment? Li Xiaofeng suddenly had an idea and initiated the transfer of will. He directly controlled the newly ruled female zombies. Turn on the protagonist halo. Ding. Activation successful. He controlled the female zombie to move away from this place, hoping to lure away the big fat cat. He and Xiaoxi were both crawling under the table in the restaurant. Praying that he would not attract attention, he did not want to be torn to pieces by the fat cat. Through the female zombie's perspective, he saw the fat cat coming at high speed. The speed was so fast that it arrived in almost the blink of an eye. But what surprised him was that the big fat cat was covered in blood, which completely covered its golden hair. At this moment, it was chewing something in its mouth, and its 2 big eyes were narrowed with excitement. It suddenly turned its head and looked at the female zombie in confusion. This little thing is so unique. At this time, the orange cat looked at the female zombie a few more times, but finally ignored it. Busy digesting the food in my mouth, with a look of enjoyment on my face, I walked away from the city center. Li Xiaofeng looked back and forth, confirming again and again that the orange cat had left. Then he slowly stood up and walked out of the hotel. He couldn't help but think that there might be a third-level mutant beast in the fat cat's mouth. He was able to kill mutant beasts of the same level right after his promotion. Could he be a genius like me? Li Xiaofeng gathered his thoughts and continued forward with the two zombies. And on another street close to the city center, a group of fully armed humans were moving forward, looking back and forth, extremely cautious. There were 8 people in total, 7 of them were wearing leather jackets, gloves, and even helmets on their heads. There is no exposed part at all, and this outfit already provides a certain degree of protection against ordinary zombies. The leader was a man in his 20s. He was wearing a white short-sleeved shirt, holding a tang sword in his hand, and had a calm expression. The other 7 people looked at him with admiration and jealousy in their eyes. What's even more surprising is that the zombies in the distance did not gather together. They seemed to be covering up the bloody smell of their bodies, and only zombies within 10 meters would surround them. But the leader raised his knife and directly separated the zombie's head and body with a decisive and ruthless move. A group of humans walking in the city center looked extremely out of place. This is where mutant beasts and zombies gather. Brother Hua, do we really have to go to the city hospital? Among the crowd, a thin man looked at the leading young man with fear on his face. We must go. Professor Liang's condition cannot be delayed. The young man nodded slightly, looking determined. But I heard that there are scary monsters in the hospital. Everyone who wanted to find medicine before. I will be responsible for dealing with the mutant beasts. You just need to protect yourselves. The young man frowned slightly, drew his knife again, and killed an approaching zombie. His strength seemed extraordinary. If you want to chop off a zombie's head with one blow, you can't do it with just a sharp weapon. The group slowly approached the hospital in the city center. Li Xiaofeng stopped in shock at this moment. Because a red human-shaped shadow appeared in his eye of insight. Name, Human Awakener. Level 1, equivalent to a level 1 elite zombie. Talent, enhanced strength. Skills, proficient in swordsmanship. This was the first time he discovered a human with a panel. And he is actually an awakener, with a talent and a skill. Although it is not very powerful, it is of great significance. Things are beginning to turn around for humanity. The strength of the awakened is enough to compete with elite zombies and mutant beasts. Li Xiaofeng closed the eye of insight and found that there was a complex of buildings between the two sides. If they continue walking, the two sides will meet at the corner of the street. He was slightly moved, and he tidied his appearance a little and put on a mask. 3 zombies that looked like humans slowly approached the group of humans. Li Xiaofeng felt a little excited. What would it feel like to be infected by an awakened person? Finally, the two sides reached the corner of the street. Li Xiaofeng has advanced to a second-level elite zombie, and his vision has surpassed that of ordinary humans. He was the first to see the group of humans. The awakened one in the lead had a cold expression and held a tang sword in his hand. The 7 men in the rear were also fully armed. The humans who have survived to this day, in addition to being lucky, have strengths that are far beyond the reach of ordinary humans. Li Xiaofeng was looking at everyone. In an instant, his body froze, his face stiffened, and he flew into the shop next door. The 2 people standing behind the awakened one had grim expressions and remained unmoved even when facing zombies. More importantly, both men had police pistols on their waists. This was the first time Li Xiaofeng saw a gun. This is just a small city, there is no possibility of any army coming here. If it really comes to that, it will mean that the situation in the country has been completely stabilized. But in less than a month, it is simply impossible. It is still a world dominated by zombies and mutant beasts. The 2 men's pistols should have been obtained from the police station. It's still the early days of the apocalypse, and guns are still extremely powerful. According to Li Xiaofeng's judgment, first- and second-order mutant beasts are difficult to resist. It's just a matter of firing a few more shots. But for third-level mutant beasts, the threat of guns should be greatly weakened. At least that orange cat can't be killed with just a pistol. However, the zombies' defense is no worse than that of mutant beasts, and even the third-level elite zombies may find it difficult to resist. He originally wanted to forcefully surround everyone and infect them directly. This is to show his strong demeanor, but it seems like he is overthinking it. The three zombies quickly hid in the store. The awakened Wang Hua looked at the street with some confusion. Someone was spying on them just now. Be careful, something seems to be watching us. Wang Hua reminded him, bending his body slightly and becoming more alert. The 7 people behind him all changed their expressions when they heard this. Although he is jealous of the awakened, he still trusts the awakened in his heart. Li Xiaofeng and the female zombie hid deep inside the store. Transfer of will. He chose to control the body of the zombie Xiaoxi. After advancing to an elite zombie, Xiaoxi's strength has also been qualitatively enhanced. Coupled with the camouflage talent and agility skills, her ability to survive is much stronger than his. Xiaoxi put on his mask and sunglasses and put the machete into his backpack. He slowly approached the group of people, preparing to blend in with them first and then make plans. The awakened Wang Hua has the sharpest perception. When the two sides were about 100 meters away, he suddenly turned around and shouted. "Who is it?" Xiaoxi shuddered all over, as if he was frightened, which was the same reaction as a normal human being. He raised his hands to show that he was just a survivor. But what surprised Li Xiaofeng was that Wang Hua just shouted angrily. "If you don't want to die, get out." Why is it different from the expected script? He controlled Xiaoxi's body, and his raised hands kept shaking, trying to arouse their sympathy. The tang sword in Wang Hua's right hand suddenly came out of its sheath, and the blood-red light of the sun shone on the blade, making it even sharper. Li Xiaofeng decisively turned around and left to save Xiaoxi's life first. It's not easy to be promoted to an elite zombie, and I can't sacrifice it easily. At the same time, it was also discovered that the group of people seemed different from ordinary humans. They have completed a transformation and are completely different from humans in peacetime. This transformation may not increase their strength, but it can greatly improve their survival rate. We have to find another way. Brother Hua, it seems that this kind of formation is not necessary. A person who looked like a college student in the team asked doubtfully. As the end of the world approaches, humans should support each other even more. Wang Hua seemed to think highly of the college student. He shook his head and a smile appeared on his cold face. First, the man walked with steady steps and was fully armed, so he must be powerful. It's not difficult for a man like him to find food, but he looks like a victim. Secondly, the fear he pretended to show seemed real, but the expression on his face didn't change at all. He was completely trying to cover up his mistake. Most importantly, the survivors were walking in the most dangerous city center without a single weapon in their hands. Xiaochen, remember one thing, in the end times, the only person you can trust is yourself. Wang Hua analyzed the suspicious points of Li Xiaofeng in an instant. Such keen insight is simply not comparable to that of ordinary people. The college student also suddenly realized. The other party must have bad intentions, but I don't want to cause any trouble. Finding the medicine is the most important thing right now. The 8 people looked increasingly cautious as they slowly walked towards the city center. Li Xiaofeng felt depressed. I didn't expect that the tricks that always worked in the past would no longer work. He and the female zombie found a high-rise building and checked it out, but there were no mutant beasts inside. Finally he hid himself on the rooftop. Such a tall building was enough to keep him safe. According to his analysis, the virus sensing distance between creatures of the same level does not exceed 100 meters. He manipulated Xiaoxi, hoping to use his talent for camouflage to sneak behind the group of people. But what surprised him was that the smell of blood and flesh on the other person seemed to be covered up. He was simply difficult to lock onto. This method of covering up the smell of blood and flesh is not that simple. Even if you are covered in feces, to the zombie's sense of smell, you will still look like you are covered in feces. The other party must have used special means. Maybe it's the progress of scientific research, or maybe it's the talents or skills of the awakened. However, if this method becomes popular, the survival rate of ordinary humans going out to find food will be greatly improved. Li Xiaofeng directly opened the Eye of Insight and chased after the other party in the direction he was moving. The awakened one has his own panel, like a firefly in the dark night, always guiding the direction. Xiaoxi was following at a distance of about 1,000 meters, and even the awakened ones could not sense him. Li Xiaofeng quickly realized everyone's destination. City Center Hospital. The 8 people arrived at the hospital gate safely. The zombies on the road posed no threat to them. Any one of them can easily take care of an ordinary third-level zombie. It was obvious that everyone was an expert and had a lot of experience in dealing with zombies. The leader Wang Hua stood at the entrance of the hospital. His brows furrowed slightly as he looked towards the once bustling hospital. At this moment, the bloody red light of the sun shone on the hospital floor. It was quiet and deserted, not even a zombie. But this silence made everyone feel frightened. In peacetime, as the best hospital in Wanning City, there is a constant stream of people coming here. When the doomsday breaks out, a large number of zombies will surely gather here. It can even be said to be the area with the most concentrated zombies in Wanning City. But here everything is completely opposite. Brother Hua. A strongman was a little afraid and couldn't help but speak. Wang Hua waved his hand slightly, tightly gripped the Tang sword, and walked into the hospital first. The others looked a little struggling, but still followed closely. The main building of the hospital has 9 floors, and both its decoration and facilities are extremely luxurious. But as soon as the 8 people stepped in, they noticed something strange. The red light of the bloody sun outside shone in faintly. The hospital seemed dark and gloomy, and an eerie atmosphere spread. The first thing you see is the hospital's registration area, where in the past there would have been several long queues. Wang Hua suddenly stopped and slowly squatted down. The hospital floor is littered with scattered medicine boxes and broken medical records. But at this moment there was a pool of green liquid and several strands of wild beast hair under his feet. A thoughtful look flashed across his eyes, and after a while, he slowly stood up. Be careful. Wang Hua continued to lead the way and walked straight to the corridor in front of the hospital. They need to go to the hospital pharmacy and find the special medicine. After everyone disappeared into the corridor, a skinny zombie followed in stealthily. The awakened Wang Hua is not a local and is not familiar with the structure of the hospital. Fortunately, the college student understood and pointed out the way for him. With the help of the faint red light, everyone went directly up to the 2nd floor along the safety stairs. The hospital's pharmacy is on the 5th floor, which is also to make it convenient for patients in the entire building to get their medicines. As soon as Wang Hua stepped into the 2nd floor, there was a small hall. There are 4 corridors, and different departments are located on both sides of each corridor. But when everyone looked, they saw 2 green lights in a dark corridor. A figure walked out slowly. It was a giant insect. Its shell was pitch black, its eyes emitted a deep green light, and its mouthparts kept trembling, as if it was extremely interested in the prey in front of it. Buzz. The mutated insect opened its wings slightly and swooped down to eat its food. Wang Hua, however, looked indifferent. The small space here actually restricted the mutant beast's ability to fly. He took out the pistol from his waist and pointed it directly at the mutant beast in the air. Bang! A gunshot was heard, and a wound suddenly appeared on the mutant beast's body. But what made Wang Hua frown was there was no blood flowing out, and the opponent seemed to be fearless of death. Everyone shoot! The 2 men behind him who were holding pistols heard the order and opened fire directly and decisively. These 3 people are not ordinary people, and it is almost impossible for them to miss at this distance. Several gunshot wounds instantly appeared on the mutant insect's body, and even one of its legs was broken. It seemed to realize that the other party was not easy to mess with. The next moment, he turned abruptly and disappeared into the dark corridor. This mutant beast didn't make any sound from beginning to end. Wang Hua's pupils shrank slightly as the mutant beast escaped. He clearly saw a 5-centimeter thick green branch piercing its body. He vaguely sensed that these mutant beasts seemed to be controlled. But finding medicine is the top priority at this time, and we must try it even if it is dangerous. The group did not explore the 2nd floor of the hospital and continued to go upstairs. The 3rd floor was extremely peaceful, without any mutant beasts. But everyone saw more green liquid and animal hair. The surrounding glass was also shattered, as if a big battle had taken place. When they were about to go to the 4th floor, a huge black shadow suddenly appeared. Wang Hua held a Tang sword in his right hand and a pistol in his left hand, looking alert. A mutant poisonous bee appeared and blocked the stairs to the 4th floor. No one expected that a mutant beast would appear in the hospital. No wonder there was no zombie here. The 3 men fired at high speed, and the sound of bangs continued to echo in the hospital. The mutant poisonous bee's defense was not strong, and with the lethality of the pistol, it was quickly shot into a sieve. The poisonous bee still did not bleed out, nor did it make any sound. But Wang Hua saw the poisonous bee die. An emerald green branch was pulled out from its body. Just when everyone was relaxing and thinking that the mutant beast was nothing more than that, a dark shadow emerged from deep in the corridor on the 4th floor of the hospital. Everyone looked terrified and their legs were trembling. It turned out to be dozens of mutated poisonous bees slowly flying towards them, their eyes emitting creepy green light. Wang Hua was the first to fire, and his shooting skills were unmatched by anyone else. Instantly, it accurately hit the head of a mutant poisonous bee. Go. Wang Hua spoke up and asked everyone to go first while he looked for an opportunity to escape. The poisonous bee was very fast and arrived in the blink of an eye. Wang Hua put away his gun immediately. He has enhanced strength and is proficient in swordsmanship, so it is more appropriate for him to use the Tang sword in close combat. The other 7 people fled in panic, trying to get back to the 3rd floor of the hospital. But the mutated poisonous bees seemed to have a certain degree of intelligence. More than a dozen mutant poisonous bees quickly flew out and headed straight for the fleeing crowd. Run, run! The other 2 people with guns quickly opened fire in an attempt to stop the poisonous bee. But to no avail, there were too many. It is difficult to play a decisive role with just a pistol. The mutated poisonous bees pounced over and instantly broke up the formation of the 7 people. On Wang Hua's side, there were 4 mutated poisonous bees besieging him. Although he became an awakener, he was only at the 1st level. The situation seems equally precarious when dealing with 4 opponents of the same level. The 7 people all held various cold weapons in their hands. But the power gap between ordinary people and mutant beasts is too great. Separate and flee. One of them was equally decisive and made the decision in an instant. He left the team and headed to a corridor on the 3rd floor. The same was true for the other 6. They were all panicked and fled in different directions. The little 4 controlled by Li Xiaofeng stopped at the 2nd floor at this moment. His heart was filled with shock. In the field of vision of the Eye of Insight, a crescent-shaped red shadow appeared. The shadow is not big and you may miss it if you blink. But the information that came was extremely shocking. Name: transformed into Ivy. Level: 4th level. Talent: mental enhancement regeneration. Skill: corpse controls branches to strangle. This was the first time Li Xiaofeng encountered a 4th level one, and it was a mutant plant. It's not that he hadn't thought about the possibility that plants could mutate, but plants are not as good as animals. They only have instincts, not intelligence, and such creatures are not lethal even if they mutate. In his mind, he prefers the role of plants to assist humans. After all, the end of the world is coming, and there are threats other than zombies and mutant beasts. Food and water sources are also a survival issue. Many plants in peacetime need the help of sunlight. It is simply impossible for them to grow normally in today's bloody days. The mutated crops are sufficient to support human survival needs. But today's abnormal ivy gave him a warning that plants can also be threatening after mutation. He squatted down, picked up a piece of animal hair, and almost instantly recognized who dropped it. That mutant orange cat. Being able to fight against the 4th order mutant plants and seemingly gaining the upper hand, the fat cat is definitely not a simple person. Looking at the incomplete red shadow, he vaguely understood what the orange cat was chewing in its mouth at that time. This mutated ivy must have been seriously injured. Suddenly, the smell of fresh flesh and blood brought him back to his senses. There were hurried footsteps coming from the 3rd floor, and I was afraid that everyone was in danger. 3 people were running over in panic and were visibly stunned when they saw Xiao Si. The strange survivor also came to the hospital that day. There was no time for everyone to think about it, and there was excitement in their eyes. One of the men in black holding a pistol had a grim look on his face and decisively shot Xiao Si. The most correct and cruel decision was made almost instantly. Beat Xiao Si to a pulp, attract the attention of the mutant poisonous bees, and buy time for the 3 to escape. Li Xiaofeng was also well prepared and directly activated the skill, swiftness, causing his speed to increase instantly. But even skyrocketing speeds can't dodge the bullet. He only felt a foreign object instantly hit his right leg joint. But something amazing happened. Xiaoxi was safe and sound, and his speed was still incredibly fast. The swift dodge effect was successfully activated. This is a phenomenon that is difficult to explain scientifically. The bullet clearly hit him, but he didn't cause any damage. The other three people also looked shocked and their bodies paused. But Li Xiaofeng remained indifferent. The speed of its growth is so rapid that even the mutant poisonous bees cannot match it. He approached the three men directly. He took off the mask, revealing his true face, which looked extremely ferocious. Zombie. One of them looked at the blood in Xiaoxi's mouth and couldn't help but feel extreme fear. It also reminded them of the zombie's attempt to get close to them. If the awakened Wang Hua had not forced him away directly, the consequences would have been disastrous. Perhaps people will be infected before they even get close to the hospital. Zombies have evolved intelligence. This is a difficult fact to accept and makes the human condition even more difficult. But they don't know that Li Xiaofeng is just a special case among countless zombies. Xiaoxi showed his sharp fangs and pounced directly at one of them. Leather jackets may be able to block attacks from ordinary zombies. But Xiaoxi is already an elite zombie, and his strength has been qualitatively improved in all aspects. The virus is injected into it instantly. Thanks to their natural talent for swiftness, none of the three were able to escape. Ding! The zombie you command successfully infected one person, your evolution value plus 2.5. All three of them were infected, and Li Xiaofeng successfully obtained 7.5 evolution points. But more importantly, he got a pistol. This is a huge threat to any second-level mutant beast. But he had no time to be happy, as several mutated poisonous bees immediately targeted him. The buzzing sound of flapping wings made his heart tremble. However, thanks to his amazing speed, the first-level mutant beasts could hardly get close to him. After escaping into a corridor, he activated his camouflage talent. The mutant poisonous bee lost his trace and soon left the floor. Li Xiaofeng also saw the green branches inside the body of the mutant poisonous bee. He suddenly thought of a skill that transformed into ivy. Corpse control. The mutant beast in front of him was just a corpse. No wonder the Eye of Insight couldn't see any information about it. Their strength is also not as good as that of first-level mutant beasts. Li Xiaofeng prepared to leave and look for another opportunity to infect the remaining people. I turned slightly and found that this was the hospital elevator. But what surprised him was there was a downward arrow on the elevator that stopped on the third floor. Is anyone using the elevator? He hurriedly pressed the elevator button. There was a man in the elevator wearing a black leather jacket and holding a gun in his right hand. He didn't want to use the elevator, but the emergency stairs had been occupied by mutant poisonous bees and he couldn't go down at all. He thought he could escape safely, but now he was extremely frightened. Because the elevator stopped on the second floor. Could it be a teammate? He guessed secretly in his heart. At the same time, he clenched the pistol and pointed it at the elevator door. To prevent any crisis. Li Xiaofeng watched the elevator slowly stop on the second floor. But he didn't stand at the door, as he didn't want to expose his tracks immediately. The man inside was somewhat confused. No one. Instead of going out to observe, he pressed the off button and didn't intend to cause any trouble. Li Xiaofeng also pressed the elevator button and prevented him from succeeding. Just as the man pressed the elevator button again, Xiaoxi rushed directly into the elevator with amazing speed. The man was inevitably distracted at the moment, and was actually pounced upon by a figure. He reacted quickly. Although the other party looks human, it is impossible to trust anyone at this time. He pointed the pistol directly at the man's head. He was about to shoot, not even trying to utter a word of warning. But there was a sharp pain in my neck. Li Xiaofeng wiped the blood from his mouth and put the other pistol into the system backpack. I didn't expect to be so lucky to get two pistols. Even if used by ordinary zombies, it can pose a great threat to second-level mutant beasts. However, the joints of ordinary zombies are not flexible, so they may be difficult to use. At least you need to become a 5th-level zombie. At this moment, Xiaoxi saw a human figure going upstairs again. The Awakener of Humanity. The opponent's strength is indeed amazing. Although he didn't know what kind of crisis had occurred, he did not retreat but advanced instead when everyone was fleeing. Has the crisis been resolved? Li Xiaofeng once again activated his talent for disguise and slowly went upstairs. Wang Hua had already dealt with 4 mutated poisonous bees at this time. He also managed to resolve the seemingly precarious situation. He is hiding his strength. If the 4 mutated poisonous bees had been killed directly at that time, there would probably be more poisonous bees besieging them. There is absolutely no problem in entangled a first-order awakener. But in order to get away, he chose to use the remaining 7 people as bait. At this moment, he went directly to the 5th floor. A huge poisonous bee appeared in front of him, much taller than the other poisonous bees. Wang Hua was slightly shocked. The poisonous bee in front of him was just a corpse. It seemed to be cut by sharp claws. With a grim expression, he walked past the poisonous bee's corpse. Keep searching the hospital pharmacy. There are all kinds of huge mutant beasts in the corridor, and their causes of death are exactly the same. And where he couldn't see, there were countless green branches coming from the 6th floor. Like a green wave, but without any sound. The branches quickly approached Wang Hua. At this moment, he was still searching for the prescription, with a look of delight on his face. Finally found it. Whoosh! Countless branches broke through the air, determined to strangle Wang Hua completely. Wang Hua also noticed the movement, but being experienced in combat, he did not turn around. Instead, he stomped his feet and rushed forward, trying to create some distance. At the same time, he drew out the Tang sword, and the sharp blade slashed directly backwards. Countless branches were cut. That Tang sword seemed to be specially made and was not comparable to ordinary iron tools. Wang Hua also turned around at this moment and saw those branches, his expression shocked. It turned out to be just as he expected. There was a mutant plant in the city hospital, but he had no way of judging its exact strength. The broken branches continued to ooze out green juice, which was exactly the same as the liquid on the ground downstairs. Under Wang Hua's shocked gaze, countless branches actually regenerated slowly. The two sides fought again. Although the grade of the transformed ivy has reached the 4th grade. But it seemed to have been seriously injured, and its branches became extremely fragile. The only mutant beasts that were controlled at the same time were the mutant poisonous bees, which were now rushing back at high speed. Li Xiaofeng was about to go upstairs at this time. At the same time, I saw countless green branches spreading from the upper floors. But with its gift of camouflage, the branch seemed unaware. He turned back and thought secretly. The abnormal ivy fought with the awakened human. He took the elevator directly, based on the information from the Eye of Insight. The Awakener is on the 5th floor, and the transformed ivy is on the 6th floor. He planned to take advantage of the battle between the two sides to steal their base. The 6th floor was indeed extremely safe, and there were no mutant beasts. In his sight, the ivy was in the middle of a corridor. The corridors in the hospital are all connected. At this moment, he was sneaking around avoiding the countless branches. He came to the back of the transformed ivy and closed the Eye of Insight at the same time. What appeared before his eyes was a ball of green light, floating in the air. This should be the core of the transformation into abnormal ivy. Countless roots grew around the incomplete green ball of light. The rhizomes then extended branches, leading to the downstairs. At this time, he took out his pistol. With the help of his camouflage talent, he arrived a few meters away from the green light. The abnormal ivy was so focused on the battle on the 5th floor that he didn't even notice a zombie appeared behind him. Bang bang bang. Several gunshots were heard, and even Wang Hua on the 5th floor heard it. His face changed. There were gunshots upstairs, but he had a vague feeling in his heart that it was not his teammates. Someone else has sneaked in. No time to think about it. The green branches in front became extremely manic, and even had a bit of ferocious wildness. Most of the branches were retreating at a rapid speed, not wanting to get too entangled with Wang Hua. At this moment, Li Xiaofeng was shocked by his own marksmanship. At a distance of several meters, he only hit one of the 7 or 8 bullets. This is outrageous. He saw that the transformed ivy seemed unable to fight back. The green branches are coming back quickly, but it will take time. He approached directly and put the muzzle of his gun close to the green light ball. Brother will give you a ride. Bang. Several gunshots were heard, and the green light ball instantly became dim. Finally, the light disappeared and fell to the ground helplessly. Countless branches seemed to have lost their vitality. They were no longer green, but extremely yellow. An irresistible instinct came from Xiaoxi's body, as if he wanted to devour the green light. But Li Xiaofeng restrained himself. When I picked up the green light, it felt soft, just like holding a large jelly. Put the green light ball into the backpack. Of course he would be the first to enjoy such a good thing. Wang Hua was also shocked as he looked at the green branches that had fallen to the ground. This mutant plant is dead. Is there anyone upstairs? He didn't think much about it, the death of the mutant plants would only benefit him. Wang Hua quickly entered the pharmacy, found the medicine he needed, and prepared to leave the hospital. It didn't matter to him who was upstairs. Li Xiaofeng asked Xiaoxi to use his camouflage talent and stay quietly in a corner of the hospital. He regained consciousness, took out the green ball of light from his backpack, and swallowed it directly into his stomach. It felt similar to jelly, but he had no sense of taste, so he had no idea what it tasted like. Ding! The host devours the flesh and blood of the 4th level mutant beast. Evolution value plus 80. Ding! The host devours the flesh and blood of the 4th level mutant beast. Evolution value plus 80. Ding! The host devours the flesh and blood of the 4th level mutant beast. The recovery ability is greatly increased. Li Xiaofeng felt extremely satisfied. His evolution value instantly soared by 1600, and his recovery ability also increased. So cool. But it is clearly a mutated plant, so why does the system still prompt it as a mutated beast? On second thought, after the mutation, there seems to be no clear boundary between animals and plants. Are mutated plants also considered mutated animals? Li Xiaofeng smacked his lips slightly and savored the taste. Consciousness returned to Xiaoxi again. Thinking about attacking from both inside and outside to kill the awakened one downstairs. But the other party didn't stay at all. It seemed that he had found what he needed and ran straight out of the hospital. He even ignored his teammates. Xiaoxi also ran downstairs at a very fast speed, but was still a step too late. He stood at the hospital entrance and watched the other party flee to the north. But at this moment, a cold electronic voice suddenly sounded in my mind. Ding! Triggering a random mission, interrupting the rescue. Mission brief: the Awakeners from Nanyu City want to take away a professor from Wanning City. He is proficient in biological sciences and may play a huge role in resisting zombies. As a zombie, you deserve to stand up. Mission difficulty: unknown. Mission time: none. Mission reward: obtain a new skill, power extraction. Li Xiaofeng didn't expect that the random task would be triggered again. Looking at the awakened person walking away, it turned out that he was from Nanyu City. Now that the end of the world has come, transportation may have already collapsed. To get here, the other party must have taken great risks along the way. Just to rescue a professor, you can see how serious the matter is. Nanyu City is different from Wanning City. It is a famous big city. The troops must have gathered in Nanyu City. As a famous big city, the most correct decision is to use it as a base for mankind, continue to take in survivors and rebuild order. Li Xiaofeng took the 2 zombies and left the city center, heading in the direction where the awakened ones fled. Since he is a famous professor, his residence should be in a more upscale area of the city. It is located in the north of Wanning City. In Li Xiaofeng's impression, there is only one community that meets the requirements. Chifei Community. It is close to a lake in Wanning City. Because of its beautiful scenery and the fact that it is the only lake in the city, it is named Wuhu. Several years ago, the developer built a high-end residential area there. Li Xiaofeng took the 2 zombies and went straight there, not wanting to waste a moment. The other party came to the hospital to get medicine, probably for the professor. If it was one day later, the other party might have run away with the professor. 2 hours later, Li Xiaofeng arrived at Chifei Community. Looking at the closed community gate, This may be able to stop ordinary zombies, but it is useless against mutant beasts and elite zombies. He successfully sneaked into the community with Xiaoxi and the female zombie. The main body and the female zombie hid in a bush. The will was transferred and Xiaoxi was controlled again. The agility skill and camouflage talent make Xiaoxi the perfect person to explore the way. There are 9 buildings in the community, covering a very large area, and the greening of the community is also quite adequate. It was a huge project for Li Xiaofeng to find a professor in this community. But fortunately, we have the Eye of Insight, so we just need to determine the location of the awakened person. It is equivalent to having a radar with a range of 1,000 meters, which greatly improves the search efficiency. Although it is an upscale neighborhood, if the apocalypse breaks out, most people will surely turn into zombies. However, now there is not a single zombie in the entire community, and it is extremely quiet. However, there were still traces of blood on the ground, which must have been cleaned up by someone. With the help of the Eye of Insight, he quickly locked onto the destination. It is a tall building on the north side of the community. But what surprised him was that there were 2 red human-shaped shadows. 2 awakeners. Name: Human Awakener. Order: First Order. Talents: none. Skills: Firearms proficiency. He is also a first-level awakener, but compared to the other person, he is not as talented. Li Xiaofeng guessed that the man's talent for strength enhancement should have been obtained from the colorful rays of light. The awakened ones are on the 3rd floor, so the professor must be there as well. At the entrance of the building, there was a man in black standing with a gun. I saw the gun in the black-clothed man's hand and it turned out to be a rifle. Li Xiaofeng couldn't even defend himself against a pistol, let alone a rifle. You can't force your way in. He made the decision in an instant and controlled Xiaoxi to move away from the building. At the same time, I kept thinking about the plan in my mind. The men with the gun downstairs must be eliminated unexpectedly. If the 2 awakened ones were alarmed, there would be a risk of total annihilation. In addition, although the awakened one has no talent, his skill is proficiency in firearms. Such people pose too great a threat to mutant beasts and zombies. 2 hours later, Li Xiaofeng controlled Xiaoxi again and returned to the vicinity of the building. At the same time, the female zombie disappeared, and he regained control of a burly zombie. The new zombie is similar in shape to the gun-wielding guard. He and the new zombie also came to a place not far from the building. 3 zombies were lurking nearby, but the humans inside were still unaware. At this time, there were 4 people in a room on the 3rd floor. 2 of them had grim expressions and even looked somewhat similar, obviously brothers, and they were the 2 awakened ones. The other person was a middle-aged man and also a famous doctor in Waning City. In peacetime, he was the one who treated Professor Liang's illness. As for the bed, there was an old man lying there at the moment. He looked haggard and had white hair. "Dr. Li, does this medicine really work?" Wang Hua frowned slightly, looking at the professor who was still unconscious. He comes from an ancient martial arts family with a heritage of hundreds of years. In peacetime, the family lived in seclusion, but the end was coming. As ancient warriors, due to their strong physical fitness, only a few people in the family were infected. The head of the family was also extremely decisive and gave a direct order to kill the infected members of the clan. The family turmoil was soon quelled. The rapid stabilization of the situation in Nanyu City is also inseparable from their family. This time the mission was also assigned by the family. This professor is very important. When the end of the world comes, any chance of a comeback cannot be missed. Wait a little longer. Before the doctor finished speaking, the old man on the bed opened his eyes slightly. A hint of joy appeared on the faces of Professor Liang and the other 2. While the 3 were taking care of the professor, Li Xiaofeng had already started implementing his plan downstairs. He controlled the burly zombie and put on the God of War suit. Red down jacket, sunglasses, black plastic bag, pink curtains. Li Xiaofeng felt an inexplicable sense of security in his heart. The burly zombie came to the other side of the building and turned his back to the armed guard downstairs. The men frowned slightly and immediately pointed the gun at the zombie. "Who is it?" Because you can't see their faces, it's difficult to tell zombies from humans just by looking at their backs. But his natural vigilance made him raise his gun immediately and issue a warning. "Leave here immediately." The burly zombie was unmoved. Instead, he waved his hands and his pink cloak flew up. She actually started clapping her hands and shaking her butt. The guard's mouth twitched slightly. Is this performance art? The other party showed no tendency to approach and just kept dancing there, so he did not choose to shoot immediately. But the professor is in the building and no potential threats are allowed. For this purpose, they specifically drove out the survivors in the building. "Leave immediately." Before the guard could finish his words, a hand suddenly covered his mouth from behind. At the same time, a sharp pain came from the neck. But his strong physical fitness prevented him from fainting immediately and turning around to shoot. But it is difficult to do. As an elite zombie, Xiaoxi is much stronger than him. A new zombie soon appeared downstairs of the building. Li Xiaofeng ordered Xiaoxi to continue covering the zombie's mouth to prevent him from making any sound. After being promoted to an elite zombie, Xiaoxi's intelligence has also improved to a certain extent. Li Xiaofeng was still conscious and in control. The burly zombie started changing clothes downstairs. Soon, a new guard appeared. If you don't look at the face and only look at the back, it's almost impossible to find any flaws. Xiaoxi once again activated his camouflage talent and hid in a bush. The infected zombie also stood up and let out a roar. Li Xiaofeng controlled the zombies and shot directly. Bang! The sound of a gunshot immediately alarmed the 4 people on the 3rd floor. Wang Hua's expression changed. He raised his head slightly and gave a look to the awakened person next to him. Another awakened person pulled out 2 pistols from his waist, fired a beautiful shot, and went straight downstairs. The distance to the 3rd floor is just a blink of an eye for the awakened. He soon saw a zombie in a red down jacket roaring continuously. Because the other person's eyes were bloodshot, Wang Li was unable to recognize him at first. More importantly, the guards were still standing. Instead of doubting, he asked, "Ai, what's going on?" The zombie controlled by Li Xiaofeng still had its back to him, and he pointed at the zombie with his left hand to make his meaning clear. Wang Li frowned slightly, feeling a little confused. How come zombies suddenly appeared in the neighborhood? Before he had time to think, the zombie actually pounced directly towards him. Bang! Gunshots rang out, and Wang Li accurately hit the zombie's leg joints. Having lost its support, the zombie fell to the ground but was still crawling forward. Wang Li sneered and took out a bayonet. He walked forward, ready to take out the zombie directly. But just as he approached the zombie, a burst of gunfire suddenly rang out. Bang bang bang. Seeing that the awakened one had his back to him, Li Xiaofeng decisively picked up the rifle and started shooting. The huge recoil almost made it difficult for him to hold the rifle, but fortunately the distance between the 2 sides was close enough. Although most of the bullets were used up, 2 shots still hit Wang Li. IEU. Wang Li endured the severe pain, turned around, and continued to shoot. There was a hint of shock on his face. The guard IE had turned into a zombie. He was tricked by a zombie. And this zombie can actually shoot. In an instant, Wang Li felt that his worldview was shattered. Li Xiaofeng didn't care what others were thinking. He just picked up his rifle and continued shooting. He is not afraid of death, this is just an ordinary zombie under his command. For him, as long as he is fine, anyone can just give up. Even though one side had a pistol and the other side had a rifle. But the difference is still obvious. Li Xiaofeng's bullets were basically used up, but Wang Li was an expert in marksmanship and basically never missed a shot. It seems that the zombies controlled by Li Xiaofeng will die first. Careful. Ah. At this moment, a scream and a flash of knife appeared at the same time. Wang Hua had already gone downstairs when the gunshots rang out. The rifle and pistol shots sounded almost simultaneously, indicating the appearance of a powerful enemy. But after going downstairs, the result surprised him greatly. A fight broke out among our own people. Because he was standing behind Li Xiaofeng, he couldn't determine his identity. However, as a brother, Wang Hua naturally believed Wang Li at the first moment. He drew out his Tang sword and directly killed the zombie controlled by Li Xiaofeng. On the other hand, While Wang Li's attention was focused on the front, Xiaoxi had already received the order. With the help of his camouflage talent, he came quietly near Wang Li. He opened his mouth and bit down directly. Wang Hua naturally noticed this scene, so he spoke out to remind them. But it's too late. Damn it. Wang Hua was furious. After getting rid of the zombies controlled by Li Xiaofeng, he took out the pistol from his waist and prepared to get rid of Xiaoxi. They also recognized that Xiaoxi was the person who tried to sneak into their team that day. But he never expected that the other party was a zombie. And he even came into the community. He was shocked and had a vague feeling that this was not an attack by zombies, but more like someone's plan. Everything happened so weirdly. Li Xiaofeng's will has returned since the zombie died. But he saw that Xiaoxi might be in crisis. He activated the will transfer again and controlled Xiaoxi. In Wang Li's shocked eyes, a zombie actually pulled out a pistol and confronted him. Neither side fired a shot. The situation seems to have reached a stalemate. Bang. A gunshot broke the deadlock. A bullet penetrated Wang Hua's head directly, instantly killing an awakened person. But the zombies on the opposite side did not shoot, the gunshots came from the side. There was still shock in Wang Hua's eyes, but he couldn't figure out who fired the shot. Li Xiaofeng slowly walked out of the nearby bushes and blew at the muzzle of his gun. Unexpectedly, this shot killed him instantly. If we fail, we will have to sacrifice Xiaoxi. He used the skill of will transfer to perfection. First, he used the newly ruled zombies to attract the guards and then infected them silently. Then he disguised himself as a guard and was the first to seriously injure an awakened person. With the help of disguised guards, he attracted Wang Li's attention and ordered Xiaoxi to infect him when he was least prepared. With the help of Xiaoxi, he attracted the attention of another awakened person. I crawled out from the bushes and solved it again. He put away his pistol and rifle and hid in the bushes again. Wang Li is now infected and has become a zombie, and Li Xiaofeng controls him again. But what surprised him was that it was actually an ordinary 5th-level zombie. After being infected, the awakened ones have a much higher starting point than ordinary people. But he did not inherit that skill of mastering the marksmanship. The zombie king entered the building and went directly to the 3rd floor. Dr. Li Quan was in the room at this time, and a hint of fear appeared in his eyes. The sound of gunfire rang out one after another, mixed with the roars of zombies. Are there zombies attacking? Bang. There was a sudden knock on the door. Li Quan looked outside the door and found that it was Wang Li. But at this moment, he covered his head with his right hand, inadvertently covering his pupils. His face was pale, as if he was injured. The knock on the door was urgent and Li Quan didn't think much about it. Just for one reason. Ordinary zombies cannot infect the awakened. The level of zombie virus in their bodies is too low. Once it enters the body of an awakened person, it will be cleared out by the mysterious energy in their body. But Xiaoxi is an elite zombie, at the same level as Wang Li, so he can be easily infected. It was also for this reason that Li Quan did not think that Wang Li would be infected. Naturally, he opened the door without any warning. Within a short time, a cold electronic sound rang in Li Xiaofeng's mind. Ding! The zombie controlled by the host successfully infected one person, evolution value plus 2.5. Ding! The host has completed a random mission, and the rescue is interrupted. Rewards are being distributed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill, Power Extraction. Power Extraction: when you kill an awakened human or a mutant beast, you will have a chance to gain one of their talents or skills. Li Xiaofeng was shocked. He didn't expect that he would be rewarded with such a magical skill. You can directly plunder one of the opponent's talents or skills. If I had awakened this skill earlier, I could have taken control of the corpse that had transformed into the abnormal ivy. It's terrifying to think about it. All we need is to control more corpses of mutant beasts. Li Xiaofeng can now walk around freely. However, there should be limitations on the control of the corpse. But this ability to extract supernatural powers is undoubtedly a divine skill, and it may be comparable to the talent for dominance. Although Li Xiaofeng has many talents and skills, they are far from comparable to those at the same level. But he has always known that any talent and skill is extremely precious and can directly improve his own strength. If it weren't for the system, Li Xiaofeng would not have been able to possess so many talents and skills. Only when one is promoted to an elite zombie can one fully comprehend a skill. Every time an elite zombie advances, there is a chance of gaining a skill. For example, Li Xiaofeng's heavy attack could kill, but the probability of this happening is definitely not very high. The withdrawal of his supernatural powers now gave him an opportunity. The more mutant beasts or awakened humans you kill, the more skills and talents you will gain. The system rewarding the skill was completely tempting him. I believe no one can resist this temptation. While Li Xiaofeng was thinking, the zombie King Li, who was under his command, was walking towards him. As soon as the zombies walked out of the building, something unexpected happened. In an instant, a huge black shadow fell from the sky. Wang Li's body was cut directly into two halves, and blood gushed out. Li Xiaofeng interrupted his thoughts, his expression changed slightly and he looked forward. It turned out to be a huge green praying mantis. Li Xiaofeng, who was hiding in the bushes, opened his eyes of insight. Mantis's information also appeared. Name, Mutated Mantis. Level, 3rd level. Talent, Precision Dodge Sharp Force. Skill, Kill. Li Xiaofeng also didn't expect that a 3rd-level mutant beast would suddenly appear in the community. Judging from its appearance, it seems to be looking for something. Was it attracted by the zombie virus in my body? Li Xiaofeng stood still in the grass. At the same time, he transferred his will and controlled Xiaoxi to take out the rifle from his backpack. Boom boom boom. Gunshots continued to ring out. The mutant mantis's body was twisting strangely. Its talent, Precision Dodge, was activated, trying to dodge the bullet. But for a sharpshooter like Li Xiaofeng, this talent doesn't play a big role. The result is the same whether it is turned on or not, dozens of bullets will always hit a few. Kill the master with random punches. Its defense was not strong and it could not withstand the damage from the rifle, and green blood spurted out instantly. The mutant mantis was angry. It didn't expect that this lowly ant-like creature in front of it would pose a threat to it. It jumped slightly and wanted to cut it completely. Xiaoxi's swiftness skill is activated. Started flying the kite skillfully. The long-range gun and Xiaoxi's agility are a perfect combination, which can completely enable cross-level combat. Chug. Although his shooting skills are not good, he always manages to hit the target. Green blood continued to spurt out. The mutated mantis also became extremely violent. With a strange cry, its speed suddenly increased drastically. After all, it was a 3rd-level mutant beast, so it immediately caught up with Xiaoxi and pounced on him. Seeing that Xiaoxi could not escape, Li Xiaofeng directly activated the hardened skin for him. Although you are not immune to the mutant mantis's attacks, at least you won't be killed instantly by it. While the two sides were struggling, Xiaoxi continued shooting. The two sides were already close to each other, so even if Li Xiaofeng's shooting skills were poor, he could still hit the target with every bullet. Bang bang bang. For a moment, green juice kept spurting out, and the mutant mantis was seriously injured in a short time. Relying on the dodge effect and hardened skin of the swiftness skill, a 3rd-level mutant beast was killed by Xiaoxi and its body fell to the ground. Only then did Li Xiaofeng walk out leisurely. It feels like the masts, oars, and sails are reduced to ashes while talking and laughing. He squatted down and began to activate his newfound supernatural power. I have an expectation in my heart, which is better, sharp force or precise dodge. He began to feel a little confused. Ding! The ability extraction failed. Li Xiaofeng's mouth twitched slightly. He didn't expect the result to be like this. A bad start. Ding! Collection successful, the forelimb of the mutant mantis obtained. Ding! Collection successful, obtained the crystal core of the mutant mantis. Fortunately, the materials were collected, which is a little consolation. He sighed in his heart, squatted down and began to devour the mutant mantis. Ding! The host is devouring the flesh and blood of a 3rd-level mutant beast, evolution value plus 40. Ding! The zombies you command are devouring the flesh and blood of the 3rd-level mutant beast. Evolution value plus 10. The evolution value of a third-level mutant beast is 800 points. Including the share that Xiaoxi swallowed, a total of 1,200 evolution points were obtained. At this time, his command talent was on cooldown and he was unable to command a new zombie. Looking at the remaining mutant mantis corpses, it feels a bit of a waste. An idea suddenly occurred to him, and he put the mantis corpse into his backpack. I want to try whether the system's backpack can prevent the virus from dying. The next day came quickly. Li Xiaofeng once again controlled an ordinary zombie and took out the body of the mutant mantis. The result made him very happy. Ding! The zombies you command are devouring the flesh and blood of the third-level mutant beast. Evolution value plus 10. After getting another 200 evolution points, Li Xiaofeng's evolution value had now reached 3840/4000. Only 160 points away from becoming a third-level elite zombie. Li Xiaofeng looked at the remaining mutant mantis corpses and had another sudden idea. If he controls a zombie again and lets it devour, will he continue to gain evolutionary value? If this theory is correct, the increase in his evolutionary value when he hunts huge mutant beasts in the future will be unimaginable. To verify this guess, he waited for another day, but the result disappointed him. This bug actually failed. The newly ruled zombies can obtain evolutionary points, but he himself does not receive any share. Is it the limitation of his leadership talent or did he make a mistake somewhere? A cold electronic sound suddenly appeared in his mind, interrupting Li Xiaofeng's thoughts. Ding! New weekly tasks released. Host, please check it out. Weekly mission, fight against opponents of higher levels. Mission brief, as the most intelligent being among the zombies, the stupid mutant simply cannot compete with you. Powerful forces will eventually succumb to wisdom. Go. Kill a 5th-level mutant to prove your strength. Mission difficulty, 4 stars. Mission time, within 7 days. Mission reward, the system enables the primary pet function. Note, your own level must be lower than that of a 5th-level elite zombie. This system is awesome. If he could get a pet, his fighting power would surge again. However, it is not easy to complete this task, which requires killing a 5th-level mutant beast within 7 days. There are 2 difficulties. The first is to find a 5th-level mutant beast. According to the current evolution situation, the 5th-level mutant beast is definitely a top predator. Even the mutated Ivy at the city center hospital is only level 4, so it is not easy to find a level 5 one. If there is no other choice, he can only go look for it in the wild. But the wilderness is different from the city, and the possibility of mutant beasts moving in groups is higher. His current command talent can only control 2 zombies, which is far behind in terms of quality and quantity. If it is not necessary, he still wants to develop in the city. I can only go to the city center to check first. At that time, he had only been to the city center hospital and had not been to places like the library and the cinema. Maybe we can find a 5th-level mutant beast. The second difficulty of the mission is how to kill a 5th-order mutant beast. Although there were 2 pistols and a rifle in hand. However, there were only a few bullets in the pistol and no bullets were found at the time. Fortunately, he found hundreds of rifle bullets in the room on the 3rd floor, enough to last for a while. However, it would be difficult to harm a level 5 mutant beast with just a rifle. Besides, his marksmanship is shit, unless he can stuff the rifle into the mouthparts of a level 5 mutant beast. You must first obtain evolutionary value and complete the advancement. If you can be promoted to a 4th-level elite zombie within 7 days. If you are lucky enough to master 1 or 2 powerful skills, your chances of winning will be much greater. Li Xiaofeng did not choose to search for humans in the community. For him, this way of obtaining evolutionary value was too inefficient. If it weren't for this random mission, he wouldn't have come to the human community. Due to the effect of his talent for dominance, hunting mutant beasts is the fastest way for him to evolve. Li Xiaofeng once again took his 2 younger brothers with him and prepared to return to the city center. The newly commanded zombie was extremely burly, standing at a height of over 1.9 meters, forming a sharp contrast with Xiaoxi's skinny body. Before returning to the city center, Li Xiaofeng first turned on the crafting function. The crafting interface appeared in my mind again. He placed the mutant mantis's forelimbs and crystal core on it, and added a machete. Prepare to forge a new weapon. The model also chose a machete. With a flash of light, a brand new machete instantly appeared in the backpack. There was a faint green light on the blade, and the material had also changed, making the blade appear extremely sharp. Put the blade into the backpack. Guns and bullets are consumables. It is best not to use them unless they are necessary. 3 zombies prepare to return to the city center. Along the way, we didn't encounter any humans. But in just a few minutes, he encountered a first-level mutant beast. Li Xiaofeng can completely crush his opponent with his hardened skin and heavy blows. To his disappointment, the collection failed and the extraction of supernatural powers also failed. Fortunately, the evolutionary value provided allowed him to advance again directly. Ding! The host is devouring the flesh and blood of a first-level mutant beast, evolution value +10. Ding! The zombies you command are devouring the flesh and blood of the first-level mutant beast. Evolution value +2.5. Ding! The host's evolution value has reached 4000/4000, meeting the advancement conditions. Host begins to advance. Host's advancement is complete. Current level, level 3 elite zombie. Host strength, speed, vision, hearing, etc. are all enhanced. The skill Heavy Strike has been strengthened. Heavy Blow, after active use, the host's strength is increased by 400%, and there is a higher chance of causing a heavy blow when attacking. Duration, 5 minutes. Cooldown time, 2 hours. Li Xiaofeng just felt better than ever before. With every advancement, his strength would increase significantly. But unfortunately, there was no skill to be comprehended this time, only the heavy attack and killing power were strengthened. 3 hours later, Li Xiaofeng looked at the city library in the distance and couldn't help feeling a little emotional. The place he loved to visit most in peacetime is now deserted, without even a zombie. No zombies. Li Xiaofeng suddenly looked towards the library, and there was not even a zombie around. This situation is the same as that in the municipal hospital, there is only one possibility. There are also powerful mutant beasts inside. Li Xiaofeng did not act rashly. He opened the Eye of Insight and tried to find the mutant beast inside. He took several steps back almost instantly, his heart shaken. In his field of vision, a large red shadow suddenly appeared. At least dozens of mutant beasts. Name, Mutated Bat. Order, First Order. Talent, Flying. Skill, Venomous Bite. Li Xiaofeng discovered that this was actually a group of mutant beasts. The library has a total of 5 floors. The first floor is filled with first-level mutant bats, which are the largest in number, with a total of 15. On the second level are 7 second-order mutant bats, which are also extremely terrifying. The third layer is 3 third-level mutant bats. The red shadow on the 4th layer was extremely huge. There was only one of them, but its level had reached the 4th level. Such a group of mutant beasts are probably enough to run rampant in the city center, and even the 5th-level mutant beasts dare not provoke them. Li Xiaofeng would be extremely excited if he could swallow it all. With tens of thousands of evolution points, he can reach the 4th-level elite zombie. Besides, he himself will get a huge promotion. The 2 zombies under your command will also gain tens of thousands of evolution points. Directly transform into a 3rd-level elite zombie and become an extremely powerful assistant. By then, his overall strength will be greatly increased. However, to deal with the swarm of bats in the library, you need to defeat them one by one and cannot force your way in. It would be a nightmare if dozens of mutant bats attacked us. I'm afraid even the fat cat wouldn't dare to break into the library. The 3 zombies watched the library from afar and chose not to approach. Li Xiaofeng hit himself and controlled Xiaoxi again. Xiaoxi is a 1st-level elite zombie, and the virus in his body is fatally attractive to 1st-level mutant beasts. If Li Xiaofeng's real body goes to seduce, I'm afraid all the bats will come out. Xiaoxi tiptoed to the door of the library and pushed it open slightly. In the vision of the Eye of Insight, a mutant bat was hanging upside down above the gate. As soon as Xiaoxi stepped into the library, he caused a sensation. Several mutant bats were extremely excited. They didn't expect that prey would come to them. They were attracted by the zombie virus in Xiaoxi's body and flew directly out of the library. The mutant bats' eyes turned bloodshot and they were affected by the virus, becoming extremely violent. Xiaoxi activated the hardened skin and agility skills. As the two factors offset each other, his speed was not affected. But the defense increased instantly. Li Xiaofeng's hardened skin was strengthened once when he reached the second level. It is naturally difficult to break the defense of a first-level mutant beast. Xiaoxi kept retreating and finally came to Li Xiaofeng's hiding place. It feels like pulling monsters in an online game. Li Xiaofeng jumped out of the bushes, holding a huge frying pan. At the same time, the heavy attack is activated, the power increases fourfold, and there is a higher chance of causing a heavy attack. Xiaoxi also took out the green machete and started the heavy attack. As for the burly zombie, he was just standing by as a bystander. This kind of battle was not something he could participate in. As a third-level elite zombie, Li Xiaofeng has 2 combat skills and a huge frying pan. His combat power has surpassed most mutant beasts of the same level. However, because he was afraid of death, he usually did not do it himself. The mutant bats were hit by his frying pan and fell directly to the ground. Although they did not die on the spot, they lost their ability to fight. Xiaoxi's fighting ability is equally amazing. After all, the green machete was made from the forelimbs of a third-level mantis, and every strike made it difficult for the bat to resist. In a short period of time, 7 mutant bats died here. Ding! Collection successful, obtained the mutant bat's fang. Ding! The ability extraction failed. As expected, ability extraction has never disappointed in terms of disappointment. Ding! The host is devouring the flesh and blood of a first-level mutant beast, evolution value +10. Ding! The zombies you command are devouring the flesh and blood of the first-level mutant beast. Evolution value +2.5. Li Xiaofeng directly obtained 2,100 evolution points, which brought him one step closer to advancement. However, to his surprise, the zombies he newly commanded also completed the advancement and became elite zombies. Ding! The evolution value of the zombies you command has reached 500/500, meeting the advancement conditions. Advancing. Advancement completed, current level, first level elite zombie. Understand the talent, strong body, understand the skill, quick recovery. Strong body, a strong body can weaken any incoming attacks to a certain extent. Rapid recovery, after activation, recovery ability is greatly improved, duration, 3 minutes, cooldown time, 5 hours. Li Xiaofeng was overjoyed when he heard the prompt in his mind. It looks ordinary, could it be a genius zombie? The skills and talents that the burly zombies have learned are extremely useful. It has a great improvement on actual combat. It can fully serve as a team meat shield. Seeing his sturdy figure, Li Xiaofeng named him Xiaozhuang. He no longer manipulated Xiaoxi. Instead, the will shifted to Xiaozhuang. The tall and burly figure gave Li Xiaofeng a new feeling. After advancing to an elite zombie, Xiaozhuang's height reached nearly 2 meters. The door of the library was pushed open with direct violence. The remaining first-order mutant bats also flew out. Although the bat group is terrifyingly powerful, its intelligence is too low. It was easily brought out. The remaining 8 mutant bats also died, and even Li Xiaofeng himself did not contribute much. Xiaoxi and Xiaozhuang are already completely capable of crushing the first-level mutant beasts. After devouring all the first-level mutant beasts on the ground, Li Xiaofeng once again obtained 2,400 evolution points. And collected the fangs of mutant bats. But unfortunately, all the skills of power extraction failed. He felt that this skill seemed a bit disappointing. This success rate feels similar to that of some online games in peacetime. Is it because of his skills or is he just too useless? For a moment, Li Xiaofeng actually began to doubt the life of the corpse. Fortunately, Xiaoxi successfully advanced, which gave him some comfort. Xiaoxi also reached the second-level elite zombie. But unfortunately, no new skills were learned. However, the agility skill has been improved, not only the speed has been greatly increased, but also the dodge chance has been improved. The remaining mutant bats in the library are all tough guys, at least they are second-level mutant beasts and are not easy to deal with. Now the 3 zombies are level 3, level 2, and level 1 respectively. After several hours, all skills have been cooled down. Li Xiaofeng once again controlled Xiao Xi's body, carefully activated his camouflage talent, and entered the library. He wanted to attract only 1 or 2 mutant bats as much as possible, as he would not be able to handle more than that. In the Eye of Insight, the information about the second-order mutant bat was slightly different. Name: mutated bat. Order: second order. Talents: flying, tenacious life, evil evolution. Skill: venomous bite. It has an additional talent of tenacious life, which makes it much stronger than a first-level mutant bat. Because the first-level mutant bats downstairs have not returned yet, the second-level mutant bats seem to be rioting. Despite having the camouflage talent activated, he was still discovered by a mutant bat. The mutant bat let out a strange cry. In an instant, countless books in the library were scattered, and all 7 mutant bats came out with a terrifying momentum. Oh my god! Li Xiaofeng controlled Xiao Xi and directly activated the swiftness skill. Fortunately, after his skills were strengthened, Xiao Xi's speed increased significantly, and the mutant bats found it difficult to catch up. At this time, Xiao Xi was running for his life and didn't need to stop deliberately to attract hatred. Those second-level mutant bats were extremely violent and looked like they were determined to fight to the death. Li Xiaofeng held a huge frying pan in his hand and started a heavy attack, directly hitting a mutant bat. Bang! Although it is a second-level mutant beast, it is still vulnerable under Li Xiaofeng's tremendous strength. After a successful attack, Li Xiaofeng withdrew and started to harden Xiao Zhuang's skin. Xiao Zhuang rushed directly into the group of bats. Xiao Zhuang, who has activated the rapid recovery and hardening of his skin, has become extremely muscular. Just a first-level elite zombie is enough to resist the attack of a second-level mutant beast. Although Xiao Zhuang's attack power was insufficient, Xiao Xi and Li Xiaofeng were constantly making sneak attacks from the side. After Xiao Xi advanced to the second level, his intelligence seemed to have improved again, and he was able to accept some more complex instructions. This also saved Li Xiaofeng a lot of worry. However, the strength of the second-level mutant bat should not be underestimated. Xiao Xi's green machete often takes several hits to defeat it. After the rapid recovery skill ended, Xiao Zhuang's body began to show injuries. Blood was flowing everywhere, but it remained motionless, enduring all kinds of attacks. These mutated bats can fly and have extremely abnormal dodging abilities. Although Li Xiaofeng's frying pan can kill instantly, it is easy to empty it. After more than 10 minutes of fighting, the 7 mutant bats finally fell to the ground and were all killed by the 3 zombies. Ding! The host is devouring the flesh and blood of the second-level mutant beast, evolution value plus 20. Ding! The zombies you command are devouring the flesh and blood of the second-level mutant beast. Evolution value plus 5. Li Xiaofeng once again gained 4,200 evolution points. Ding! The host's evolution value has reached 8,000/8,000. The advancement conditions are met. Advancing. Host's advancement is complete. Current level, level 4 elite zombie. The host's strength, speed, vision, hearing and other comprehensive enhancements of the skill hardened skin have been enhanced. Ding! The host comprehended the skill and his fighting spirit was boiling. Fighting will, after it is activated, your strength, speed, defense, etc. will all increase by 50%. The duration is 2 minutes, and the cooldown time is 3 hours. After devouring 22 mutant bats, Li Xiaofeng's evolution value skyrocketed. He obtained a total of 8,700 evolution points, which enabled him to become a 4th-level elite zombie. In the entire Wanning City, he should now be considered an extremely powerful figure. Moreover, I learned a new skill again. This kind of status-type skill brings the greatest improvement to him. With his talent for command, he mastered a skill, which was equivalent to the other 2 zombies also mastering it. But the rising sound in my mind is not over yet. Ding! The evolution value of the zombies you command has reached 2,000/2,000, meeting the advancement conditions. Advancing. Advancement completed, current level, level 2. Host strength, speed, vision, hearing and other aspects of the skill, rapid recovery, have been enhanced. Rapid recovery, after it is activated, the recovery ability is greatly improved. Duration, 6 minutes, cooldown time, 5 hours. A large amount of evolutionary value allowed Xiao Zhuang to advance successfully, although he did not learn any new skills. But the rapid recovery is still strengthened, the duration is doubled, and the meat shield ability is improved again. The final information of the 3 zombies is as follows. Name, Li Xiaofeng. Level 4 Elite Zombie. Evolution value, 8600/16000. Talents, Collapse, Neural, Bloody, Evolution, Virus Infection, Protagonist Aura, Passerby Aura, Domination. Skills, Hardened Skin, Insightful Eyes, Enhanced, Heavy Attack, Killing, Fighting Intent. Note, this is a highly evolved zombie. Not only is he powerful, he is also intelligent. If you encounter him, escape as soon as possible. It is probably difficult for any 4th-level creature to possess such a luxurious panel. There are 6 talents in total, but most of them are not very powerful. Xiaoxi's panel is as follows. Name, Elite Zombie. Order, Second Order. Evolution value, 3257.5/4000. Talent, Disguise Blood Evolution Virus Infects Crazy Nerves. Skill, Swiftness. Note, this is a zombie with intelligence. They were already very close to the 3rd-level elite zombies, mainly because of Li Xiaofeng's talent for command, which had plundered their evolutionary value. Xiao Zhuang's panel is as follows. Name, Elite Zombie. Order, Second Order. Evolution value, 1600/4000. Talent, Strong Body, Bloody Evolution, Virus Infection, Nerve Damage. Skills, Rapid Recovery. Now the strength of the 3 zombies has skyrocketed, and it is far more than what it seems on the surface. Not only are there 3 guns, but the weapons in his hands are also extraordinary. More importantly, Li Xiaofeng's hardened skin, heavy blows and boiling fighting spirit can all bless the other 2 zombies. Such overall strength is enough to fight against the 4th-level mutant beast head-on. There is no information available about the 5th-order mutant beast yet. Li Xiaofeng collected all the venomous fangs of the bats and used his supernatural powers to extract them one by one. I thought all of them would fail, but I succeeded once. Ding! The ability was extracted successfully, and the talent was obtained, Tenacious Life. After the extraction is successful, it is not obtained directly, but a small red ball is formed and appears in the hand. Looking at the little red ball in my hand, it feels like a marble, but it's soft to the touch. At the same time, a message was delivered. After swallowing, you will gain a gift, Tenacious Life. Li Xiaofeng was stunned. This could actually be used by others. He threw the red ball to Xiao Zhuang and ordered him to swallow it. It doesn't make much sense if he takes it himself. Ding! The zombies you command gain the talent, Tenacious Life. Tenacious Life, improve your recovery ability. The more serious the injury, the stronger the recovery ability. Xiao Zhuang became even stronger. Li Xiaofeng is now very curious, what would happen if the supernatural power extracted the talent of flying? After swallowing it, will you be able to fly directly even without wings? According to his guess, there should be limitations. Without thinking about these things anymore, I cannot put them into practice, and daydreaming is just a waste of time. However, considering the probability of supernatural power being extracted, it is estimated that it will be difficult for him to put it into practice. Unless this skill can be upgraded, or there is a way to increase the success rate. There are not many mutant bats left in the library. There are only 3 3rd-level mutant bats and 1 4th-level mutant bat. Li Xiaofeng continued to control Xiaoxi and entered the library. I want to lure out the 3rd-level mutant bat first. If we attack by force, our chances of winning are not great. Besides, Li Xiaofeng didn't want to lose Xiaoxi and Xiao Zhuang. In the past, the zombies under his control were ordinary zombies, and they could be replaced at will. But now it's completely different. Both zombies have their own roles. The loss of any one of them will damage Li Xiaofeng's combat effectiveness. Xiaoxi has a talent for camouflage, so he can avoid attracting the attention of the 4th-level mutant bat. Besides, he is only a 2nd-level elite zombie, and the virus in his body is not that strong. With the help of his talent for camouflage, he carefully walked into the 3rd floor of the library. But the third-level bat in sight ignored him. I was ignored. 3 mutant bats were hanging upside down on the light tubes on the ceiling. When they saw Xiaoxi, they just opened their eyes slightly and pretended to sleep again. You're about to die and you're still pretending. Li Xiaofeng directly controlled Xiaoxi, walked to the stairs, and took out a pistol at the same time. Bang. The moment the gunshot rang out, Xiaoxi immediately started running quickly outside. As expected, the gun missed again. But it still angered the 3 bats, and they all flew up and headed straight for Xiaoxi. Li Xiaofeng had been waiting outside the library for a long time. Xiao Zhuang, who had survived, had now fully recovered from his injuries. Activated the boiling fighting spirit and hardened skin for Xiao Zhuang. Coupled with the skill, quick recovery, it can be placed directly at the front. He was not afraid even when facing 3 third-level mutant beasts. At least within the rapid recovery time, Xiao Zhuang can definitely hold on. At this time, Li Xiaofeng also set his sights on a mutant bat. It opens up the possibility of heavy blows and boiling fighting spirit for myself. A powerful force appears directly in the body. Only at this moment did Li Xiaofeng feel how powerful he was. The huge frying pan caught the bat off guard and hit it directly. Bang. The bat suddenly felt dizzy and even had difficulty flying. Unexpectedly attacked. The mutant bat was furious. It is a third-level mutant beast, so its ability to withstand blows must be strong, and it is about to recover. But before it could fully wake up, Li Xiaofeng's frying pan hit it again. Bang. The mutant bat felt dizzy again and was about to fall in the air. Li Xiaofeng had a grim smile on his face and cooked one pot after another. After his fighting spirit became boiling, his abilities in all aspects improved significantly. Bang bang bang. The sound of heavy objects colliding continued to be heard. In a short time, the bat fell directly to the ground. Blood gushed out and he was completely lifeless. A third-level mutant bat was actually beaten to death. The other 2 bats have been attacking Xiao Zhuang. As third-level mutant beasts, their fangs can directly tear Xiao Zhuang's skin. But he has the gift of tenacity, with his life and skills recovering quickly, plus the blessing of hardened skin and boiling fighting spirit. Every wound began to heal in an instant. For a moment, Xiao Zhuang was fighting the 2 mutant beasts without any injury. Xiaoxi's attack was equally ferocious, holding a green machete, coupled with heavy blows and boiling fighting spirit. Every slash of the knife caused the mutant bats to bleed, and 1 mutant bat was seriously injured. Whenever the bats attacked, Xiaoxi would retreat directly behind Xiao Zhuang. For a moment, the 2 bats were furious. The attack on Xiao Zhuang became more and more violent, but it was all in vain. Li Xiaofeng also didn't expect Xiaoxi to be so despicable, and he learned a lot from him. He did not use his will to transfer the power, he just gave a general order. But Xiaoxi's intelligence has improved, and he is now significantly different from other ordinary zombies. Just looking at Xiao Zhuang, you can tell that his counterattacks are all biting with his mouth, which is completely impossible to break the defense, but he enjoys doing it. It's completely useless. However, Xiao Zhuang's role was only to take a beating, and no one expected him to hurt the mutant bats. The mutant bats fell to the ground one after another under the siege of 3 zombie men. Li Xiaofeng once again obtained 3,600 evolution points. At the same time, Xiaoxi also successfully completed the advancement and became a 3rd-level elite zombie. Standing at the top of the zombie clan's evolution. Unfortunately, I didn't learn any new skills and strengthened my agility skills. After 2 reinforcements. The speed of the agility skill has been increased by 4 times, and the chance of dodging is also higher. There was only 1 last 4th-order mutant bat left in the library. Li Xiaofeng is no longer afraid, as he himself is also a 4th-level elite zombie. He no longer controlled Xiaoxi and Xiao Zhuang. He walked in generously and went directly to the 4th floor. Roar! Li Xiaofeng roared, extremely arrogant. I'll hit 10. The zombie virus in his body instantly woke up the mutated bats of the same level. The scarlet eyes showed extreme excitement. The 4th-level mutant bat is extremely huge, almost as tall as a human. Hanging upside down on the light tube, it looks extremely terrifying. The Eye of Insight was activated, and the information of the giant bat was also transmitted. Name, Mutant Bat. Level, 4th level. Talent, Tenacious Life Flight Accurate Lock on the enemy. Skills, Poisonous Fangs, Biting, Sonic Shock. There is absolutely no comparison with ordinary mutant bats. Bat King's panel is much more luxurious, and its strength and speed are not comparable to those of ordinary bats. Li Xiaofeng directly activated the hardened skin on himself, and attacked hard and killed with boiling fighting spirit. With the support of the 3 major buffs, his strength instantly increased dramatically. He held a black frying pan in his hand. Although his speed was not as fast as the Bat King, his strength was much greater. Li Xiaofeng stood still, waiting for the Bat King to take the initiative to attack. The other party's intelligence is not high, and he will certainly not be able to resist attacking first due to the influence of the virus in his body. Sure enough, the Bat King let out a strange cry, spread his wings wide, and swooped down like a black curtain. Li Xiaofeng remained calm and slammed a frying pan towards him. Bang! The Bat King didn't expect Li Xiaofeng to be so powerful. His head was knocked crooked and his head was buzzing. But as a powerful 4th-level creature, it woke up instantly. At the same time, it distanced itself from Li Xiaofeng. The Bat King suddenly turned around and pounced on Xiaoxi behind him. Xiaoxi wanted to launch a sneak attack by using disguise. But he had already been discovered by the Bat King's talent for accurately locking onto the enemy. Fortunately, the swiftness was activated in time, and the speed increased 4-fold. Now even the 4th-level creatures find it difficult to catch up. Xiao Zhuang wanted to entangle the Bat King, but he miscalculated. The opponent can fly, so it is impossible to catch up. The 3 zombies were unable to do anything to the Bat King for a moment. The mutated bat flew in the air, looking at the 3 zombies with its scarlet and violent eyes. A strange and eerie sound was emitted. Although Li Xiaofeng had no sense of pain, he still knew that he was injured. Almost instantly, blood began to flow from his mouth, nose, and ears. Sonic Shock kills. Bat King also knew that the 3 zombies were difficult to deal with, so he directly launched a killing move. Li Xiaofeng wanted to fight back, but he found it difficult to move and he walked unsteadily. Range control plus huge damage. This move of the opponent is a bit perverted. Li Xiaofeng's reaction was also extremely quick. If it drags on any longer, he can bear it, but Xiaoxi may fall down first. He took out a rifle from the system backpack. Even though he couldn't move, it didn't affect his use of the gun. The drawbacks of Bat King's killing move also appeared. It was unable to move on its own, and so it flapped its wings and stayed in the air. Boom boom boom. Li Xiaofeng instantly raised his rifle and started shooting continuously. The defense of a 4th-level creature is amazing, and it would be difficult to cause damage to it even with a pistol. But the rifle was so powerful that it did not cause any injuries. But the impact of the bullet still made the bat move its body. The sonic shock was interrupted. At the same time, the Bat King fell to the ground, seemingly suffering from the backlash of the skill interruption. Li Xiaofeng regained his consciousness and saw this scene. I secretly thought it was a good opportunity. 3 zombies surrounded him and took advantage of the fact that he was unable to move and started a group fight. The continuous attacks of machetes and frying pans were too much for the Bat King to bear. Especially the heavy attack that has a chance to trigger a heavy attack, which doubles the damage. In a short time, the Bat King died before he could even wake up. Ding! Collection successful. Obtained the mutant bat's fang. Ding! Collection successful. Obtained the crystal core of the mutant bat. Ding! The ability extraction failed. Ding! The host is devouring the flesh and blood of a 4th-level mutant beast, evolution value plus 80. Ding! The zombies you command are devouring the flesh and blood of the 4th-level mutant beast. Evolution value plus 20. Ding! The evolution value of the zombies you command is 4000/4000, meeting the advancement conditions. The host's strength, speed, vision, hearing, and other aspects of the talent, strong body, have been strengthened. Ding! The zombies you command will randomly learn the skill, tenacity. Toughness, your resistance to abnormal states such as poisoning and bleeding increases. After Li Xiaofeng devoured the flesh and blood, his evolution value soared by 2,400 points. What he didn't expect was that Xiao Zhuang's advancement again actually allowed him to comprehend a passive skill again. Looking at Xiao Zhuang's sturdy body, I didn't expect that this idiot is more talented than Xiaoxi. And they are all meat shield skills that have been mastered. It seems that any unknown situations in the future can be explored by Xiao Zhuang. Li Xiaofeng searched the entire library to see if there were any other treasures, but in the end he found nothing. After this cleanup of the library, the 3 zombies' strength increased dramatically. A large number of fangs and crystal cores were harvested. 3 zombies wearing sunglasses swaggered through the city center. They have become the top predators in Wanning City. 4th-order creatures are no longer their match. Li Xiaofeng began searching for mutant beasts, preparing to complete the weekly task. He planned to go to the cinema first. But before he got close, a cat's meow was suddenly heard. It's that mutant orange cat again. Li Xiaofeng shuddered suddenly and fell to the ground. The series of actions was almost driven by instinct. But after I realized it, I suddenly felt a little ashamed. I am now a 4th-level elite zombie, and I have 2 3rd-level elite zombies with me. I have the confidence to face that big fat cat. He looked into the distance and saw the big fat cat, which looked like a tiger. Eyes of insight. Name, mutated orange cat. Level, 4th level. Talent, evil evolution, sharp nerves, more courageous with fighting. Skills, claws, cutting, shock, limit, rampage, potential burst. The mutated orange cat has become a 4th-level mutant beast, but its panel is extremely terrifying. Compared to the last time, there is one more skill and talent. Judging from their names, they should all be extremely powerful combat skills. I'm afraid that except for Li Xiaofeng, no 4th-level creature can have such a panel. If we only talk about strength, the 3 zombies combined may not be the opponent. At this time, the orange cat was fighting with another mutant beast. A giant snake with red and black skin was constantly fighting with the orange cat. Its length reached an astonishing 10 meters. The giant snake's body is also extremely huge and looks incredibly powerful. The orange cat was actually suppressed at this time. Li Xiaofeng hid in a shop in a despicable manner. Without acting rashly, the Eye of Insight looked at the giant snake. Name, mutated red-banded snake. Level, level 5. Talents, hard shell, flexible body, sense of evil, evolution. Skills, giant strangle bite. It turned out to be a 5th-level creature. Li Xiaofeng was overjoyed. Did the opportunity for the weekly mission come so quickly? But the snake's strength is terrifying. Although the panel is not as good as the orange cat, it has been suppressing it. The orange cat's sharp claws are simply unable to penetrate the defense. The strength, speed, and defense of 5th-level creatures can be greatly improved. The orange cat's body was now covered in blood, with a large piece of flesh bitten off. Its defense is not that strong and cannot be compared with the mutated red-chained snake. Meow. The orange cat let out a startling cry. The low-level mutant beasts and ordinary zombies around stayed far away and did not dare to get close. Although the orange cat is incredibly fast, it seems that he is intentionally hurting himself. Slowly, the wounds on its body became more and more serious, and blood soon covered its entire body. The injuries were more serious than those from the battle with the mutant ivy. The mutant red-banded snake's eyes were filled with excitement, completely different from those low-intelligence mutant beasts. I don't know if it's because it has reached level 5, or if it's because of the snake itself. Both mutant beasts have high IQs. The orange cat's blood soon flowed all over the ground, but the mutant snake was not hurt at all. The rage in the mutant red-chained snake's eyes flashed away in a flash. His speed suddenly increased, and the snake's tail swung even faster and more strangely. Massive strangulation. Almost in an instant, the seriously injured orange cat was tied up. He mobilized the tremendous strength of his body, ready to kill the cat once and for all. When the life and death crisis came, the orange cat remained fearless, with a gleam in his big eyes. Its momentum suddenly surged, and its eyes turned scarlet, as if stained with blood. Extreme runaway. The orange cat's claws grew another 3 inches and became extremely sharp. Laugh. The sharp claws flashed by. The orange cat's attack power seems to have increased greatly. The mutant red-chained snake's tough defense was directly broken, and blood splattered on the ground. Hiss! The red-banded snake was furious, and the severe pain in its body made it even more violent. The snake's body began to shrink, preparing to strangle it. But the orange cat's strength increased dramatically at this time, and its claws moved again, with a glimmer of light. The mutant red-banded snake's body was broken again, and even its scales fell to the ground. It was frightened and immediately let go of the orange cat, decisively keeping a distance from it. It's really hard to understand with its IQ. The opponent had been suppressed the whole time, so how come he suddenly burst out with such strong strength? The orange cat's fighting power increased dramatically, his eyes were fierce, and he looked more like a terrifying mutant tiger. The mutated red-banded snake didn't dare to fight head-on and kept retreating to avoid the attack of the orange cat. The two sides were in a stalemate. The mutated red-banded snake also began to show injuries, but they were not fatal. The orange cat seems to become extremely impatient. If it does not kill the enemy in a short period of time, it will fall into a weak state. The red-banded snake seemed to have also seen the orange cat's weakness. It began to twist its body constantly, always in a state of defense and avoidance. When the enemy advances, I retreat. When the enemy retreats, I pursue. Meow. The mutant orange cat's eyes became extremely violent, but it was still unable to kill the opponent. The red-banded snake is a 5th-level mutant beast after all, and its strength and speed exceed that of the orange cat. Although relying on skills and talents can temporarily increase strength and suppress the red-chained snake. But it doesn't last long after all. Li Xiaofeng also saw that the orange cat was in a state of fatigue. Its speed and power gradually began to weaken. At the end, the sharp claws could no longer penetrate the defense, and even the hard shell caused blood to flow out. The mutant orange cat pulled back and tried to escape. But how could the red-banded snake let it do as it wished? Being suppressed by a 4th-level creature like this, his heart was already filled with anger. Seeing that the other party was weakened, he naturally didn't want to miss such a good opportunity. The red-banded snake let out a roar, twisted its body, and blood flowed. But it didn't care and only wanted to devour the orange cat. Li Xiaofeng had been observing for a long time, and his true form was hidden at this moment. At the same time, he transferred his will to control Xiao Zhuang and launched an attack together with Xiao Si. Heavy blow to kill. The fighting spirit is boiling. Harden your skin. With the support of 3 major enhancement skills, the strength increases dramatically. Xiao Zhuang held a huge frying pan and prepared to launch a sneak attack on the red-chained snake. The red-chained snake has the gift of perception and had already discovered the 2 zombies. But they were all just 3rd-level zombies, and the red-chained snake didn't take them seriously at all. The 4th-level orange cat in front of it is its opponent. Seeing that the other party was so contemptuous, Li Xiaofeng directly controlled Xiao Zhuang and held a huge frying pan. Bang! The heavy blow and the boiling fighting spirit made Xiao Zhuang's strength surge, and he was lucky enough to trigger the heavy blow effect. The red-banded snake's pupils suddenly became dilated and it lost consciousness. It could only feel a buzzing sound echoing in its mind. The attack on the orange cat also came to an abrupt halt. Xiao Zhuang didn't hesitate and slapped again and again. At the same time, Xiao Si was also holding a green machete and slashing wildly like a bandit. The clanging sound of metal continued to occur, and sparks flew everywhere. Unable to break the defense. The defensive power of the 5th-level creature gave Li Xiaofeng a new understanding. It is much stronger than the 4th-level mutant bat. Xiao Zhuang's subsequent slaps did not trigger the heavy attack effect. The mutated red-chained snake woke up instantly. Hiss! It let out a roar and looked back at Xiao Zhuang. The snake suddenly shot out and bit Xiao Zhuang directly. Laugh! The flesh was torn apart in an instant, its fangs were too sharp. Even Xiao Zhuang, who had amazing defensive power, couldn't resist. After all, he was only a 3rd-level elite zombie. Recover quickly. Xiao Zhuang activated his life-saving skills, combined with his newly acquired tenacity skills. As long as there is a wound, it will heal very quickly. Looking at the red-banded snake so close at hand, Xiao Zhuang put away the frying pan. He pulled out a police pistol and thrust the muzzle directly into the snake's mouth. But before he could fire his gun, a crisp sound was heard. Li Xiaofeng was shocked that the pistol in his hand was actually bitten into pieces. The power of fifth-order creatures cannot be inferred by common sense. Xiaoxi also swung the machete wildly at this time, but it was of no avail and could not break the defense at all. Li Xiaofeng gave Xiaoxi an order to cut at the wound on the snake's body. The orange cat had already penetrated the defense there. But before he could chop it down, the red-banded snake took advantage of his unpreparedness and swung its tail violently. You can even hear the hissing sound of something breaking through the air. Xiaoxi's body flew hundreds of meters away, but fortunately he activated the agility skill and was immune to the damage. Otherwise, this strike alone would probably be enough to kill Xiaoxi instantly. Li Xiaofeng felt a little anxious, but it was useless even if he rushed forward with his real body. This fifth-level mutant snake is too abnormal. Looking at the seriously injured orange cat lying on the ground, I'm afraid I can't count on it. But Xiao Zhuang definitely won't be able to hold on for long. Now he is just relying on his rapid recovery to drag on. Even so, it is still precarious. Once 6 minutes have passed, Xiao Zhuang will almost certainly die. After opening the system backpack, Li Xiaofeng suddenly saw the remaining alcohol and lighter inside. This is what's left over from the last time the mutant poisonous spider was burned. He controlled Xiao Zhuang, took out the barrel of alcohol, and started pouring it into the mutant snake's mouth frantically. The venomous snake bit through it with a slight bite, but it had no practical effect. Instead, more alcohol poured into its mouth. A large barrel of alcohol was poured in, and a large amount of alcohol was spilled on the body of the mutated red-bellied snake. Xiao Zhuang took out a lighter and threw it directly into the snake's mouth. At the same time, another lighter was used to ignite the alcohol on the mutant snake's skin. The fire spread almost instantly. The mutated red snake began to struggle constantly. What made it feel even more painful was inside its body. A large amount of alcohol entered his stomach, and the flames almost burned all the way into his mouth. The fire inside and outside made it struggle constantly, but it never loosened its body. The fatal crisis made it extremely violent. Even if I die, I will perish together with the culprit. Li Xiaofeng felt a little depressed at this moment. It doesn't seem like a bad deal to exchange a third-level elite zombie for a fifth-level mutant snake. But Xiao Zhuang is a very rare zombie as he is able to master so many skills and talents. For Li Xiaofeng, this wave of losses was a huge one. I shouldn't have been so impulsive. Originally he thought that since the fifth-level creature was injured, he could reap the benefits. The result was quite different from what he expected. But everything has already happened. If they don't die together, the mutated red-chained snake will not let Xiao Zhuang go either. The result is the same. For Li Xiaofeng, since the result cannot be changed, what he needs to consider is how to gain the greatest benefit. A large amount of alcohol also spilled onto Xiao Zhuang's clothes, and a raging fire began to burn. But an accident happened. Xiao Zhuang's newfound tenacity skills are coming into play. The flames just spread to Xiao Zhuang's skin. It quickly went out and could not hurt him at all. Then use the skill of rapid recovery. The blazing flames were not as powerful as the mutated red-banded snake's attack. Is burning also considered an abnormal state? Li Xiaofeng found that he seemed to underestimate this new skill. The mutated red-chained snake kept roaring in despair, but it was too late. Even though he was a fifth-level creature, he could not withstand such flames. A giant mutant snake was burned to death. Ding! The host has completed the weekly mission and is now fighting against opponents of higher levels. Rewards are being distributed. Ding! The system successfully activated the primary pet system. Primary pet system, you can capture a mutant beast that is not higher than your own level as a battle pet. This system is for force taming. Regardless of whether the mutant beast is willing or not, there will be an initial favorability. When the favorability drops to a certain level, the pet may rebel. Note, pets cannot be replaced. Li Xiaofeng was overjoyed and walked out of the store in a leisurely manner. Looking at Xiao Zhuang, who was still full of vitality, he nodded with satisfaction. He actually managed to survive a huge fire. But his skin turned extremely dark, and combined with his 2-meter height, he looked like a black tower. At the same time, the system's pet system also shocked him. It was actually forced to subdue. This means that he can instantly turn a mutant beast of the same level from an enemy into a friend. However, pets cannot be replaced, which means you only have one chance. Otherwise, this pet system can be used for combat. Any mutant beast of the same level will be killed instantly by him. He is now a 4th-level elite zombie and can tame a 4th-level mutant beast. Li Xiaofeng looked at the seriously injured orange cat next to him with a thoughtful look in his eyes. Is it to tame the orange cat next to you? Or when your level reaches a higher level in the future, you can tame a powerful mutant beast? He has a talent for leadership and is growing very fast, so he is worried that the orange cat won't be able to keep up with him. After all, the pet system is not like commanding, where you can only tame one pet. Meow. The orange cat cried out, with tears in its eyes, and looked at Li Xiaofeng pitifully. Li Xiaofeng touched its fat head. Looking at its panel again, the fact that it can fight across levels proves that it has great potential. In the end, Li Xiaofeng chose the orange cat. Ding! You have captured the mutant orange cat as your pet. Name, mutated orange cat. Level, 4th level. Potential, excellent. Favorability, 70%. When the favorability is below 50%, they may betray you. When the favorability is 100%, they will never betray you. Evolution value, 10,000/16,000. Talent, evil evolution, sharp nerves, more courageous with fighting. Skills, claws, cutting, shock, limit, rampage, potential burst. Evil evolution, devouring the flesh and cores of creatures of the same level will gain evolution points. Devouring creatures of higher levels will gain more evolution points. Sharp nerves, have extremely strong reaction speed in battle. The longer you fight, the braver you become. The longer you fight, the better your strength, speed, and other aspects of your abilities will improve. Claw cut, use the claws to launch a powerful and rapid attack, which has a certain defense-breaking effect. Deterrence, it can suppress the strength of lower-level creatures. The greater the difference in strength between the two sides, the more obvious the suppression. Extreme rampage, after it is activated, combat power increases by 300%, and the defense-breaking effect of the claws increases by 3 times. When the time is up, you will fall into a weakened state for 2 hours. Duration, 5 minutes, cooldown, 24 hours. Potential explosion, passive skill. The more serious your injury, the stronger the power you can unleash. Li Xiaofeng now finally knows the true strength of this fat cat. No wonder it can fight across levels. Its courage and potential explosion will increase its combat power. Combined with extreme rampage, the strength instantly increases. When it is fully powered up, it can completely crush opponents of the same level. However, the disadvantage is that the extreme rampage only lasts for 5 minutes. If it cannot kill its opponent in a short period of time, it will probably fall into crisis. Meow. The mutant orange cat was lying on the ground at this time, looking extremely docile. Li Xiaofeng came to the charred body of the mutant red chain snake. Ding! Collection successful, the gallbladder of the mutant red-banded snake was obtained. Ding! Collection successful, the crystal core of a 5th-level creature obtained. Ding! The ability extraction failed. The ability extraction failed again, but fortunately the snake gall was collected. This thing can also be used to make weapons. Li Xiaofeng was a little confused. Without thinking any more, he looked at the roasted snake body and started to devour it with Xiao Si and Xiao Zhuang. The evolution value of a 5th-order creature is 3,200. With the bonus of command, Li Xiaofeng once again gained 4,800 evolution points. The electronic voice in my mind sounded again. Ding! The host's evolution value has reached 16,000/16,000, meeting the advancement conditions. Host begins to advance. Advancement completed. Current level, level 5 elite zombie. The host's strength, speed, vision, hearing, and other aspects of the skill, boiling fighting will, have been strengthened. Fighting will, after it is activated, your strength, speed, perception, etc. will be increased by 75%. The duration is 2 minutes, and the cooldown time is 3 hours. Although he did not learn any new skills, Li Xiaofeng still felt more powerful than ever before. The higher the level, the greater the improvement with each advancement. Looking at the mutant orange cat's eager eyes, Li Xiaofeng threw the mutant red chain snake at its feet. Meow. The mutant orange cat cried out excitedly and started devouring directly. Electronic sounds kept ringing in Li Xiaofeng's mind. Ding. The mutant orange cat's favorability increased by 1%. Ding. The mutant orange cat's favorability increased by 1%. In a short period of time, the mutant orange cat's favorability reached the highest 100%. The favorability increases so quickly just by giving you something to eat. Li Xiaofeng was a little confused, but it was a good thing after all, as the mutant orange cat was no longer in danger of rebellion. The amount of food swallowed by the orange cat was far beyond what the zombie could compare to. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the huge snake body disappeared. Li Xiaofeng hurriedly put it into his backpack. How come this thing is so edible? The flesh and blood of the mutated red-banded snake is still useful, after all, it is a rare 5th-level creature. His command talent will definitely be upgraded in the future, allowing him to command more zombies. By then, the new zombies can be fed to a very high level. After the mutant orange cat swallowed a large amount of flesh and blood, its injuries began to recover visibly. He was able to stand up slowly, but was still weak. It let out a dissatisfied cry and looked at Li Xiaofeng sadly. Li Xiaofeng also saw that its evolution value reached 14,000/16,000. Swallowing the mutated red-banded snake increased its evolution value by 4,000 points. But according to Li Xiaofeng's experience, the evolution value of a first-level mutant beast is 200, a second level is 400, and so on. A 5th-order mutant creature has 3,200 evolution points. Mutated beasts seem to be different from zombies. And judging from its appearance, continuing to devour will still increase the evolution value. Li Xiaofeng took out a crystal core of a second-order mutant bat from the space where the system stored materials. Throw the crystal core in front of the orange cat. Evil evolution allows mutant beasts to gain evolutionary value by devouring crystal cores. Li Xiaofeng wanted to see how much he could get. Unexpectedly, the orange cat looked at the second-level crystal core with disgust on his fat face. In the end, there seemed to be no other choice, and he swallowed it very reluctantly. Li Xiaofeng didn't expect that this orange cat would be so disgusted with the second-level crystal core. The evolution value did increase, but only by 100 points. Throw out the third-level crystal core again. At this time, there was a hint of excitement on the orange cat's face, and he swallowed it neatly. The evolution value reached 400 points. The gap with the second-order crystal core is 4 times. Another 4th-level crystal core was thrown out. The orange cat was suddenly very excited, with a look of happiness and satisfaction on his face. The evolution value soared by 1,200 points. A violent aura began to emerge from the orange cat. Directly reached the bottleneck of breakthrough. Ding! Your pet mutant orange cat begins to advance. Advancement completed. Current level, level 5. Ding! The mutant orange cat's strength, speed, defense, and other aspects of the skill, Extreme Rampage, have been strengthened. Extreme Rampage, after it is activated, all aspects of strength will be increased by 400%, and the defense-breaking effect of the claws will be quadrupled. At the end of the time, you will fall into a weak state for 2 hours. Duration, 5 minutes, cooldown time, 24 hours. The strength of the mutated orange cat also increased dramatically. Although it did not have any new skills, its core skills were strengthened. Although all the skills and talents of the orange cat are very strong. But Extreme Rampage is definitely the most important skill. After being activated, the strength will increase 4-fold, and the defense-breaking effect of the claws cutting will also increase 4-fold. I'm afraid even high-level creatures would find it difficult to resist its attack. The mutated orange cat directly became the team's strongest combat power. With such a powerful pet, the path to advancement becomes easier. Now 3 zombies are probably no match for him. Of course, this was without Li Xiaofeng using any tricks. Looking at the stupid orange cat next to him, Li Xiaofeng felt that he could trick it to death several times. Meow. After the mutated orange cat advanced, it looked at him with a fawning expression. I have endless aftertaste about the fourth-order crystal nucleus, and I keep wagging my tail. Li Xiaofeng's mouth twitched slightly. You are a cat, why are you wagging your tail? The mutated orange cat discovered that Li Xiaofeng's attention had been attracted, and became even more excited and pounced on him. Looking at the huge body of several meters in height, Li Xiaofeng hurriedly dodged. At the same time, tell it not to move and stay where it is. Don't you have any idea about your weight? If you are really pressed down by the orange cat, you will be injured and vomit blood at best, or fall to the ground at worst. Li Xiaofeng looked at the orange cat with a wronged look on his face and nodded with satisfaction. Although it is a bit heavy, its fighting power is amazing and I can rely on it in the future. It's a pity that his command skill is not effective against the orange cat. If his 3 status skills were given to the orange cat, I'm afraid he could really beat 10 people alone. At this moment, the reminder sound appeared in my mind again. Ding! The host triggers a random mission, the fall of Wanning City. Mission brief, you have reached the 5th level elite zombie, and have become the top existence of the zombie clan. However, high-level mutant beasts are still a huge threat to ordinary zombies. Hunt down mutant beasts above the 3rd level and completely turn Wanning City into a paradise for zombies. Mission time, 1 month. Mission difficulty, unknown. Mission reward, open the city map, and the zombies in Wanning City will receive a 10% combat power bonus. In order to improve the efficiency of the mission, some functions of the city map have been activated in advance, and all high-level mutant beasts have been accurately locked. Li Xiaofeng was stunned. He didn't expect to trigger such a random task. But this reward. What the hell does it have to do with me? We have already cleared out the high-level mutant beasts in Wanning City, so what is the point of adding combat power unless we can take them out of Wanning City? However, Li Xiaofeng changed his mind and found that this reward was very useful for the zombies. If humans or mutant beasts come to capture Wanning City, this reward will play a huge role. Give bonus to millions of zombies. Moreover, it also has the function of a citywide map, so it is probably unrealistic to invade Wanning City. Both violent attack and invasion will be difficult to achieve, and Wanning City will become an iron wall. Coupled with his outstanding intelligence, Wanning City might become a real zombie base if he is stationed there. And as the zombies become stronger, the effect of this bonus will become more terrifying. This is a must-do task. Li Xiaofeng tidied up and found a map appeared on the system interface in his mind. He clicked it and saw more than 10 red dots on the map. He himself is a green dot. Those red dots must be mutant beasts above level 3. 4th, 5th, or even 6th level mutant beasts. However, Li Xiaofeng was not sure whether there was a 6th level. After completing this task, he will definitely advance again. Then we will know whether there are level 6 elite zombies. And when his strength increases again, he can consider leaving Wanning City to travel. The world is so big and he wants to go see it. He had no chance to complete it in peacetime, but the coming of Doomsday gave him the opportunity. Li Xiaofeng planned to start the cleanup from the city center and gradually radiate to all parts of the city. On the map, there are not many red dots near the city center, and there are 3 high-level mutant beasts. Li Xiaofeng rode on the orange cat, ready to experience the feeling of galloping. Bang! As a result, he was thrown down by the orange cat. This unlucky thing. Li Xiaofeng looked at the orange cat with an unhappy face and scratched him a few times with his claws. Isn't the favorability level 100%? Why won't you even let me ride it? He took out another 4th level crystal core and threw it to the mutant orange cat. While the orange cat was excitedly swallowing the crystal core, he rode on the orange cat again. What a cat with no bottom line, he will do anything if given food. The 3 corpses and 1 cat combination officially set off. With the map, Li Xiaofeng's hunting efficiency will be greatly improved. The mutant beast closest to him was not far away and arrived soon. Li Xiaofeng looked up and saw that it was a clothing store. Inside the clothing store, there was a huge red spider hanging from the ceiling. The spider is huge, extremely ferocious, and looks a bit creepy. Its level has reached the 4th level, and there is still blood on its mouth. It is likely that it has devoured quite a few mutant beasts. Li Xiaofeng was no longer afraid of the fourth-level mutant beast. He shook his head slightly and gave the mutant orange cat a signal. The orange cat remained indifferent and continued to lick its fur. At the same time, he swung Li Xiaofeng off his back. Li Xiaofeng gave the order again, and the orange cat slowly entered the clothing store. A huge sense of excitement suddenly came from the mutant spider's body. But it had no desire to fight. The orange cat has reached the fifth-level mutant beast, which is definitely not something it can deal with. The mutant spider tried to escape from the clothing store along the ceiling. The orange cat yawned slightly, and suddenly the claws on its paws grew out, and it jumped suddenly. He instantly approached the mutant spider and cut it with one claw. Laugh. There was a noise, followed by blood gushing out. Bang. Li Xiaofeng only saw the mutant spider's body being split into two and falling directly to the ground. The orange cat suddenly stepped forward, its nose twitching slightly, and directly swallowed the crystal core in the mutant spider's body. Thighs. Li Xiaofeng was excited. After collecting the spider venom glands, he led the two zombies to start devouring flesh and blood. It's so nice to be able to gain evolution points without fighting. He only felt that the flesh and blood of this mutant spider was exceptionally soft and particularly suitable for his stomach. The mutant orange cat doesn't seem to be interested in the flesh and blood of the mutant spider. He was licking his own hair. There was even a hint of disdain in his eyes as he looked at the three zombies. After Li Xiaofeng finished swallowing, he just felt despised. The orange cat seemed to have no interest in the flesh and blood of creatures lower than itself. I didn't expect this fat cat to be such a picky eater. After swallowing it, he casually threw the remaining mutant spider body to the zombie group. Having a few more elite zombies can only be good for him. So far, he has not found any cases of zombies killing each other. Although the zombies are a little weak, they are still quite united. The combination of 3 corpses and 1 cat set out on the journey again. This random mission is extremely time-consuming and the battle can be resolved quickly. But you need to go to all parts of the city, which will waste a lot of time on the road. A month passed quickly. Li Xiaofeng has been clearing out the mutant beasts in various parts of Waning City. It has been 2 months since the apocalypse. For humans, 2 months of peacetime will pass in the blink of an eye. There will be no disturbance in their peaceful life. But when the end came, a huge change occurred in just 2 months. The old order has long since collapsed, replaced by entirely new rules. Due to the Bloody Day, all zombies have reached at least level 5. Even elite-level zombies are common. There are always lucky zombies who can infect dozens of people or swallow the corpses of mutant beasts. The situation across the country is still that zombies have occupied most cities. But the most powerful overlords are the mutant beasts. They dominate one area and even zombies cannot get close to them. As for the human survivors living in the city, their fate is already determined. Either starve to death or be infected by zombies. China has a population of 2 billion. The moment the doomsday broke out, 1.8 billion people were infected. This was a desperate purge. After 2 months of hard survival, the remaining 200 million people were reduced to only about 130 million. No natural or man-made disaster in history has ever been so horrific. Humans call the past the Golden Age, but now they call it the Bloody Age. A new era has begun. A large number of survivors gathered spontaneously. They began to form a base of survivors. In a short period of time, thousands of survivor bases appeared in China. But there are only 2 of the largest ones. They are the City of Hope in the north and the City of Light in the south. The total number of people has reached tens of millions. In just 2 months. With the help of modern weapons in peacetime, humans have established these 2 safest gathering places. But it is still in a precarious situation. The huge smell of flesh and blood composed of tens of millions of humans is impossible to conceal. Like a volcano erupting in the dark night, it is extremely dazzling. Countless zombies nearby instinctively began to surround the human base. The zombie siege in past movies really happened. Fortunately, the 2 major survivor bases are based in the most prosperous cities in China. There are powerful weapons and many well-trained soldiers here who are constantly fighting back the tide of zombies. But the collapse of the communication system has rendered many modern weapons ineffective. This is not the most important thing. What is even more despairing is the mutant beasts. High-level mutant beasts have huge bodies and extremely tough shells. Most modern weapons are unable to have a devastating effect on mutant beasts. If the mutant beasts move in groups, they will come like a mountain torrent. This is a nightmare for any survivor base. Every attack by mutant beasts will kill countless lives. These monsters are the real threat to humanity. More importantly, the mutant beasts are still evolving. Every time they have to face more terrifying mutant beasts. But hope and despair are always inseparable. The end of the road may be hell or heaven. But we always have to keep going. Countless talents come together and work day and night for the rise of mankind. Hope began to emerge for humanity. Top biochemical experts work together to study the zombie virus. If we can produce zombie serum as soon as possible, or even make zombies return to humans, this will be a research that will change human history. But they failed. The zombie virus has completely destroyed human nerves, making recovery medically impossible. However, they still made a huge breakthrough and developed an antidote to the zombie virus. If you are infected within half an hour, the zombie virus will be eliminated by injecting the antidote. However, this antidote can only be used against ordinary zombies. If you are infected by an elite zombie, you will still become a zombie. But this is still a major breakthrough, at least for countless civilians. This is shocking good news. More importantly, the raw materials for the antidote come from the blood of zombies, and it is entirely possible to mass produce it. Various military talents also stayed up all night. New defense facilities are constantly being built, with the goal of making the base an iron wall. This is the hope of mankind. At the same time, they constantly simulated battle plans to make full preparations for the mutant beasts that would visit from time to time. Since the end of the world, mankind's milestone discovery has been the solution to the problem of survival. Most crops withered and died when the bloody day arrived. But there are always exceptions. The yields of a few mutated crops have become incredibly high, 100 times that of peacetime. However, some mutated fruit trees are not violent at all. Instead, they are happy to coexist with humans. They provide humans with an enormous amount of fruit. Humans also cultivate them carefully. The viruses in some mutated animals are relatively low level and can be completely killed artificially. Their meat is delicious and has high nutritional value, and can provide rich meat for humans. Top talents have even designed a zombie virus filter that is capable of purifying any water source. With these, human beings have survived with difficulty. Another hope is that an awakened person appears in the human race. The method of awakening has also been discovered by humans. Kill elite zombies or mutant beasts and there will be a chance to become an awakener directly. But there are still limitations. The first is that you cannot use hot weapons, otherwise the chance of awakening will be greatly reduced. But it is so difficult to kill mutant beasts with cold weapons. At the same time, the chance of awakening is not high. Therefore, the awakened ones are always a minority. In addition, so far only one method has been discovered for the awakened to become stronger. That is to swallow the flesh and blood of mutant beasts of the same level. As an awakened being, he is already able to resist viruses of the same level. But the improvement in the mutant beast's flesh and blood was not obvious, it was completely a drop in the bucket. Therefore, the awakened ones cannot serve as the main combat force at present. However, this still proves that humans can also rely on their own strength to fight against advanced zombies and mutant beasts. When the end of the world comes, the bestiality in human nature is displayed to the extreme. Human cruelty is more terrifying than zombies and mutant beasts. They are the real devils, making the world a hell. In addition to large survivor bases such as the City of Hope and the City of Light. There are also many small bases, perhaps with only a few thousand people, but as long as the location is safe, they can still survive. And most of these small bases actually practice the ancient slavery system. All the extreme evils of mankind are displayed in them. In the base, they are the real kings, and everyone in their eyes is a beast that can be slaughtered at will. Compared to zombies, they are even less human. When the end of the world comes, the desires that were suppressed in peacetime are completely released. Everyone would become a tyrant given the chance. In some large bases, there are hundreds of thousands or even millions of people living there. but the system inside is equally chaotic. The rulers spend their days thinking about how to resist foreign enemies and establish order. Instead, they are constantly scheming and plotting to fight for power and profit, and are determined to turn the base into a private one. They enjoy it without realizing it. The bottom-level survivors in the base are suffering terribly, even basic survival has become a problem. There is no hope here. However, humans have always been a combination of divinity and animality. The light of divinity illuminates every dark corner. It is not looking for hope, because it is hope. In the city of light and hope, countless scientific research talents have unfortunately died suddenly in the laboratory due to overwork and conducting research day and night. Numerous management talents also work tirelessly to continuously formulate and improve new orders to ensure harmony within the survivor base. The human race's situation is already precarious. If civil unrest were to occur again, it would almost certainly be doomed. Every time we resist the zombie craze and mutant beast attacks, a large number of soldiers will be sacrificed. They are the true heroes of mankind, and everything they do is just to protect the last hope. There were no other thoughts, as long as their death could buy humanity a second. That would be totally worth it. The walls of the base are not only built of reinforced concrete, but are also soaked in the blood of human heroes. Despite the fierce fighting, countless people still had great enthusiasm to join the army. It's not that they are not afraid of death, but because someone has to die. In addition to joining the army, many people also work in various positions at the base. They work hard and no one cares about the so-called rewards. They just want to radiate their own light and heat. The operation of precision machinery depends on every screw. In the apocalyptic era, although the road ahead for mankind is dark, there are still people holding torches and moving forward. At this time, the most powerful force on the planet is still the mutant beasts. Not to mention the terrifying ocean, the number of mutant beasts there is simply impossible to count. The current overlords of major cities alone are still mutant beasts. Wanting City is just an exception among countless cities. They are entrenched in major cities, and in their eyes zombies are just low-level creatures. To mutant beasts, there is no essential difference between humans and zombies, they are all ants. But what is more serious is that China attaches great importance to the protection of the natural environment in peacetime. No human damage is allowed and it must be kept in its most original state. This is also because of excessive exploitation in the past, which has led to frequent natural disasters. That's why we want to do our best to maintain harmonious coexistence between humans and nature. This has also resulted in the country having 9 vast pristine forests. In peacetime, there are countless birds of prey and wild beasts. But because of the blockade, it does not affect people's daily lives. And the countless trees inside also make the once turbid air gradually become pure. The effects of industrialization are gradually disappearing. The large area of greening has even made China known as the lungs of the planet. But when the end came, everything changed. The 9 primitive mountains began to riot from the beginning, and the terrifying roars of beasts continued to echo. But fortunately, no mutant beasts rushed out. However, the good times did not last long. Powerful mutant beasts began to emerge from the mountains and came to major cities. A terrifying giant elephant appeared from the Huadai Mountains in the south. It was like a small mountain and could trample the tall buildings in the city with just one step. More importantly, its habitat is close to the City of Light in the south, which makes all the survivors terrified. A white tiger also appeared in the Lin Ye Mountains in the southeast. It roared with all its strength, and countless zombies' bodies were directly torn apart, and tall buildings collapsed. In the Black Dragon Mountains to the north, a giant black python also appeared. Its body was 1,000 meters long, a real behemoth. Wanning City is located in the southwest of China, close to the Huajiang River in the central part. The nearest primitive mountain range to Wanning City is the Qingsang Mountains, where powerful mutant beasts also appear. A group of golden eagles came out of the mountains, and their sharp cries echoed in the sky. Finally settled in a city in the south. However, it is still a long distance from Wanning City. There is also a large survivor base between the two. Nanyu base based in Nanyu City. Mutated beasts are appearing all over the country, whether in cities, skies, or mountains. The mutant beasts on the planet are currently the undisputed overlords. But fortunately, they are not united with each other. For mutant beasts, devouring creatures of the same level and continuing to evolve are the top priorities. If there is a real desire to dominate, humanity will be destroyed in an instant. Even the astonishing number of zombies can only hold on for a little longer. The situation in China is just a microcosm of the global situation, and the same is true for other countries. Li Xiaofeng was driving a luxury car from peacetime at this time. The yellow shell is extremely noble, the huge tires are extremely shocking, and the long arms extending in front have telescopic functions. An excavator was driving on the road. 2 zombies were sitting beside him, and a fat orange cat was lying lazily on the roof of the excavator. Li Xiaofeng was driving an excavator with a stiff smile on his face. This month has been quite fruitful. His evolution value has reached 31,000/32,000, and he is only one step away from advancing again. Xiao Si and Xiao Zhuang also became 4th-level elite zombies. Xiao Zhuang did not learn any new skills, but he strengthened his rapid recovery once, which lasted for 12 minutes. Xiao Si was lucky enough to learn a skill called Ultimate Blade. Ultimate Blade, passive skill. Your attack has a certain defense breaking effect. The faster the speed, the stronger the defense breaking effect. This is a skill related to speed. Combined with Li Xiaofeng's boiling fighting spirit and his own agility skills, the defense-breaking effect will be extremely terrifying. The evolution value of the orange cat is 24,000/32,000, which is much less than Li Xiaofeng's. The main reason is that this orange cat is picky about food. It disdains the flesh and blood of the 4th-level mutant beast, and most of its evolutionary value is obtained by devouring crystal cores. Although Li Xiaofeng's evolution speed has slowed down, there is only one red dot left on the map. You are only one step away from completing the random task. In 1 month, he also specially completed 4 weekly tasks. The rewards for the 4 tasks are: a rare material, an aura skill, a skill that improves a pet, an expansion of the system backpack. The rare material does not belong to any mutant beast, but a black stone rewarded by the system. The stone looks very ordinary, and in fact it is very ordinary. But there is only one feature. Hard. Extremely hard. Li Xiaofeng decisively put it on the frying pan. The diameter of the pan reached 1 meter, which made it look huge and even darker. Any living creature can be knocked down in a pot, and can even be used for cooking in special circumstances. The name of the aura skill is Attack Speed Aura. Attack Speed Aura, it can provide an attack speed bonus of 20% to zombies within 100 meters. Although the bonus amount is not high, it is a passive effect after all, which is equivalent to a permanent improvement. More importantly, it can also be used to buff other zombies, which is a strategic skill. As for the 3rd reward, Li Xiaofeng once again upgraded the core skill of the mutant orange cat, Extreme Rampage. Extreme Rampage, after it is activated, all aspects of strength will be increased by 500%, and the defense-breaking effect of the claws will be increased by 5 times. When the time is up, you will fall into a weak state for 2 hours. Duration, 5 minutes, cooldown time, 24 hours. Once activated, the strength will increase 5-fold. This fat orange cat is becoming more and more terrifying. If Li Xiaofeng fights it, the outcome will be undoubted. He will die a very ugly death. The system's backpack also has 12 slots. Although it is an inconspicuous function, it is extremely useful. It will be more effective if used in conjunction with the talent domination. No matter how far away he is from Xiao Si and Xiao Zhuang, they can still use their backpacks to transfer items to each other. Li Xiaofeng was imagining a bright future. Suddenly there was a grunting roar. Before he could react, he saw out of the corner of his eye a black beast charging towards him. Bang! The yellow tractor was knocked down directly onto the road. Fortunately, the 3 zombies were already used to it, and even though there were some bumps and bruises, they were all elite zombies and were completely harmless. When Li Xiaofeng was practicing driving a tractor, he had overturned the tractor countless times. 3 zombies calmly climbed out of the overturned car door. The orange cat jumped down when the car body collapsed. There was disdain in his eyes as he looked at the 3 zombies. But at this moment, it quickly turned its head and looked at the mutant beast that was charging towards it. His eyes began to turn bloodshot, and he stared at the other party intently, looking full of fighting spirit. Li Xiaofeng rubbed his head and looked forward as well. A huge wild boar covered with black hair kept swinging its front legs, making grunting sounds, with a look of brutality on its face. The wild boar was several meters in size and looked like a small dark room. So I hit the pig. Eyes of insight. Name, mutated wild boar. Level 5. Talent, great strength, toughness, thick skin. Skills, boar charge, boar ultimate charge. Li Xiaofeng's mouth twitched slightly, but it was not because the other party was a 5th-level mutant beast. Rather, he was shocked by the skills of this mutant wild boar. Fatal triple collision. Without waiting for Li Xiaofeng to issue an order, the mutant orange cat rushed forward. The two sides soon came into battle. The orange cat was indeed a mutant beast that could fight across levels. The wild boar was suppressed without even activating the extreme rampage. The sharp cat claws kept piercing the wild boar's skin. In an instant, blood was spilled on the road. The mutant wild boar became even more violent because of the severe pain. His eyes were extremely bloodshot and he made a sound like thunder. At the same time, its front hooves kept swinging back and forth, as if accumulating energy. Boom. A loud bang was heard, and the mutant wild boar's body suddenly turned into a black lightning with incredible power. Li Xiaofeng didn't expect that the wild boar he laughed at would charge so hard. Fortunately, the mutant orange cat had sharp nerves and was extremely fast, so it dodged the attack in an instant. Bang. The wild boar directly knocked the yellow tractor away. Li Xiaofeng was dumbfounded at this time. Be good. If it hits me, wouldn't it go straight to the sky? However, although wild boar charging is powerful, it also has disadvantages. It is difficult to turn during the charge and can only move forward in a nearly straight line. The mutant wild boar also felt dizzy at this time. It shook its head and looked at the orange cat with murderous intent again. Its limbs were shaking wildly as it accumulated strength. At the same time, a shocking aura emanated from it. Li Xiaofeng stepped back suddenly, holding a frying pan. Could it be a wild boar charge? The mutant orange cat took advantage of the time when the wild boar was accumulating strength and started cutting with its sharp claws. As the battle time increases, its courage as it fought more and more began to take effect, and its combat power increased. However, the mutant wild boar seems to enhance its defense while charging. The orange cat's claws could not break its defense, only leaving a few claw marks. The wild boar's shaking limbs seemed to have reached a limit. It roared and suddenly rushed out. Boom. The mutant orange cat's eyes were full of contempt, and it flashed slightly and wanted to hide like before. But things suddenly became complicated. The mutant wild boar was actually turning flexibly, and the power of its charge was not affected. It accelerated rapidly and was about to hit the orange cat. Although the orange cat's attack power far exceeds that of its peers, defense is not its strong point, and it does not have any defensive skills. If they were really hit by the wild boar's huge charge, they would probably lose their combat effectiveness in an instant. As a 5th-level mutant beast, it only has these 3 skills. Although the names are silly, their power must be extraordinary. Meow. When the crisis came, the mutant orange cat went on an extreme rampage, and its own strength soared to 5 times its original level. Its speed suddenly increased, and like a yellow flash, it directly avoided the mutant wild boar's charge. Its speed is even faster than that of a wild boar when it is charging. The 3 zombies were already hundreds of meters away, and Li Xiaofeng was trembling with fear. It's really a fight between gods. The mutant orange cat's extreme rampage was enough to last for 5 minutes, while the mutant wild boar's charge stopped in just 1 minute. At this time, the mutated wild boar was constantly gasping for breath, emitting bursts of white air, and looked overworked. The orange cat did not miss such a good opportunity. Its sharp claws grew several centimeters again, and a cold light flashed across. Roar! Wounds appeared all over the mutant wild boar's body, and blood spurted out instantly. After the orange cat started its extreme rampage, the defense-breaking effect of its claws increased by 5 times. It is easy for it to pierce the defense of creatures of the same level. For a moment, the mutant wild boar was completely suppressed and the ground was stained red with its blood. Seeing that he was about to die from serious injuries, a hint of excitement appeared in the orange cat's big eyes. He even licked his lips and drooled. It is not picky at all about the flesh and blood of creatures of the same level. The mutant wild boar also knew that the death crisis was coming. At this moment, it was not actually afraid, but instead had a strong murderous intent. The orange cat's claw cut through again, taking away a large piece of flesh and blood from the mutant wild boar. Roar! As if it had reached a critical point, the mutant wild boar's eyes were already dripping with blood, and it let out a slight grunting sound. Then, its body began to twitch and shake like a sieve. If we add some background music to the wild boar at this time, it would be very exciting. Looking at the wild boar's appearance, Li Xiaofeng couldn't help but start to have wild thoughts. But the cry of the mutant orange cat interrupted his thoughts. At this moment, the wild boar seemed to be accumulating strength again. His shaking became more and more intense, and a tremendous momentum emanated from him. Could it be the legendary wild boar ultimate charge? There was a hint of impatience in the mutant orange cat's eyes, and its sharp claws could no longer cut through the defense. A layer of white light began to appear on the wild boar's body, completely blocking the attack of the orange cat. The charged defense of the wild boar's ultimate charge is beyond human imagination. The orange cat's sharp claws, which have a huge defense-breaking effect, are of no use. Li Xiaofeng no longer squatted in a wretched manner, but stood up directly. At the same time, he took out a huge frying pan from his backpack. He charged forward holding a huge frying pan with an astonishing momentum. The distance of hundreds of meters seemed very close to him after he rushed forward. Li Xiaofeng suddenly jumped up and jumped into the air. Heavy blow to kill. The fighting spirit is boiling. Brother is here. The wild boar's accumulated strength seemed to have reached a limit, and it was about to break out completely. A tremendous aura emanated from it, and it didn't look like a wild boar at all, but more like a prehistoric behemoth. Roar! The mutant wild boar roared and didn't care about Li Xiaofeng in the air. It wanted to smash the fat cat to pieces. Bang! A thunderous sound suddenly occurred. The mutant wild boar let out a cry of pain. Li Xiaofeng's frying pan directly hit its head crooked. The white light on its body can only withstand sharp attacks, and does not have much effect on blunt objects such as a frying pan. The reinforced pen looks like new. But the wild boar's head was buzzing, and it felt like its brain was being smashed apart. Its ultimate wild boar charge was interrupted at the last moment. The backlash of the skill caused the wild boar to spit out blood and die. Li Xiaofeng shook the frying pan, and a breeze blew by, lifting his stylish hairstyle slightly. Is this the strength to kill people of the same level in seconds? The power of a pod is so terrifying. Hiss! Li Xiaofeng began to gasp for air. In this situation, how could there not be a gasp? The mutant orange cat looked at Li Xiaofeng as if he was an idiot. He turned around and came to the corpse of the mutant wild boar and began to devour the flesh and blood. Xiao Si and Xiao Zhuang also ignored the boss. Li Xiaofeng was left alone, admiring himself. No respect at all. He hurriedly squeezed over and began to devour the flesh and blood of the mutant wild boar. Ding! Collection successful, obtained the mutant wild boar's tusks. Ding! The ability was extracted successfully, and the talent was obtained, huge strength. Li Xiaofeng had no hope at first, but the extraction of supernatural powers was actually successful. He looked at the little red bead in his hand, thought for a moment, and swallowed it. His weapon is a frying pan, and strength is a very important improvement for him. Giant strength increases strength by 2 times. The introduction of giant strength is simple, but it is a rare and good talent. Ding! The host is devouring the flesh and blood of a 5th-level mutant beast, evolution value plus 160. Ding! The zombies you command are devouring the flesh and blood of the 5th-level mutant beast. Evolution value plus 40. The moment that Li Xiaofeng had been waiting for finally arrived. Ding! The host's evolution value has reached 32,000/32,000, meeting the advancement conditions. Advancing. A powerful aura suddenly emanated from Li Xiaofeng. There is envy in the orange cat's big eyes. But he still looked around vigilantly to make sure Li Xiaofeng completed his advancement safely. This time the advancement takes a long time. Li Xiaofeng closed his eyes tightly, as if he was in a mysterious state. After being strengthened by the bloody day, the zombies wandering the streets have reached level 5. But they still lack wisdom, and even the instinct to seek benefits and avoid harm. However, these machine-like zombies stopped at this moment. From 1,000 meters away, looking at Li Xiaofeng. More and more zombies kept gathering and soon formed a big circle with thousands of zombies. But none of them came within 1,000 meters, and the mutant orange cat was too lazy to pay attention to these low-level creatures. The zombies no longer had a ferocious and bloodthirsty look on their faces. The red light of the bloody sun shone on their faces, and there was even a hint of a peaceful atmosphere. The zombies, who were like wild beasts, were actually on a pilgrimage at this moment. Time passes slowly. But fortunately, the doomsday no longer distinguishes between day and night, and the bloody sun is still hanging high in the sky. The scene has not changed at all, but more and more zombies are attracted. Tens of thousands of zombies gathered together, including many elite ones. This is a zombie extravaganza. Ding. Host's advancement is complete. Current level, first level zombie lord. Ding. The host's strength, speed, and other aspects have been greatly improved. Ding. Talents and skills begin to upgrade comprehensively. The upgrade of the Honkai nerve has been completed, and it has been advanced to become an active talent. The host can choose whether to activate it. The virus infection upgrade is complete, and the host's zombie virus level has been increased again. The following abilities have been added. Ability 1, Infinite Infection. As your virus spreads, you will receive full evolution value. Ability 2, can infect low-level mutant beasts. Bloody evolution upgrade completed. Infected low-level mutant beasts will gain evolution value. The giant strength talent has been upgraded, increasing the strength by 3 times, twice. The command talent has been upgraded. The number of creatures that can be commanded has increased to 4, 2. The hardened skin has been upgraded. It can resist or even be immune to stronger attacks. Ding. Hardened skin has reached the maximum level, with an additional effect, no more slowing down. The heavy attack has been upgraded. After it is activated, the power increases by 500%, 400%, and the chance of causing a heavy attack increases. Ding. Heavy attack has reached the maximum level, with an additional effect, the duration is doubled. The upgrade of the boiling fighting spirit has been completed. After it is activated, the combat power will be increased by 100%, 75% in all aspects. Attack speed aura upgrade completed. Increased attack speed increased to 30%, 20%. Note, the values in brackets are not upgraded. The protagonist's halo cannot be upgraded. The passerby halo cannot be upgraded. The Eye of Insight cannot be upgraded. Ding. The host obtains the zombie lord's exclusive skill, Command. Ding. The host has obtained a high-level creature exclusive skill, Shock. Commander, upgradable. You can choose 100 zombies with a lower level than you to be your followers. Shock, a skill unique to high-level creatures. It has a shocking effect on low-level creatures. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the rare skill, Ultimate Camouflage. Ultimate Disguise, non-upgradable. You will be able to transform into human mode. But your strength will be suppressed by 90%. Li Xiaofeng slowly opened his eyes, and the continuous electronic sounds made him confused. The moment he completed his advancement, a mysterious aura emanated from his body. After all the zombies absorbed this breath, they actually began to gradually transform. They roared and directly became elite zombies from 5th-level zombies, but they were only a minority. Most zombies only gained a certain evolution value. Li Xiaofeng just felt better than ever before, and a powerful feeling arose spontaneously. Li Xiaofeng never expected that there would be such a big improvement after advancing to the zombie leader. All upgradable skills and talents have been upgraded. The basic combat power has also increased several times. He even learned 3 new skills. There is no need to explain the stun skill. The big orange cat also has it, but Li Xiaofeng's is more effective. The most important are the other 2 skills. The Lord's exclusive skill, Commander, can directly allow him to get 100 thugs, and they are fearless and fearless of death. Even if he dies, he can always be replenished. When the end of the world comes, the thing that is most lacking is zombies. With his current strength, he can easily make 100 ordinary zombies advance quickly. 100 powerful and obedient zombies are completely worth an army of thousands. And the leadership skills can be upgraded. According to its introduction, upgrading will definitely increase the number of zombies you can command. Li Xiaofeng can now imagine the scene of him leading countless zombies to run rampant in the doomsday. Roar. He let out a roar, looking extremely proud. The mutant orange cat had become accustomed to Li Xiaofeng's idiotic appearance. With a look of disdain on its face, it simply turned its head away and didn't look at him. It took Li Xiaofeng half a day to wake up from his fantasy. Seeing the orange cat's contemptuous look, he walked over and pinched its fat face. Meow. The orange cat cried out in dissatisfaction, but Li Xiaofeng's strength increased dramatically, and it was difficult for it to escape. After pinching for a while, Li Xiaofeng stopped and began to look at another rare skill he had learned. He currently only has 2 that can be called rare by the system. One is his talent for leadership. The other is the newly realized ultimate disguise. Li Xiaofeng immediately started the ultimate disguise. In an instant, almost like a miracle, Li Xiaofeng's appearance began to change drastically. His eyes were no longer bloodshot, but became distinct black and white, and color gradually appeared on his face. The blood stains at the corners of his mouth also disappeared, and his sparse hair grew out again. The originally wrinkled and dry skin became smooth again. Li Xiaofeng only felt a huge change in his body, and he looked at his hands. The sharp nails were gone, and the color of blood returned to the palms. Fuck. Li Xiaofeng couldn't help but say. But as soon as he finished speaking, his mind was suddenly shaken and his face was filled with disbelief. Can I speak now? He trembled all over and began to laugh. These were the first human words he had spoken since the end of the world. Why does it feel wrong? It should be the first human words. He can disguise himself as a human, which means he will be able to blend into human bases easily. By then, wouldn't it be easy to infect humans? Coupled with his newly upgraded virus infection talent. This means that he can infect an entire city on his own. He alone is more terrible than a plague. Countless evolution values, here I come. But Li Xiaofeng did not discover one thing. He was also a human in peacetime, although when the apocalypse came, he became a zombie for 2 months. But they were human after all. Now that he has awakened this skill, it means that he can completely return to the human race. As long as he doesn't reveal himself, no one will recognize his identity as a zombie. But the first thing he thought about was not returning to humans, but infecting humans. It seems that his will has been completely changed since he became a zombie. What's even more terrifying is that he himself didn't notice anything wrong. Instead, I think everything is normal. This is the weirdest thing. He is no longer the human Li Xiaofeng, but the zombie Li Xiaofeng. Just as the name of this rare skill suggests, ultimate camouflage. No matter how real it is always just a disguise. Li Xiaofeng didn't notice anything wrong at all. At this moment, he looked at his panel with satisfaction. The world is so big, where can't I go? When he looked at the evolution value, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. His evolution value reached 3800/100000. Looking at the 100,000 advancement value behind him, he looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, feeling extremely sad. It seems to be only a little more than 3 times higher than that of a 5th-level creature. But don't ignore it, this is only the evolution value of a 1st-level lord. If he guessed correctly, the evolution value of the 2nd-level lord would be 200,000. It will continue to double in the future. The evolution value required in the future will be a terrifying number. But Li Xiaofeng was not in a hurry, as he now had enough capital to save his life. In the end times, it has become a powerful existence. Li Xiaofeng looked around and saw tens of thousands of zombies gathered, including some elite zombies. He directly activated the leadership skill. In an instant, all the information about the zombies appeared in his eyes. They all radiate light, and the higher the level of evolution, the stronger the light. Li Xiaofeng instantly locked onto the elite zombie. There are a total of 10,235 zombies, but there are only 32 elite zombies. Moreover, most of the elite zombies were able to advance because of him. The Eye of Insight checked the skills and talents of each elite zombie. Finally, 2 elite zombies were carefully selected. With the help of the talent of leadership, he controlled them. He also used his leadership skills to control 30 elite zombies and 70 ordinary 5th-level zombies. 100 zombies immediately walked out of the team and gathered together quietly. The rest of the zombies began to wander aimlessly again, reverting to their original wild animal forms. However, no zombie dared to approach Li Xiaofeng. Looking at the elite zombies in front of him, Li Xiaofeng was very satisfied. We can leave Wanning City now. He threw out the corpses of the 4th-order mutant beasts he had hunted in the past month, and let the 102 zombies evolve first. Ordinary 5th-level zombies are no different from rotten fish and shrimp in the apocalypse. It is worth mentioning that there are 2 other new skills for controlling zombies, namely Healing Hands and Berserk. Healing Hands can heal the injuries of other creatures. Cooling time, 10 seconds. Berserk can increase the attack speed of other creatures by 50%, duration, 2 minutes, cooldown, 1 hour. They are all auxiliary skills, but they are extremely effective. It is completely possible to give blessings to Li Xiaofeng or the mutant orange cat. Now his team does not lack attack power. What's more, there are 100 zombie minions, who will definitely become a huge force when they grow up. 3 days later. The top of a tall building in the city center. A man wearing sunglasses was lying leisurely on a white beach chair with a chilled watermelon next to him. On the other side, there was a huge orange cat, yawning lazily. It was Li Xiaofeng and the mutant orange cat. At this time, he activated the ultimate disguise, exactly like a human, and his Honkai nerves were also shut down. The long-lost taste came back again, and the coolness of the watermelon made him feel extremely comfortable. In the Doomsday, he is probably the most unrestrained creature. At this time, Li Xiaofeng was holding a map in his hand, thinking about his plan to go out. The situation in China is now critical, with various mutant beasts dominating the country, and he dares not provoke the huge base of survivors. Everything needs to be planned carefully. Li Xiaofeng only has 1 life, so he dare not act recklessly. As for Xiao Si, Xiao Zhuang, Xiao Peng, the newly controlled zombies, the zombies who mastered the Berserker technique, and Xiao Mei, who mastered the Healing Hands, they each led 100 zombie minions and began the real cleanup of Wanning City. For elite zombies each led 25 zombie minions to start the cleanup. No matter whether it is mutant beasts or humans, no one can escape the disaster. Thanks to Li Xiaofeng's efforts for a month, the remaining mutant beasts were only level 3 at most. Xiao Si and Xiao Zhuang can be killed easily. As for Xiao Peng and Xiao Mei, they had some difficulty at the beginning, but with Li Xiaofeng's transfer of will, they could also be killed easily. After completing the random task, Li Xiaofeng has completely opened the Wanning City map. Any mutant beast has nowhere to hide. But there is also bad news. After Li Xiaofeng reached the level of Zombie Lord, low-level mutant beasts were unable to provide him with evolutionary value. This means that he needs to kill a powerful mutant beast. Evolution cannot be accomplished by exterminating weaker organisms. After a month of clearing out, Xiao Si and Xiao Zhuang reached the 5th-level elite zombies respectively. Xiao Mei and Xiao Peng also reached the 4th-level elite zombies. More importantly, all 100 zombies became elite zombies, including 18 second-level zombies. Li Xiaofeng once again harvested dozens of 3rd-order crystal cores and 2nd-order crystal cores. The mutant beasts in Wanning City are extremely rare. What Li Xiaofeng didn't know was that since he advanced to the Zombie Lord, many mutant beasts fled from Wanning City. A month later, all the zombies returned, and their strength had improved to a certain extent. Very good. Very good. Li Xiaofeng was wearing a suit, sunglasses, and had his hands behind his back, pretending to be very dignified. Below him, there were more than 100 zombies standing there, seemingly listening to his lecture. However, the subordinates below were standing restlessly, roaring, and some zombies were even drooling. The scene was extremely strange. Li Xiaofeng didn't care either, his blood was boiling. Today, we will go out to fight for the glory of the zombie tribe. You are all elites, but with great power comes great responsibility. We need to open up a new path for the zombie tribe, even though the journey is dangerous. But you are all warriors, tell me, are you afraid? Li Xiaofeng asked with great enthusiasm. There were sporadic roars coming from below. Set off. Li Xiaofeng nodded with satisfaction, turned off the extreme disguise, and became a zombie again. A group of more than 100 zombies left the city center directly, followed by a big orange cat. Li Xiaofeng plans to start from the nearby cities and clear out all the mutant beasts. To the north of Wanning City is Chili City. The two cities are not far apart, but their prosperity is incomparable. Chili City has many tourist attractions and is a famous tourist city in China. This also promoted the economic development of Chili City. For Li Xiaofeng, there must be more powerful mutant beasts in a prosperous city. Now, apart from infecting humans, only creatures that are also lords can bring him evolutionary value. The more than 100 zombies are all elite level and run very fast. More importantly, they don't get tired. In a short time, they arrived at the suburbs and prepared to leave Wanning City. Li Xiaofeng was wearing sunglasses and his nose twitched slightly. A smell of fresh flesh and blood wafted over. Since advancing to a lord zombie, Li Xiaofeng has become more sensitive to the taste of flesh and blood. He signaled the other zombies to stay where they were and activated his ultimate camouflage. His appearance changed instantly and he became a student. Although the suburbs of Wanning City are not prosperous, the housing prices are cheap. Many people choose to buy houses here, and many residential areas have also been built in the suburbs. One of the communities is called Ningjing Community. The old gate of the community was removed and replaced with a steel gate. There were iron plates welded to the outside of the gate, and the iron plates were covered with sharp steel spikes. Inside the gate, a small high-rise building was built, from which one can directly see the situation outside the community. A burly man with a shaved head was standing on a tall building, a pistol on his waist, looking out of the community with boredom. The suburbs are not prosperous and the population is not large. The number of zombies is incomparable to that in the city center, and the mutant beasts can be counted on one hand. With a few pistols and plenty of food, the group was lucky enough to survive for 3 months. Such small bases can be found everywhere in the end times. Their survival was more due to luck than strength. The guard looked outside the community with a relaxed expression. There were very few zombies coming now. Even if there are 1 or 2 of them by chance, they can't even get into the community gate, so how can they pose a threat? Suddenly, the guard's expression froze and he rubbed his eyes in disbelief. In front of him, a student actually walked towards him leisurely. The student had a bulging backpack on his back, and the zipper was not completely closed. The big man saw what was inside at a glance, and it turned out to be a can of meat. Is there food in there? The big man was shocked. Although the small base could provide basic meals, they were also extremely limited. In the end times, having enough to eat is a luxury. He hadn't smelled meat in 2 months. When I saw the backpack of food, I immediately felt the desire to snatch it. Who is it? The big man put away the greed in his eyes and asked in a pretentious manner. Brother, I'm here to seek refuge. Li Xiaofeng waved his hands and even jumped a few times. Bang! The canned meat in the backpack fell down. For a moment, the big man's eyes were like a hungry wolf, and he was completely attracted by the can. Li Xiaofeng picked up the can as if nothing had happened and said, Big brother, please open the gate of the community. Although he could just jump in, there was no need to alert the enemy. If we let the survivors escape, it would be more trouble than gain. As for letting the zombie squad attack by force, it is not a good idea either. The other side has guns, so he can ignore it, but other zombies cannot do it. In order to blend into the neighborhood, he packed a backpack with food from a distant supermarket. Once he's in, he has the final say on everything. Don't worry, I'll open it now, just stand there and don't move. The greed in the big man's eyes became more and more obvious, and he was determined to get the backpack of food. He walked down the small building as if nothing had happened and directly opened the gate of the community. Li Xiaofeng felt that everything was going extremely smoothly and the effect of the extreme camouflage was really great. Bang! Just as he was about to enter the community, his keen perception instantly detected the actions of the guard. The men actually shot him to death. Li Xiaofeng directly activated the hardened skin and boiling fighting spirit. Although he only has 10% of his strength in human form, as a zombie lord, he still has the strength of a 5th-level creature. After activating 2 skills, Li Xiaofeng stood still and his defense power skyrocketed. The bullet hit him in the abdomen but did not cause any damage. Even rifles could hardly penetrate his defense, and the power of ordinary pistols could not threaten him at all. As the level of evolution increases, the role of modern weapons becomes smaller and smaller. You. The big man looked horrified, his eyes wide open, unable to believe what he was seeing. Is this still a human being? Pistols have no effect on him. When the end of the world comes, humans can only increase their strength by becoming awakened. But the big man had no idea that someone could actually block a bullet. The leader of the small base is an awakened one. The big man had witnessed the strength of the awakened ones with his own eyes, and found that they were much stronger than ordinary people. But as for blocking the bullet, it is simply impossible. Who is the other party? But before I had time to think about it, the student had already slowly walked into the community. You shot me. Li Xiaofeng sneered, suddenly realized that the wording was inappropriate, and asked again. You shot me. Who the hell are you? The big man looked pale. The pressure from Li Xiaofeng was too great. He was even inferior to the leader of the base. Li Xiaofeng walked straight up to him, lifted his neck with his right hand, and looked extremely indifferent. Take me to see your leader. The big man's pale face turned red again because he had difficulty breathing, and he nodded hurriedly. He was filled with extreme fear and had completely obeyed the student's orders. The two walked directly into the community. The quiet community is not big, with only 4 buildings standing in it. How many people are there in your base? Li Xiaofeng looked around and didn't see any humans. More than 100 people. The big man was very nervous at this time and answered the question carefully. The two soon arrived in front of the first building. There was a man and a woman doing something indecent in front of the building. There were even people watching around. The man had an ugly face, and at this moment he had an evil smile on his face. The woman was pale and thin, obviously having not had food for a long time, but her delicate facial features were still visible. At this moment, her eyes were full of death, like a corpse. The man was still very interested. When he saw the big man and Li Xiaofeng coming, he even greeted them. There was a hint of panic in the big man's eyes, and he also responded to the men, trying to make the other understand his intention to ask for help. But the men turned a blind eye and ignored the big man, which made him curse inwardly. Li Xiaofeng watched all this with a cold expression. Along the way, we passed 2 more buildings, where the same ugly behavior was also seen. Finally we arrived at the last building. There were only 2 men with guns guarding the door. When the guard saw Li Xiaofeng and the other men approaching, he immediately shouted. Li Wei, who is this person? Li Wei smiled apologetically, he wants to see the boss. People of any status can see the boss. The guard looked displeased. He didn't expect that Li Wei would bring a stranger here. Li Xiaofeng ignored the 3 people. With his insightful eyes, he had already seen an awakened person. It must be the other side's leader. He walked straight in without paying any attention to the guards. Upon seeing this, the 2 guards raised their pistols, their faces full of warnings and threats. Don't act rashly. Li Wei was panicked and stopped the 2 guards from doing something suicidal. If they angered this student, the 3 of them might be killed on the spot. Li Xiaofeng's speed suddenly increased and he rushed directly into the building. The 2 guards ignored Li Wei and followed Li Xiaofeng with anger on their faces. If the leader knew that they had let in an outsider, they would probably be punished. Everyone in the base was terrified by the leader's brutal methods. However, when the 2 rushed into a room on the 9th floor, their faces were filled with shock and fear. A thin man vomited blood, fell to the ground seriously injured, and fainted. And his legs had been broken directly. On the bed next to her, a beautiful woman picked up the quilt and shivered. A student watched all this with satisfaction and said to the 2 guards who came over. From now on, I will take over this community. Li Xiaofeng said in a flat tone. Let everyone in the community gather downstairs. I have something to announce. When the two guards saw that their leader, the awakened one, had been crippled, they dared not disobey the order. Besides, people have no loyalty to him at all, they are just afraid of his bloody methods. There was a hint of smile on Li Xiaofeng's face. Gather everyone together and infect them all at once to save trouble. The woman on the bed gradually regained her composure. After calming down, she smiled coquettishly, pulled open the bed sheet naked, and walked towards Li Xiaofeng seductively. Unfortunately, the other party was a zombie and was not moved at all. Get dressed and gather downstairs. Li Xiaofeng looked at the woman calmly, then turned and left. The woman's heart trembled. The look in the other person's eyes made her feel inexplicably frightened, as if there was no human emotion at all. But he looked obviously like a student, and this contradiction made her extremely confused. He finally put his clothes on and spat at his former leader. For her, as long as she has food and can keep herself alive, it doesn't matter who is the leader. It's just a matter of having someone else serve her. As the two guards spread the news, there was a big stir in the community. More than a dozen of the former leader's men were all shocked, but not sad. As for the ordinary people, their expressions were numb and there was no change at all. Looking at the more than 100 people below, Li Xiaofeng nodded with satisfaction. Li Wei, put away everyone's guns. Li Xiaofeng directly issued the first order. The dozen or so people holding guns all had stern looks in their eyes, and some even couldn't help but tightly grip their guns. Whoever dares to move will be shot dead. I will appoint him as deputy leader. With just a few simple words, the situation that was about to riot was instantly calmed down. No one looked at Li Xiaofeng anymore. Instead, they looked at the other gunmen with vigilance. But there was still one person in the crowd with a fierce look. Who would willingly give their life to others? In the end times, the only person you can trust is yourself. A hint of murderous intent flashed across the man's eyes, and he instantly wanted to shoot Li Xiaofeng. As long as he is dealt with, he will be the new leader. But before he could raise his hand, the new leader in front of him disappeared. He suddenly felt something was wrong and hardly reacted. A sharp pain suddenly appeared in his abdomen, and for a moment he felt as if he had been hit by a heavy truck. Li Xiaofeng had already sensed the man's ill intentions and rushed over directly. A random punch could seriously injure it. The power of a fifth-level creature is not comparable to that of ordinary humans. He looked indifferent and also crippled the man's legs. The brutal means instantly stunned everyone. The student-looking man in front of him was even more ruthless than the original leader. There is a deeper despair in the eyes of ordinary people. Li Xiaofeng collected more than a dozen pistols and smiled as he looked at the unarmed people. Follow me. Everyone found it difficult to understand the new leader's behavior. But since the other party can kill an awakened person, he must be an awakened person himself. Without guns, the gap between ordinary people and the awakened is too big. More than 100 people came to the gate of the community, and Li Xiaofeng directly ordered Wang Chang to open the gate. Everyone was puzzled, but there was a sense of inexplicable fear in their hearts. Wang Chang had no choice but to obey, and although he was extremely confused, he still carried out the order. The gate of the community slowly opened, and to everyone's horror, zombies suddenly began to gather outside at an incredibly fast speed. Hundreds of zombies appeared in a short period of time. Unlike those wandering beasts, they seemed to have intelligence and were waiting for orders. But the man-eating savagery in their eyes still existed, and everyone was terrified. Li Xiaofeng smiled and turned directly into a zombie. The crowd was terrified, screaming, shouting, and began to flee in panic, but it was all in vain. They really couldn't understand why the new leader, who was obviously a human, suddenly turned into a zombie. The former leader's henchmen were now extremely frightened, their happy days were gone forever. The ordinary people's faces were filled with numbness, confusion, and even a sense of relief. More than 100 people were infected in a short period of time. The former survivor community has become deserted, with only wandering zombies. Li Xiaofeng led hundreds of zombies on the road again. He is not a savior, but a zombie. The zombie squad never encountered any survivors afterwards. Wanning City has completely become a kingdom of zombies. Li Xiaofeng left Wanning City and took the road to Chili City. The number of zombies on the road suddenly decreased, and it seemed that all the zombies tended to enter Wanting City. There are all kinds of scrapped cars on the road, but not many. At first glance, the road was extremely desolate and silent, and the wilderness seemed more like the end of the world. The distance between the two cities is not far. Thanks to the zombie squad's speed and their never-tiring nature, they can arrive there in about 2 days. Li Xiaofeng looked a little depressed at this time. Ever since he advanced to the Lord Zombie. The weekly task issued by the system is to advance to the second-level Zombie Lord. But ordinary mutant beasts can no longer provide him with evolutionary value. His evolution stalled, and so did his mission. Unless hunting creatures of the same level. However, Wanting City is difficult to find. If one wants to evolve quickly, he may have to enter the primitive mountains. But with his strength, the risk is too great. For a while, Li Xiaofeng had to go to major cities, hoping to find lone creatures of the same level. As early as half a month ago, the orange cat completed its advancement after swallowing a large number of crystal cores, and the panel also changed. Name: Mutated Orange Cat. Level: First Level Lord. Talents: Evil Evolution, 2, Sharp Nerves, 2, More Courageous in Battle, 2. Skills: Claw Cutting, 4, Shock, 2, Extreme Rampage, 4, Potential Explosion, 3, Crazy Killing, 1, Brutal Power, 1. Ever since he was promoted to Lord Zombie, the panel provided by the system has changed, with the levels of talents and skills added to the back. The Orange Cat also mastered 2 new skills during his advancement, Crazy Killing and Brutal Power. Crazy Killing: in combat, each enemy killed will increase your strength by 1%, up to a maximum of 100%. Brutal Power: after being activated, the defense-breaking effect of the next attack will be doubled. Cooling time: 10 seconds. 2 more powerful combat skills. After the Orange Cat advances to the Lord level, it also has the ability to fight across levels. However, it is difficult to judge since I haven't encountered a second-level Lord. The zombie team has 2 Lord-level creatures, so it is difficult for them to encounter a crisis. The journey was smooth, and you might occasionally encounter a few mutant beasts. But he and the Orange Cat didn't need to take any action at all, as the zombie squad overwhelmed them in an instant. The team's progress was smooth and they did not encounter any powerful enemies, which made Li Xiaofeng, who was eager to try, feel a little uncomfortable. Suddenly, Li Xiaofeng froze, and in his sight, houses appeared outside the road. After being promoted to a Lord Zombie, his eyesight also improved greatly, which is completely incomparable to before. The Lord level and Elite level are completely equivalent to a leap in life level, which can no longer be measured by common sense. The difference between the two can be seen from the fact that he can withstand bullets. Rows of houses sit on top of a mountain. It turned out to be a village built on the mountain. At the foot of the mountain were pieces of land with various crops growing on them. Unfortunately, when the bloody day came, most of the crops simply withered and became difficult to grow. Li Xiaofeng looked at the village in the distance and frowned slightly. He didn't see any trace of humans, not even zombies. Feeling doubtful, Li Xiaofeng led the zombie team directly towards the village. The 2 Lord-level creatures are fully capable of exploring. Just as Li Xiaofeng approached the village, he felt an extremely excited feeling. The Orange Cat also made an excited cry. Li Xiaofeng hasn't had this feeling for a long time. There are Lord-level creatures in the mountains. Almost at the same time, the Overlord creature also sensed Li Xiaofeng and the Orange Cat. In an instant, the entire mountain began to shake. The earth-shaking scene made Li Xiaofeng's eyes shudder. Boom, boom, boom. Many houses on the mountain began to collapse, and inside the houses, dark holes several meters in size appeared. The mountain in front of me was like honeycomb coal, already riddled with holes, but it was covered up by the houses. Li Xiaofeng was shocked. Giant black beasts emerged from the cave one after another, their eyes were bloodshot and they looked violent and ferocious. It turned out to be a mutant rat. The first mutant beast Li Xiaofeng killed was a rat, but it was only a first-level mutant beast. What we see before our eyes are hundreds and thousands of mutant beasts sweeping in, mixed with countless ordinary rats. The rat tide came like a huge black wave, which was a terrifying force in the end times. Li Xiaofeng now understood why the road was so dead silent. There are so many mutant rats, I wonder how many mutant beasts they have devoured. Due to distance restrictions, Li Xiaofeng could not get close to the mountain or check the information. But there must be a mutant rat king in the mountains. The mutated rats moved very quickly, and countless plants and crops were trampled by them. All the rats were like possessed, determined to overwhelm the zombies in front of them. The sight of tens of thousands of black rats running around was truly horrifying. More than 100 zombies looked extremely weak and were not even on the same order of magnitude. But the zombies are all at elite level. Li Xiaofeng took a quick look. There are probably nearly 1,000 mutant beasts, and most of them are first-level mutant rats. The mice mutate very quickly. Li Xiaofeng could no longer escape and had to force the fight. The zombies and the mutated rats started fighting each other instantly. Li Xiaofeng has an attack speed aura that can improve the overall strength of zombies. In addition, they are all elite zombies, and it is difficult for ordinary black rats to bite through their skin. But the situation is still not optimistic, and the outcome was decided almost instantly. The number of mutant rats is nearly 10 times that of zombies. Most of the zombies are also elite level 1. It is a complete pipe dream to want to fight 10 people alone by relying on the attack speed aura. Li Xiaofeng did not choose to kill the mutant rat again, but just scratched or bit it. The zombie virus was injected into his body. His current virus level can only infect first-order mutant mice, but it is still very effective. Within a very short time, the mutant mice were infected. Their minds became increasingly confused, and they instantly turned against their own kind and began to attack their own kind. Ding! The host has successfully infected a first-order mutant mouse, evolution value plus 20. The upgraded virus infection comes into play for the first time. But it's not over yet. If you are scratched by a zombie rat, you will also be infected. The zombie virus in Li Xiaofeng's body began to spread among the rats like a plague. In a short time, the situation stabilized. At the same time, the mutant orange cat's killing efficiency is also extremely high, as Xiaopeng's berserk technique blesses it. The cat's claws were so fast that only an afterimage could be seen passing by. Several mutant rats were dismembered and blood splattered all over the ground. If the situation continues to develop in this way, more than 100 zombies will still be wiped out. But the mutant rat swarm will have a similar result. This would be disadvantageous to the mutant rat king. Without the rat group, its strength would drop by half in an instant. Squeak! A hoarse and shrill cry came from the distant mountains and forests. All the rats seemed to have received an order and began to change positions. Countless mutated rats no longer besieged Li Xiaofeng and the orange cat, but turned around to attack other zombies. Tens of thousands of ordinary mice pounced madly on Li Xiaofeng and the orange cat as if they were going to die, using their lives to delay them. As soon as hundreds of zombies die, all the mutated rats will attack the orange cat together. If the Rat King comes out again to hold Li Xiaofeng back, he can completely wear them out. Li Xiaofeng also noticed the mutant Rat King's conspiracy, and the ordinary rats that were covered were extremely fragile. He dismembered it with a wave of his hand, and he could also choose to infect it. But there is no evolution value to be gained. At the same time, the mutation of ordinary mice is completely useless as they will be torn to pieces by the rat swarm in an instant. Li Xiaofeng didn't care and rushed out of the rat tide, wanting to hunt the mutant rats. But because he was entangled, his infection efficiency was greatly reduced. Often want to infect a mutant mouse. Instantly dozens of ordinary rats would come to plug his mouth, specifically to infect him. The Rat King must be killed first. Li Xiaofeng also did not expect that the rat pack would be so difficult to deal with, and both of the overlord creatures were entangled. He made a decisive decision immediately. As long as the Rat King was killed, the rat colony would naturally disperse. Li Xiaofeng activated the hardened skin of the 4 zombies he controlled, hoping that the 4 zombies would not die this time. At the same time, he turned over and rode on the mutant orange cat. The orange cat's claws were so sharp that they instantly tore a hole in the black waves. It was running at full speed and the mutant rats couldn't stop it at all. As long as he can get close to the forest, Li Xiaofeng can locate the mutant Rat King. The corpse and the cat moved very quickly and reached the bottom of the mountain directly. Eyes of insight. Li Xiaofeng tried to search for the location of the Rat King, but couldn't find it for a while. Let the orange cat continue to move towards the top of the mountain. He kept moving his vision, trying to lock onto the Rat King. Soon they arrived at the mountainside, where there were already a large number of house ruins. Black holes several meters in size also spread throughout the forest. Suddenly, a huge red shadow appeared in his sight. Name: Mutant Rat King. Rank: First Level Lord. What surprised Li Xiaofeng was that he could not see the Rat King's skills and talents. Such a sudden change made him frown. He didn't know whether it was because the level of the Eye of Insight was too low or because of the special nature of the Rat King. But there is no time to think about it, as long as I can lock the position. It is easy for two Lord creatures to deal with one. What's more, the orange cat's powerful combat capability allows it to fight against enemies of higher levels. The Mutant Rat King is located at the top of the mountain. But Li Xiaofeng didn't know how to find it. There were so many branches of the rat holes ahead that it was too easy to get lost. Unless he can punch through an entire mountain. He could only see the location of the Rat King, but didn't know its route. If we waste too much time in the rat hole, the zombies will probably die. For the first time, Li Xiaofeng felt how difficult the Lord creatures were. Meow. But the orange cat reacted this time. Its big nose twitched slightly and there was extreme excitement in its eyes. He carried Li Xiaofeng directly into a rat hole. The mutant orange cat was like a familiar customer, turning left and right without stopping for too long, and went straight into the depths. At the same time, in Li Xiaofeng's field of vision, the position of the mutant Rat King began to change. It wants to escape. The orange cat looked extremely irritable and let out a startling meow. Without Li Xiaofeng's command, the orange cat started to run wild. Its speed increased greatly and it rushed directly into the depths of the rat hole at high speed. The mutant Rat King in the rat hole is also huge, just like the mutant orange cat. But at this moment it felt fear from the bottom of its heart. The feeling of encountering a natural enemy made the mutant Rat King panic and he fled directly into the depths of the rat hole. But how could the Rat King be faster than the orange cat? After it started its extreme rampage, its speed increased several times. The mutant Rat King suddenly stopped and a human-like fear appeared on his face. Lord-level mutant beasts already possess a certain level of intelligence. A pair of scarlet eyes appeared in front of the Rat King, like floating lanterns in the darkness. Li Xiaofeng was thrown down directly. The orange cat looked excited, and its speed increased again, charging towards the Rat King fiercely. Li Xiaofeng felt a little uncomfortable. After all, he was a zombie lord, but he was thrown out directly. But looking forward, I couldn't help but feel the horror of the mutated orange cat. Once it reaches its extreme rampage, it cannot be contended with by creatures of the same level. In a short time, the mutant Rat King was injured, and blood flowed all over the place, soaking into the soft soil. Squeak! The mutant Rat King let out a shrill cry and didn't dare to fight with the orange cat at all. Fear flashed across his eyes. It looked at Li Xiaofeng and pounced on him violently, trying to escape. Li Xiaofeng was thrown down by the orange cat and was so angry that he had no place to vent. He raised his eyebrows and saw the Rat King pouncing towards him. He took out the black frying pan directly. Heavy blow to kill. The fighting spirit is boiling. Li Xiaofeng's strength surged and he gripped the frying pan tightly. Bang! A loud bang echoed in the rat hole. A huge black figure flew out backwards. After Li Xiaofeng activated his skills, his strength was no longer something that creatures of the same level could contend with. Besides, the Rat King's power is not its advantage. Claw cutting. The mutant Rat King in the air was unable to gain any leverage. The orange cat's eyes flashed with blazing light. There was a hissing sound as the cat's claws broke through the air, and they moved from bottom to top like an afterimage, without encountering any hindrance. After activating the extreme rampage, the defense-breaking ability of the claws also increased significantly. Puff! Blood spurted out, and the Rat King's internal organs also fell to the ground. Even a crystal nucleus as big as an egg fell out. The orange cat dismembered a lord creature with one claw. Before Li Xiaofeng could stop it, the mutant orange cat kicked suddenly and swallowed the crystal core into its stomach. This orange cat's movements are so skillful. It was done in one go, like a work of art. Li Xiaofeng's heart was bleeding, a Lord Crystal Core was gone just like that. The mutant orange cat looked very satisfied and even ran over to rub Li Xiaofeng with its fat head. There was nothing he could do. The orange cat's increased strength would only benefit him. Li Xiaofeng came to the corpse of the mutant rat king and began to devour it. The mutant orange cat also came to another place and started swallowing it in big mouthfuls. Ding! The ability extraction failed. Ding! Collection successful, obtained the mutant rat king's claw. Ding! The host is devouring the flesh and blood of a first-level lord, evolution value plus 500. Li Xiaofeng finally obtained 10,000 evolution points. Although lord creatures are difficult to deal with, the evolutionary value they provide is not comparable to that of elite creatures. The mutant orange cat's talent is evil evolution, and it can devour crystal cores. Adding the evolution value from devouring flesh and blood, the total evolution value is 20,000. Judging from its appearance, it is still devouring, but the rate at which its evolution value increases is getting slower and slower. Li Xiaofeng hurriedly stopped him, as the evolutionary value required for the lord creature to advance was too much. It would be better to be eaten by other zombies first. With a few more lord zombies, the strength of the team will be greatly improved. After the death of the mutant rat king, the battle outside also came to an end. In an instant, all the mutant rats began to flee in all directions. They chose not to go back to the mouse hole. The presence of two lord creatures there was enough to make them instinctively feel fear. In the end, there were only black corpses left all over the ground. There were hundreds of mutant rats and countless ordinary rats. It felt soft when I stepped on it casually, and even blood spurted out. However, the zombies also suffered heavy losses, and in the end only a dozen or so were left. The rest of the zombies couldn't even find their bodies as they were directly devoured by the mutant rats. The remaining zombies were roaring and drooling, looking at the corpse of the mutant rat on the ground. But with Li Xiaofeng's order, they all restrained their instincts. Li Xiaofeng and the orange cat quickly left the rat hole. Looking at the remaining zombies, the 4 zombies under his command were still intact, and he felt relieved. He took out the mutant rat king's corpse and ordered the 4 zombies to start swallowing it. His evolution value increased by another 10,000 points, and he would need more than 70,000 evolution points to advance again. The corpses of mutant rats were scattered all over the ground. Unfortunately, after Li Xiaofeng was promoted to a lord zombie, low-level mutant beasts could no longer provide him with evolutionary value. Even his talent for leadership was ineffective and could not provide him with evolutionary value. He began to use collection and power extraction frantically. Most of the collected items are claws or furs, which are useless whether used to make weapons or armor. But the extraction of supernatural powers gave him a surprise, extracting a total of 10 swift skills. The effect is not as strong as Shao Ci's, and it does not have the special effect of dodging. He gave 10 swiftness skills to 10 zombies. Among them were 3 zombies that were controlled. Shao Ci, however, is unable to learn. Due to the conflict of skills, its level cannot match his own agility. As for the fact that he himself did not choose to use it, the agility did not improve him much. And more importantly, the upgrade of skills is completely random. This means that learning too many skills is not a good thing. After completing the devouring, he let the 4 dominated zombies start devouring the flesh and blood first. Prepare to cultivate the lord zombies first. There were hundreds of mutant rat corpses on the ground, and each mutant rat could be devoured by 3 zombies. The total amount of evolutionary value that can be provided reaches hundreds of thousands. The 4 dominated zombies began their journey of advancement. Although this battle with the mutant rats resulted in heavy losses, it also yielded fruitful gains. Ding! The evolution value of the zombies you command has reached 32,000/32,000, meeting the advancement conditions. Ding! The evolution value of the zombies you command has reached 32,000/32,000, meeting the advancement conditions. This time the advancement time was very fast, completely inferior to Li Xiaofeng. There were no zombies gathering around, it seemed that Li Xiaofeng was an exception. Ding! The zombies you command have greatly increased their strength, speed, and other aspects of their combat power. Ding! All the skills and talents of the zombies you command are upgraded. Current level, first level zombie lord. Ding! The zombies you command have mastered the skill of group healing. Ding! The zombies you command have mastered the shadow claw. Ding! The zombies you command have realized damage reduction. Ding! The zombies you command have reached extreme fanaticism. Ding! The zombies you command have gained the skill of command. Group healing can heal creatures within a radius of 10 meters, cooling time, 30 minutes. Shadow claws, the claws are attached with a dark aura, and the creatures scratched will fall into a weakened state. Cooling time, 1 minute. Damage reduction, passive skill, reduces the damage received. The reduction effect depends on the enemy. The higher the enemy level, the weaker the reduction effect. Extreme frenzy, grants a 30% speed bonus to the 10 creatures in front, duration, 10 minutes. Cooldown time, 30 minutes. Li Xiaofeng was overjoyed. The zombies led by the 4 have all mastered their own skills, and each one suits their own characteristics. The newly commanded Xiaopeng and Xiaomei once again mastered rare auxiliary skills. This skill is rarer than combat skills. More importantly, the 4 zombies mastered the skills of leadership. The number of zombie squads can surge to 500, and they can all be upgraded. As the levels of his command talent and skills increase, the number of zombies he can lead will double in the future. Li Xiaofeng looked at the remaining mutant rat corpses and continued to let individual zombies come out to devour them. The gap between the zombie lord and the elite zombies is huge, and one can easily defeat 10 alone. First cultivate the zombie lord, the elite zombies will not provide him much help. A new zombie lord appears again. But the improvement seems not as good as the 4 dominated zombies. The most important thing is that Li Xiaofeng used the Eye of Insight to check. He didn't even comprehend the command skills. Are the zombies that are being led unable to comprehend? If he could comprehend it, Li Xiaofeng would be able to control millions of zombies in a short period of time and start to sweep across the apocalypse. But he was not surprised, as he had already anticipated this result. After all, the zombie lord can only control a few zombies. But if you go one step further, you can become above a lord. At that time, the number of controllable zombies will surely increase dramatically. As an elite zombie, he can only control 2 zombies, but as a lord zombie, he can control hundreds of zombies. With each advancement, the number of controllable zombies will increase significantly. The remaining mutant rats bred 3 more zombie lords. Although they are not as good as Shao Si and the others, they are definitely not as good as him. But it is still much stronger than the 5th level creature. What made Li Xiaofeng happy was, although they have not mastered the skills of leadership, the zombies' IQs instantly increased after they advanced to become lords. Apart from the inability to speak, it is not much different from ordinary humans and is fully capable of executing complex instructions. The team's strength increased again. 9 lord creatures walked on the road, and any mutant beasts were killed instantly. But after being promoted to lord, ordinary mutant beasts no longer provide evolution value. Must hunt overlord creatures. There were very few zombies on the road, so Li Xiaofeng couldn't use his command. In the end, only a dozen zombies continued on their journey. After arriving at Chili City, the number of zombies can naturally be replenished. The remaining zombies are at least level 4 creatures. In addition to being tireless, they move very quickly. Li Xiaofeng turned on the ultimate camouflage at this moment, rode on the orange cat, and had a proud look on his face. 9 lord creatures would be a powerful force wherever they go. How lonely it is to be invincible. How invincible is so. Li Xiaofeng's out-of-tune singing had not yet finished when it was interrupted in an instant. Cry. A sharp cry came from the sky, and more than a dozen zombies were shocked. The mutant orange cat suddenly arched its back, its eyes extremely alert. At the same time, he shook violently and threw Li Xiaofeng directly to the ground. Bang! Li Xiaofeng knocked his head to the ground, but he didn't react at all. With a slight movement of his hands, he crushed the cement on the road and piled it on his head. By the way, a beautiful little red flower was also inserted. He kept muttering to himself. Can't see me, can't see me. The other zombie lords were also crawling on the ground. Without any need for Li Xiaofeng's orders, they started pretending to be dead in perfect tacit understanding. The smooth and flowing movements are a true legacy of Li Xiaofeng. The mutant orange cat had already hidden somewhere unknown. In the end, only a few elite zombies were left standing there, looking around in confusion. A huge golden eagle flew by with its wings spread. It was tens of meters in size, a huge monster in the sky. A huge shadow covered them, and all the zombie lords trembled. What Li Xiaofeng didn't know was, the golden eagle comes from the Qingsang Mountains and lives in a city in the southwest. But Wanning City is separated from the golden eagle by a large human settlement. South Rain Base. I don't know why I crossed the Nanyu base and came here. However, the golden eagle did not seem to notice the zombies on the ground, or even if it did not care at all. Only after the golden eagle walked away did Li Xiaofeng slowly stand up and breathe a sigh of relief. Why are there so many monsters in the apocalypse? Since the distance between the two parties was too far, the Eye of Insight could not be used, so its level was unknown. But it is definitely not something the zombie squad can contend with. Didn't you see that the orange cats that can fight across levels hid so quickly? Meow. At this time, the fat cat slowly walked out from the surrounding woods. The hair on his back was still slightly puffy, and his alert posture had not been completely lifted. Fortunately, there was no danger and the zombie team suffered no losses. Every death of a lord zombie is enough to make Li Xiaofeng heartbroken. This is not comparable to the elite zombies. The zombie team set out on their journey again. They were not far from Chili City and should be able to arrive in just half a day. They are much more cautious now, and the 9 lord creatures are fully prepared and can play dead at any time. Half a day passed quickly. The roadside scenery is no longer monotonous. Houses began to appear and villages were established. Li Xiaofeng kept twitching his nose, trying to find out whether there was a human base. There aren't many zombies and mutant beasts on this type of road, so there's a high chance that human settlements will appear. Li Xiaofeng suddenly stopped and actually smelled the scent of fresh flesh and blood in front of him. In the distance, there is a village nestled among the fields. There are blue brick walls built around it, no more than 2 meters high. But it is entirely possible to stop scattered zombies. He turned himself into human form, causing the zombie squad to lurk nearby, awaiting his orders. Although he could choose to sweep across ordinary villages, Li Xiaofeng has always been cautious. The safest method is to approach them as a human being, but take them by surprise. Li Xiaofeng was like a student, also carrying a backpack full of food. Greed is the easiest thing to make people lose their reason. To his surprise, the village seemed deserted and dead silent. But his nose was unmistakable. There are living people inside. He came to the gate of the wall, which was locked and he couldn't see what was going on inside. There is a groove on the wall on both sides of the gate, and I don't know what its function is. But what attracted Li Xiaofeng was the wooden frame outside the village. There was actually bacon hanging above, emitting a fragrant aroma. This is a huge temptation in the end times, and no one can resist it. In the apocalyptic era, being able to eat enough is an extreme luxury, let alone meat. Mutant beast meat. Li Xiaofeng moved slightly closer and instantly sensed the virus inside. Although it looks like meat, it is a deadly poison to ordinary humans. Li Xiaofeng did not eat it. This should be just the flesh and blood of a first-level mutant beast. He was already a lord creature, and this kind of flesh and blood had no appeal to him at all. But just when Li Xiaofeng's attention was focused on the bacon on the shelf, to the right of the village gate, a pair of eyes suddenly appeared in the groove of the wall. Those eyes were extremely cold, but when they saw Li Xiaofeng, there was a hint of morbid fanaticism in them. An ancient crossbow was placed on the groove. The man holding the crossbow had dark skin and strong muscles. He aimed directly at Li Xiaofeng's neck, which was the opponent's blind spot. Whoosh! A silent crossbow arrow shot towards Li Xiaofeng. The man's face became more and more excited, as if he had already seen the end of Li Xiaofeng falling into a coma. He licked his lips, greedily. But the next scene was unforgettable for that person, and a sick expression froze on his face. The student seemed to have eyes on his back and raised his right hand as fast as lightning. His index and middle fingers slightly opened, actually tightly grasping the crossbow arrow. The men in the village looked so shocked that he stood there in a daze for a moment. Is that how villains should laugh? Under his shocked eyes, the student slowly turned around with a strange smile on his face. The villagers opened their eyes wide, and a sense of fear arose from their long-lost humanity. At the same time, I felt that this sentence sounded a little familiar. Li Xiaofeng touched the crossbow arrow with his hand, and it seemed to be coated with an unknown liquid. He even ended up giving it a few licks with his mouth. What zombies fear least is toxins. Only corrosive toxins can cause harm to them. After shutting down his collapsed nerves, he felt a slight numbness. Anesthetic. An inexplicable smile, is it specially used to deal with humans? He activated the Honkai nerve and became immune to the toxin. The fear in the villagers' eyes almost overflowed. I thought the other person was seeking death by licking the anesthetic. But he didn't react at all and still stood there. Uncle, please open the door. Li Xiaofeng smiled warmly and knocked on the iron gate of the village as a courtesy. Ah. The men finally couldn't stand this weird scene anymore and simply dropped his crossbow and fled. It's rude. Li Xiaofeng muttered to himself, turned over suddenly, and entered the village. At the same time, he learned that the opponent's weapon was a tranq crossbow, which had no effect on zombies. Order the zombie squad to come and start the cleanup. Just after Li Xiaofeng entered the village, many villagers came out of their houses. Everyone had a numb smile on their face, and seemed to have the same wildness as zombies. They all held bows and crossbows in their hands, aiming at Li Xiaofeng. I guess the person at the door must have tipped off. Bang. The village gate was suddenly broken open violently. All the villagers looked outside the door in shock, and the long-lost fear finally appeared on their wooden faces. Zombie. A change finally appeared on everyone's indifferent faces. Those zombies actually broke open the iron gate. This has never happened before. The leading zombie was more than 3 meters tall, a completely humanoid beast, extremely terrifying. The tall zombie was Xiaozhuang, who was commanded by Li Xiaofeng. Since advancing to Lord, the appearance of zombies has changed dramatically. Xiaoxi also became extremely thin, like a skinny monkey. Only Li Xiaofeng's change is the smallest. Roar. More than a dozen zombies roared and invaded the village directly. Many villagers panicked and began to flee. They saw with their own eyes how Li Xiaofeng transformed from a student into a zombie. This unbelievable scene completely shattered their psychological defenses. Half an hour later, the zombie squad gained hundreds of evolution points again. Considering the evolution value requirement of 100,000, it can only be said to be better than nothing. Looking back at the village, Li Xiaofeng left again with more than a dozen zombies. Chili City is already in sight. The village is very close to the outskirts of Chili City. The location here is excellent. Not only do there appear to be frequent escapees, but security is also greatly increased. Half a day later, the zombie squad stood in Chili City. Unlike the backward-running city, this place seems extremely prosperous. Various high-rise buildings stand tall and luxury cars can be seen everywhere on the road. But the prosperity of the past is now extremely desolate. There were many zombies wandering around, and the dried blood was staining the ground, which was shocking to the sight. Li Xiaofeng casually touched the face of a zombie and sighed slightly. The carved railings and jade steps should still be there, but the red face has changed. Without choosing to use leadership skills, zombies can be seen everywhere in the city. Leading hundreds of zombies again now will affect the speed of the team. Let's wait until we get to the city center. He led the zombie squad and headed straight for the city center. Generally speaking, there is a high probability of high-level mutant beasts appearing in the city center. Because there are so many humans, high-level zombies may appear, and the zombies will attract mutant beasts. 9 Lord-level creatures were running rampant in the city center. Compared to the wild, cities are safer. The zombie squads were all traveling at full speed without stopping. In half a day, they arrived directly at the bustling city center, but what surprised him was there are very few zombies here, at least compared to other places in the city. Without the surge in numbers, it doesn't feel like a downtown at all. Dried bloodstains could be seen everywhere on the ground. Logically speaking, this situation involves a powerful mutant beast. But what puzzled Li Xiaofeng was that he did not find any traces of mutant beasts. Everything looked as if the city center had been cleared out. He began to disperse the 7 zombie lords. The city center is huge, and it would be too inefficient for a small team to act together. In addition, the zombie lords' intelligence has greatly increased, making them no different from humans, so they can fully carry out search missions. Plus, with their skilled skills in playing dead, there is no need to worry about anything going wrong. Li Xiaofeng and the mutant orange cat also began searching in another direction. 2 hours later, Xiaoxi suddenly felt something. Li Xiaofeng can control the 4 zombies under his command, and they can also provide feedback. Is there any harvest so soon? Li Xiaofeng activated the transfer of his will and turned his sight to Xiaoxi. With his extraordinary eyesight, he quickly saw what was happening ahead. A building with dozens of floors stands there. The rest of the entrances to the floor were completely blocked, with only one iron door for people to enter and exit. There are 4 holes on the left and right sides of the gate, about 1 meter apart. A pitch-black gun protruded from each hole. This defensive measure is completely different from the base Li Xiaofeng had seen before. He returned to his original form and began to gather zombie squads, preparing to infect the survivor base. In a short period of time, more than a dozen zombies gathered at the far end of the building. Li Xiaofeng once again used the ultimate disguise, the same method, but it worked every time. Attacking the base by force is really a reckless act, so it is better to blend in first. If we join forces with the zombie squad to attack from both inside and outside, we can basically wipe out the enemy. Li Xiaofeng, who looked like a student again, slowly approached the base. Just about a kilometer away from the base, 4 pitch-black gun muzzles immediately turned towards him. Li Xiaofeng shuddered all over. At this moment, he was disheveled and tried his best to make himself look like a survivor. He raised his hands to indicate that he had no weapons and slowly approached the building. People who are fleeing. A questioning voice came from a cave on the right. Li Xiaofeng nodded, his face pale, his eyes filled with deep fear as he looked at the muzzle of the gun. I have to say that his acting skills are at least the best among the zombies. The 4 people inside discussed for a while. After confirming that Li Xiaofeng posed no threat, he chose to open the door. Clang. The heavy iron door slowly opened. Li Xiaofeng's face lit up with joy and he was about to step in. Bang. A gunshot suddenly came from behind, and sparks appeared under Li Xiaofeng's feet. Even he didn't notice someone coming from behind. In his human form, his strength was suppressed by 90%, and his attention was focused on the people in the building. I never expected that someone would come from behind. What a coincidence. I just happened to see you guys opening the door. A burly bald man had a hideous grin on his face, a cigar in his mouth, and an extremely arrogant look. He was armed with a rifle and was wearing clothing made of black scales. Li Xiaofeng turned around, his face showing more and more fear. Since you have to act, you naturally have to be realistic. This is a basic rule for a zombie actor. He was secretly shocked to find that the big man's clothes were actually made of mutant beasts. Although the workmanship is very rough. But at least humans have begun to use materials from mutant beasts to make weapons and armor. The Eye of Insight opens. Name, Human Awakener. Order, Second Order. Talents, none. Skills, Perception. The other party is a second-level Awakener, no wonder he is so arrogant. Ordinary people have no chance of winning against him. The faces of the 4 people in the building changed instantly, and their eyes were filled with fear. Why? You don't welcome me. The big man slung his rifle over his shoulder and strode toward the base, not worrying at all that the 4 men in the building would open fire. As for Li Xiaofeng, he didn't take this student seriously at all. When the end of the world comes, people like this will be nothing more than cannon fodder. The 4 of them put away their rifles and a stiff smile appeared on their faces. How could that be? It is a great honor for Brother Chang to come to our place. The big man walked straight in, and Li Xiaofeng also walked into the building carefully. There are dozens of people on the first floor. Everyone had fierce eyes and a gun in his hand. If a battle really breaks out, it will probably be a powerful force. But what surprised Li Xiaofeng was that everyone had a gun. Where did all these guns come from? The big man looked at the people around him whose eyes were full of vigilance and unwillingness, and smiled contemptuously. Suddenly the big man turned around and looked at Li Xiaofeng. "Boy, follow me." Li Xiaofeng was stunned, not quite understanding what the other party was trying to do. But no one in the base stopped him, and everyone's eyes turned to Li Xiaofeng. He looked nervous at this moment and followed closely behind the big man. The two of them went straight upstairs. The building had 36 floors in total, and the two climbed up in a short time. Good physical fitness. The big man looked at Li Xiaofeng, who was following far behind him, and he didn't expect that the other party could catch up. He is an awakened person, so his physical fitness is naturally incomparable to that of ordinary people. It was naturally unexpected that Li Xiaofeng, who looked like a student, could do it. Li Xiaofeng cursed inwardly at this time. In order to avoid suspicion, not only do you need to pretend to be tired, but you also need to constantly control your speed. Fortunately, the distance to the 36th floor was quickly reached. Li Xiaofeng also discovered that there were survivors on every floor, and there were at least hundreds of people in this building. There was fear in everyone's eyes when they looked at the big man. After the two went upstairs, whispers were heard from downstairs. Li Xiaofeng has amazing hearing, so he can hear it naturally. Another member of the corpse hunting organization is here. There wasn't much food to begin with, and at least 40% of it will be taken away. These people have such dark hearts. Hush, keep your voice down. Don't let anyone hear you. They provided us with the weapons. Corpse hunting organization. Li Xiaofeng was stunned. Is the name so arrogant? There was only one person on the 36th floor, and he seemed to have been waiting for a long time. He was the leader of this building. "Brother Wang, are you here to collect protection money?" The man was tall and straight, about 30 years old, wearing a black coat and with a smile on his face. Wang Chang's expression was still extremely frivolous. He slowly stretched out 5 fingers and said without any doubt. 50%. The organization takes 40%, and I take 10% as hard work fee. The man frowned slightly, and his expression suddenly froze. The other party is too greedy, and he even wants to charge a 10% personal fee. "Brother Wang, what is the current survival situation at the base?" Wang Chang interrupted him impatiently. He picked up the rifle and pointed it at Li Xiaofeng behind him. Bang! Gunshots rang out. Everyone in the building heard it. No one expected that someone would actually open fire. Everyone downstairs looked shocked. Some people even wanted to rush forward quickly, but were stopped. They can't afford to offend the corpse hunting organization. The base was able to survive because the corpse hunting organization not only provided weapons, but also cleared out the powerful mutant beasts in the city center. Otherwise, how could they survive safely for 3 months? On the top floor, Wang Chang from the corpse hunting organization had a grim expression. Bringing Li Xiaofeng up here just to use his life as a deterrent. Li Xiaofeng was not from the base, so even if he was killed, he would probably not turn against him. If you say one more word, you will end up like him. The big man looked straight ahead, not even looking at Li Xiaofeng behind him, and a sinister smile appeared on his face. I guess it must have been enough of a deterrent. Looking at the base leader's face full of horror, Wang Chang nodded with satisfaction. The other party stretched out his right hand tremblingly, pointing behind him, with extreme fear on his face. Wang Chang frowned slightly. Is the psychological quality of the leader of a base so poor? The most common thing in the end times is probably corpses. Humph. It's just a corpse, and this is the leader of the base. Ridiculous. Wang Chang snorted coldly, his face full of disdain. But the fear on the leader's face became more and more intense, which made Wang Chang feel something was wrong. He turned around and looked back, his body suddenly stopped, his eyes widened, and his face was full of disbelief. The student who should have become a corpse was still standing there. There was even a kind smile on his face, looking straight at him. And his right hand came out of nowhere, holding a huge pan. Wang Chang felt a sudden chill rising behind his back and his scalp was numb. You. Before he could say anything, the pan seemed to teleport and knocked him to the ground in an instant. The big men from the corpse hunting organization immediately collapsed. Was it too much force? Li Xiaofeng knelt down. He didn't intend to beat Wang Chang to death directly, he still needed to save his life for another purpose. The leader of the base had a look of horror on his face. He was so shocked that he couldn't describe it. For a moment, he froze on the spot. Did you kill people from the corpse hunters? There was strong fear on the leader's face. If the organization knew that Wang Chang died on his territory, it would be difficult to explain the matter. But Li Xiaofeng made him afraid to provoke him. He had clearly seen the bullet hit the other person, but it did not cause any injuries. This extraordinary phenomenon was difficult for him to understand. After all, even a fifth-level awakener would find it difficult to achieve this. Ordinary people are extremely lucky to see an awakened person. The leader finally became furious, and while Li Xiaofeng was crouching down, he suddenly rushed forward and ran down the stairs. Li Xiaofeng didn't care. After confirming that Wang Chang was fine, he breathed a sigh of relief. He also needs Wang Chang's help to enter the corpse hunting organization and find out the truth. How dare they give such an arrogant name, clearly showing no respect for Mr. Li. Just as he was about to go downstairs, he suddenly heard fierce shouting from downstairs. Countless survivors, holding sharp weapons, slashed at Li Xiaofeng fearlessly. Li Xiaofeng was stunned. This was the first time he was actively attacked by humans. Didn't the leader tell them about his own strength? He is not even afraid of bullets, let alone a machete. In an instant, his face changed drastically, and the appearance of a zombie suddenly appeared. The survivor who rushed forward suddenly stopped. Everyone's pupils contracted violently and they looked at Li Xiaofeng in disbelief. At the same time, changes also took place downstairs. Several Lord-level zombies directly broke open the iron gate. Xiao Zhuang, who was nearly 3 meters tall, stood in the front with his powerful strength. For a moment, desperate screams continued to ring out in the building. The armed guards discovered a despairing fact: bullets could not penetrate the skin of these zombies. In 3 months, they had never found such powerful zombies. In fact, Lord-level zombies are not common across the country. It was only because he followed Li Xiaofeng and received special training that he was able to advance quickly. It is a complete pipe dream for ordinary zombies to completely wipe out the mutant beast herd. Anyone who can lead a group of mutant beasts must be a Lord-level mutant beast. Ordinary zombies can only evolve by devouring low-level mutant beasts or infecting humans. In just 10 minutes, the entire building was empty, with only hundreds of zombies left. But to his surprise, the leader actually escaped. What a clever human being. If the survivors in the building killed Li Xiaofeng, he could go back safely and have an explanation to the corpse hunting organization. But if the whole army is wiped out, he can just run away. No matter what the outcome, he would not die. Unfortunately, his minions could not see this clearly and rushed forward to seek death. Li Xiaofeng has now returned to his human form and is standing on the street with a cold expression. At his feet there was a big man who was unconscious. He was tall and strong with a face full of flesh. After several hours, Wang Chang slowly regained consciousness. I rubbed my eyes and felt a sharp pain in my forehead. He touched his forehead lightly, and the sharp pain instantly made him completely awake. There was a huge red envelope on his forehead, and he looked quite weird. This is exactly the effect of Li Xiaofeng's frying pan. He was holding back on purpose, otherwise the pot would have easily smashed his head. After Wang Chang woke up, he saw a student standing nearby. The student was holding a huge frying pan in his right hand. He was suddenly startled and his instinctive fear almost made him faint again. Li Xiaofeng lowered his head and saw the big man on the ground waking up, and smiled slightly. Are you awake? The voice was kind enough, but the look was enough to make the large man turn around and run. Take me to the corpse hunter organization. There was no nonsense, no threatening tone, only no doubt. There was a rare hint of hesitation on the big man's frightened expression, but the hesitation quickly disappeared. Because a huge frying pan was placed on his head. Any questions? Li Xiaofeng flicked the frying pan with his left hand, and the loud sound hit the big man's eardrums. Wang Chang shook his head frantically, indicating that there was absolutely no problem. As for why he suddenly came to the street, I didn't dare to have any doubts about it. Li Xiaofeng carried the frying pan on his back. As for the backpack full of food, he had already put it into the system backpack. He raised his head slightly and motioned the big man to lead the way. He was a little curious about the corpse hunting organization, and there should be quite a few awakened people there. The two of them were moving very fast, mainly because Li Xiaofeng was behind and Wang Chang did not dare to delay at all. As for the other Lord Zombies, Li Xiaofeng asked them to work together to clear out the mutant beasts in Chili City. This force should be enough to run rampant in Chili City. Besides, there is an orange cat following us, so nothing will happen. As for the corpse hunting organization, he planned to go in and check it out alone. The two passed several streets. This is no longer the city center, and we finally entered a high-rise building. They came to a room deep on the first floor, which was obviously an office room. There were several tables and a sofa in the room, with scattered work documents on the tables. Li Xiaofeng frowned slightly and looked at Wang Chang with an unfriendly look. I don't know what the other party's purpose is in coming here. He slowly took off the frying pan from behind. Wang Chang shuddered suddenly, and a flattering smile appeared on his face. He casually kicked the sofa in the room away, revealing the hidden object. An alloy door suddenly appeared, looking extremely solid. Wang Chang took out a magnetic card from his pocket. And under a desk, there is a small card swiping machine. Drop. A crisp electronic sound was heard, and the alloy door slowly opened. Stairs appeared one after another, leading deep into the ground. On both sides of the stairs, lights began to light up. Li Xiaofeng didn't expect that this so-called corpse hunting organization was actually built underground. However, if you encounter a mutant beast that can burrow into the ground, you may not have time to escape. The two men entered, with Wang Chang walking in front. The lights next to it were bright and there was plenty of electricity, which obviously solved the power supply problem. There were more stairs than Li Xiaofeng had expected, and it took him a full 100 meters to reach the bottom. And at the end of the stairs, a huge iron door appeared again. Wang Chang also took out his card, and a green light shot out from above the iron gate. After scanning Wang Chang for a while, it shot at Li Xiaofeng again. It seems to be verifying identity. Li Xiaofeng didn't expect that this laboratory was so high-end. After a few minutes, the alloy door slowly opened. I can lead strangers into the organization. Wang Chang explained that as an awakened person, his position in the organization was not low. The two stepped in, and what came into view was a long corridor. Li Xiaofeng paused slightly, and a hint of excitement appeared on his face. He smelled human flesh. I touched the iron door and it seemed to be coated with a mysterious dust, covering the smell of human flesh and blood inside. This dust alone is enough for people to survive in the apocalypse. The only problem that needed to be solved was food. The two of them walked across the corridor, no longer requiring identity verification, and pushed the door open. The white light inside illuminates it like the daytime of peacetime. Li Xiaofeng was also stunned. He hadn't seen day or night for months. The world has been illuminated in red, seemingly forever. The ordinary days of the past are so nostalgic. But Li Xiaofeng immediately calmed down and looked at the scene ahead. This is a huge underground square, surrounded by steel walls with more than 10 holes in the walls. Except for the middle entrance which has a tightly closed iron door, the rest of the entrances are open. There is a sign hanging above the cave entrance, which reads, accommodation area, dining area, exchange area, competition area, etc. It was obvious that this place was renovated after the apocalypse. But the entire underground space that has been opened up should have existed in peacetime. It is simply impossible to open up such a space by staring at zombies and mutant beasts for several months. Even if you have such ability, there is no need to hide here. Hey! There's a new person here. Wang Chang, looking at this boy's fair complexion, you two wouldn't have that kind of relationship, right? Hee hee, I didn't expect you to be so good at this. No wonder you're not interested in women. There were tables and chairs placed in the square, and dozens of big men were sitting scattered around. When they saw Wang Chang come in, everyone looked at Li Xiaofeng with a joking expression. Whistles sounded one after another. These past jokes made Wang Chang shudder in his heart. Oh my God! Don't make this gentleman unhappy. Looking at the huge frying pan behind Li Xiaofeng, the red spot on Wang Chang's forehead began to ache again. He did not see Li Xiaofeng's zombie form and only thought that the other party was a powerful awakened person. Li Xiaofeng looked around at the people around him with a smile on his face. The lamb never knows his place. The two of them came to an empty table and chair, ignoring the crowd. Tell me about the organization. He was a little curious about this place, especially the hole in the middle of the square that was locked by an iron gate. The corpse hunting organization was established at the beginning of the apocalypse, and this was also an underground research institute in peacetime. The doomsday outbreak happens to be a natural refuge. Through several months of development, more and more survivors joined in. Now there are hundreds of people, and a large number of them are awakened. The founder is a scientific researcher in peacetime, but most of us have never met him. Li Xiaofeng had a blank expression on his face, and had a basic understanding of this corpse-hunting organization. After a moment, he asked slowly. How did you become an awakener? And how did you become stronger? Li Xiaofeng has always been curious about this. He was already familiar with the evolutionary rules of zombies and mutant beasts, but knew nothing about humans. Hunting powerful mutant beasts or zombies will give you a chance to become an awakener. But if you use a gun, the chance will be greatly reduced. Wang Chang did not hide anything about this, but doubts arose in his heart. The other party doesn't know how to become an awakened one. So where does his strength come from? No matter how hard Wang Chang tried, he couldn't figure out that Li Xiaofeng was a zombie. As for the way to become stronger, it is to enter the laboratory, which is the blocked hole. As long as you bring back a crystal core or a powerful creature's corpse for the organization and make contributions, you can enter and be injected with a strengthening potion to increase your strength. I came here a month ago before I had the opportunity to go in and improve my strength. Wang Chang also told the way he became stronger. This was no secret in the corpse hunting organization and everyone knew it. This is also to motivate the members of the organization. Everyone is desperately hunting mutant beasts and zombies in order to become stronger. Medicine. Li Xiaofeng tapped the table lightly with his fingers, and a thoughtful look appeared in his eyes. It seems that this organization is not an ordinary human base, and it has actually developed a drug that can make people stronger. I just don't know if it will work against zombies. Is there any way to meet the leader of the organization? Li Xiaofeng spoke frankly and was more interested in the leader of the organization. Not only are there potions that increase strength, but the dust that masks the smell of flesh and blood must have been developed by that doctor. Boy. You want to see the leader too? Before Wang Chang could answer, a burly man at the table next to him turned around and looked at Li Xiaofeng. He stood up suddenly. He was nearly 2 meters tall and looked quite oppressive. Li Qi, stop messing around. Wang Chang's face changed drastically, and he shouted to stop the men almost instantly. Li Qi ignored Wang Chang. He was a third-level awakener and was stronger than Wang Chang. His big hand touched Li Xiaofeng's shoulder, and a grim smile appeared on his face. I'll answer for Wang Chang. If you enter the ring area and win 10 games in a row, you can meet the leader. The man clenched his arms slightly, as if he wanted to crush Li Xiaofeng's shoulders. But his expression suddenly froze, and the other party did not react at all. There was no expected sound of bones cracking. Li Xiaofeng frowned slightly, thinking that he did not offend this person. At all times, there will always be idiots who want to show off their strength. Thank you very much. He smiled slightly and swung out with his right hand. Bang. A loud voice was heard. Everyone looked towards Li Xiaofeng's table with a look of horror and disbelief. Li Qi, who was nearly 2 meters tall, was actually blown several meters away. He spat out a mouthful of blood in the air and fainted after landing. Is there such a rule? Li Xiaofeng ignored the unconscious man and turned to look at Wang Chang. There was a hint of fear in Wang Chang's eyes at this moment, and he spoke with trembling body. Indeed, you can, but it's better not to. The last battle is against the corpse hunter, and you have to last at least 2 minutes. Corpse hunter. Li Xiaofeng frowned slightly, with a hint of doubt on his face. The corpse hunters are the most powerful members of the organization. There are only 8 of them in total, but generally speaking they do not carry out missions and can enter and leave the laboratory at will. It can be considered as the maintainer of the organization's order. Li Xiaofeng didn't say anything, but stood up and entered the ring area. There is a hall inside. Dozens of people stood around, and there was a huge platform in the center. Wang Chang knew what Li Xiaofeng meant, and led him directly through the crowd and came to an old man. "Mr. Zhao, a friend of mine wants to see the leader." The old man had gray hair, cloudy eyes, and was dressed in black. After hearing Wang Chang's words, his expression was somewhat moved. This rule is also intended to directly screen out the strong ones. However, only one person has challenged the organization since its establishment 3 months ago. That person was the 3rd corpse hunter. "I'll arrange an opponent for you, just go ahead." The old man frowned slightly and looked at Li Xiaofeng's physique, which looked extremely weak among the group of big men. If Wang Chang's status in the base was not low, he would have thought that the other party was playing a trick on him. The news that Li Xiaofeng was going to challenge for 10 consecutive wins quickly spread in the ring area. Other members of the organization who were resting or eating also rushed over. Many new members did not witness the last 10 consecutive victories. Now that we have the opportunity, we must seize it. Hundreds of people quickly arrived at the ring area and surrounded the platform. Li Xiaofeng's eyes of insight opened and a smile flashed across his face. There are many awakened members in this organization, and some have even reached the 3rd level. If you completely wipe out this organization, you can not only gain evolutionary value, but also harvest crystal cores. The most important thing is, he was somewhat interested in the organization's strengthening potion and wanted to know if it would be effective against zombies. Even if he can't use it, it's the same if the elite zombies under his command can be upgraded. Under the arrangement of Mr. Zhao, someone soon walked onto the stage. The man was in his early 20s, about the same height as Li Xiaofeng, but his eyes were as sharp as an eagle's. At this moment, he had a grim smile on his face, and a hint of disdain flashed across his face as he looked at the student-looking man in front of him. "You want to challenge the 10-game winning streak?" Li Xiaofeng did not answer. There was no point in wasting too much time on these small fry. His goal was to enter the laboratory and meet the leader of the organization. He kicked off with his feet and rushed forward. In the face of absolute power, any skills can hardly be used. The men saw Li Xiaofeng's immature fighting style and realized that he had obviously never learned how to fight. The moment the opponent's fist swung at him, he instantly turned sideways, ready to avoid the attack. At the same time, he clenched his right hand into a fist and attacked the opponent's abdomen directly. Bang! But an accident happened. Li Xiaofeng's fist suddenly turned and hit him on the head. In his field of vision, any speed of the opponent was extremely slow. A low-level awakener is like a child in front of him. With absolute strength, you can achieve complete victory. The men fainted immediately. Everyone's eyes turned from joking to serious. No wonder he dared to challenge 10 consecutive victories. However, that person is not very strong in the organization. If he wants to achieve 10 consecutive victories, his opponents will become stronger and stronger. The old man Zhao in black in the audience also had his eyes stern. He didn't expect that an awakened person would be crushed like this. It seems that he is also an awakened person, and he is not a weak one. But the first one is just used for testing. The old man just heard from others that the 3rd-level awakener Li Qi was slapped unconscious by him. After all, I didn't see it with my own eyes, so it's hard not to believe it. But now he can conclude that the other party is much stronger than Li Qi. Li Xiaofeng clapped his hands and kicked the men off the ring casually. His second opponent also walked up quickly. He was 2 meters tall, with muscles all over his body like a dragon. It looks terrifying. "Boy, you are unlucky to meet me, remember my name is Han." Li Xiaofeng instantly saw through his strength and found out that he was also a 3rd-level awakener. But the gap between us is also too big. He had no interest in these people at all. There was no time to listen to his nonsense, so he knocked him down with one punch and made him faint. He did not let the old man send anyone up again. There is absolutely no point in fighting these people, you won't get any improvement at all. If it wasn't for the purpose of meeting the so-called leader and getting the strengthening potion, he could just turn into a zombie and infect them all. I was worried about alerting the enemy, so I suppressed the impulse. Please let the so-called corpse hunter come up. I'm in a hurry. Li Xiaofeng's arrogance made everyone a little angry. But no one dared to explode, because the other party was not someone they could afford to offend. Being able to beat Li Qi and Han Yu means that the other party is already a strongman belonging to the organization. There are very few people who can defeat him. After all, Fourth-Order Awakeners are not common in this organization. The old man who was in charge of arranging the opponents frowned slightly. He didn't expect Li Xiaofeng to be so impatient. Just as he was about to speak, a man walked in from the square. Looked at Li Xiaofeng. He was wearing black armor and holding a huge axe in his hand. More importantly, his eyes looked bloodthirsty and dull. It was as if the whole person had lost his spirituality and was completely different from other people. Li Xiaofeng turned on the Eye of Insight and checked the other party's information. Ranking: Human Awakener. Level 5. Talent: Power Mastery. Skills: Fury. This is actually a Fifth-Order Awakener, just one step away from becoming a Lord creature. Such people should be only a minority even in the entire human race. It's the corpse hunter Lu Fu. I didn't expect him to come out this time. I have seen him chop a mutant beast in half with one axe. He is considered extremely powerful among the 8 corpse hunters. Lu Fu dragged his splitting axe and walked onto the stage. The offensive of both sides was about to break out. Li Xiaofeng was a little surprised. After listening to other people's discussions, he didn't expect that this organization had 8 fifth-level awakeners. Such strength is enough to survive safely in the end times. At least there is no problem in saving your own life. Without saying anything, Lu Fu rushed towards Li Xiaofeng, dragging his axe. The axe weighing hundreds of pounds swung in his hand like an arm, closing the distance in an instant. Li Xiaofeng's expression suddenly froze. He actually sensed the virus in the other person's body. This virus is somewhat like a zombie virus, and also a bit like a mutant beast virus. Seems to be a mix of both. This made him a little confused. Can viruses also parasitize in humans? He had never sensed any virus in a human body before. This Lu axe is clearly an exception. The other party did not give Li Xiaofeng time to think. He raised the axe high and wanted to cut him into pieces on the spot. Li Xiaofeng's expression remained unchanged. He clenched his right hand suddenly and punched the man away. Everyone was shocked. But no one noticed that Li Xiaofeng's right hand underwent a huge change the moment it swung. The skin becomes pale and wrinkled, and even the nails become sharp. But this change is instantaneous, and everything returns to normal after the fist is retracted. Even if someone noticed it carefully, they would just think it was an illusion. Li Xiaofeng instantly changed his right hand into a zombie form. After all, his strength was suppressed by 90%, and he was not sure that he could kill a 5th-level creature instantly. Lu Fu's body flew backwards and severe pain came from his abdomen. But his expression remained unchanged. I don't know if it's because of my strong will or some other reason. He covered his abdomen and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He did not faint, but instead slowly stood up. This alone makes me much better than others. Lu Fu's eyes began to turn red, veins popped out on his face, and he let out a hoarse growl. Directly activated his active skill, Rage. Just as he was about to rush forward again, Lu Fu's face suddenly turned extremely pale, as if he had been affected by something. He covered his head with his hands and slowly knelt down. A struggle appeared on his face, and his skill Fury was immediately cancelled. Li Xiaofeng frowned slightly, somewhat confused as to what the other party meant. Scam. If it was fake, the acting was incredible. After a few minutes, the other person's pale face regained color and seemed to have returned to normal. His struggling expression disappeared, and he finally spoke hoarsely and indifferently. You win. The leader has agreed to meet you. Li Xiaofeng was a little confused. The other party actually admitted defeat directly and said that the leader of the organization had agreed to meet him. But he didn't hear any sound, and the other party didn't wear earplugs. Transmitting sound through the air. Lu Fu ignored his doubts, ignored the people in the audience, and jumped directly off the stage. "Follow me." He turned and left the place, heading for the square. Li Xiaofeng was puzzled. But being able to meet the so-called leader achieved his goal, and he was not worried about his safety at all. He had already asked the mutant orange cat to guard the building at the entrance of the organization. If it really encounters danger, I believe that the Iron Gate will not be able to stop the orange cat. After all, the organization has 8 5th-level awakeners. He would not be surprised if the leader was a Lord-level creature. Li Xiaofeng followed closely behind. The iron door sealing the entrance to the laboratory opened automatically when Lu Fu approached. There seems to be special identity verification and identification. What came into view was a dark corridor. Unlike the entrance hallway, there were no lights on here. But Lu Fu seemed to be familiar with the route and moved very quickly in the dark. The darkness also had little effect on Li Xiaofeng's vision, and he followed closely behind. There was no iron door at the end of the corridor, but instead an elevator. Underground elevator? Li Xiaofeng was a little confused, but still went up. The two were already 100 meters underground, and now they began to descend again. The elevator has no floor display and is only used as a tool to go up and down. After descending another 100 meters in altitude, the two finally reached their destination. The elevator door opened with a bang. Li Xiaofeng walked out, but his expression was slightly stunned. There was light again, but it was green. In his eyes, a large corridor several meters wide appeared. On both sides of the corridor were huge cylindrical glass vessels filled with unknown dark yellow liquid. But what shocked him was what was in the vessel. It turned out to be parts of mutant beasts and zombies. It has a huge head, sharp forelimbs, and even fur with pieces of meat. Li Xiaofeng frowned slightly. He could tell that these limbs had been stored for a long time. This also means that at the beginning of the end of the world, the leader began to study this flesh and blood. Could it be that he also realized that viruses are the root of evolution? Li Xiaofeng became more and more curious. Continue to follow Lu Fu and come to the depth of the corridor. The corridors are still lined with huge glassware. The difference is that the bodies of these remains are becoming stronger and stronger. The virus inside did not die, probably because of this liquid, it has been alive. These liquids can serve as Li Xiaofeng's backpack and can sustain the life of the virus. Human wisdom should not be underestimated. The two walked a few hundred meters again, and the bodies stored around them were all 5th-level creatures. Under the green light, the corridor looked extremely creepy and strange. If ordinary people saw the zombies and mutant beasts on both sides, they would probably be scared to death. But Li Xiaofeng remained indifferent and looked calm. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed slightly and he looked forward. Under the flashing green light, a person in a white lab coat appeared. In front of him was a glass table with a zombie on it. What shocked Li Xiaofeng was that he could clearly feel that the zombie had just died not long ago. The man in white ignored the two people who came and continued to carry out his experiment. The scalpel in his hand was extremely sharp. With a slight scratch, it broke the zombie's skin and cut out a piece of flesh. At the same time, a piece of flesh and blood was extracted from the zombie's abdomen, where there was a white crystal core. He placed the two pieces of flesh under the microscope and began to observe them. After a moment, he began to observe and record the experimental data. This person had a cold expression throughout the whole process, with an occasional flash of extreme enthusiasm. Li Xiaofeng and Lu Fu were both waiting with peace of mind. As he watched the zombies being dissected, he felt no wavering in his heart. Half an hour later, the men finished the experiment and sighed. The virus concentration in the flesh and blood near the crystal core is higher, but there is no virus stored in the crystal core. Instead, there is another mysterious substance. It's really strange. Li Xiaofeng's eyes narrowed. He had known for a long time that there was no virus in the crystal core. He once tried to swallow the crystal core, but did not gain any evolutionary value. The man took off his white gloves, rubbed his temple with his right hand, and turned to look at the two of them. Lu Fu, carry the zombies into the container. He gave the order directly, but his eyes were looking at Li Xiaofeng. What surprised Li Xiaofeng was that this man looked extremely young and looked exactly like a college student. I thought the leader of the organization would be an old man with thinning hair, or at least a man over 50 years old. But I didn't expect the other person to be so young. He was wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, looking gentle and elegant, with a smile on his face, looking very friendly. But his eyes did not change from beginning to end. They were extremely cold and he looked at everyone as if he was looking at a corpse. "Hello, my name is Zhou Yuan." He stretched out his right hand, looking extremely kind. Li Xiaofeng also had a smile on his face and shook hands with him. The two of them actually had something in common. They all look friendly, but their eyes are extremely cold. The difference is that Li Xiaofeng's eyes are even more emotionless. Because he is a zombie. "Hello, Dr. Zhou." Zhou Yuan didn't hesitate at all and went straight to the point of the topic. "You want to see me so that you can become stronger, right?" Li Xiaofeng was not in a hurry, but asked instead. "The doctor said before that there is another mysterious substance inside the crystal core. I want to know what it is." He had some questions about the virus and the crystal core. But due to the lack of sophisticated equipment and the lack of such brains, there is no way of knowing. The doctor in front of him would surely be able to answer many of his questions. The other person has a very high hairline and he looks like an extremely intelligent person. Zhou Yuan was slightly stunned. He didn't expect that the other party would ask him a question and was not sincere about strength. This surprised him a little, as it was completely different from other members of the organization. I actually felt a sense of resonance with Li Xiaofeng. He himself is not an awakened person, but he can control the entire organization. This means that wisdom is more important than strength. I have already analyzed the substance inside the crystal core. This substance has never appeared on the planet before. It is a completely new substance. Through continuous experiments, I discovered one of the functions of the substance in the crystal core. It makes the nerves become excited and sensitive. I thought it was similar to stimulants, but its molecular structure is completely different and it has a hidden function. That's how you rejuvenate your life. There was fanaticism on Zhou Yuan's face, and he seemed extremely excited to finally be able to discuss it with someone. The higher the level of the crystal core, the more significant the effect will be. What's more important is that this function of rejuvenating life functions can be infinitely superimposed, and the decrease rate is very small. Theoretically, as long as there are enough crystal nuclei, people can be revived from a near-death state. Zhou Yuan's body trembled, he took a deep breath, and finally sighed. It's a pity that there are not enough crystal nuclei to support the experiment. Li Xiaofeng's expression was indifferent, but he remembered it in his heart. Although it was useless for evolution, he at least knew another function of the crystal nucleus. But he knew that the crystal core was not as simple as Zhou Yuan said. The mutant beast can evolve after swallowing it, and the substances inside will definitely promote the evolution of the mutant beast virus. Zhou Yuan then showed him various experimental data and explained his analysis from time to time. Many professional terms left Li Xiaofeng confused. "All right." Li Xiaofeng was really having a headache and interrupted the other party directly. "Dr. Zhou, let's talk about becoming stronger." Although Zhou Yuan was interrupted, he was not angry at all and continued to speak with a smile. "The strengthening potion was also made by me in the first month of the apocalypse. I have studied many mutant beasts and zombies and found that their powerful nature is due to the viruses in their bodies. But the two viruses are completely different, but there are some connections." Zhou Yuan turned around and came to a table not far away, on which were placed some enlarged pictures. They are clearly two different viruses, but their shapes are exactly the same. At least for now, their biggest similarity is that they can devour. It strengthens itself by absorbing other viruses. Zhou Yuan found a few other pictures, which also showed the virus, but they were much larger. This also makes me think of using viruses to strengthen humanity. But I failed. Zhou Yuan sighed, a look of reminiscence flashing across his eyes. At the beginning of the Doomsday outbreak, I developed the first generation of strengthening potion and injected it into a strong person. But the virus destroyed that person's nerves in a short time. I created a zombie. I realized that viruses are probably not the way for humans to evolve. But the emergence of human awakeners has enabled me to achieve a breakthrough in my research. There was some fanaticism and excitement on Zhou Yuan's face, and he spoke eagerly. They are actually immune to viruses from creatures of the same level. This means that I can inject them with the virus without worrying about destroying their nerves. But I've encountered a new problem. The strengthening effect of the same level virus on them is too weak. I started concentrating the virus again, but the concentrated virus has the same old problem again and will destroy the awakened person's nerves again. Everything seems to have returned to the starting point. My research has not yielded any results. Zhou Yuan had a smile on his face. He looked at Li Xiaofeng and continued to describe his experimental experience. Until I discovered a chemical that reduces the sensitivity of nerves. It sounds like a weakened version of the virus. But it is very invasive. This also means that after injecting this substance, the virus will no longer destroy the nerves. Li Xiaofeng raised his eyebrows slightly and spoke slowly. It's just a slow death. Although this can allow you to survive temporarily and gain strength, it is only a temporary solution. No wonder Lu Fu seems to have no human emotions. Obviously too much of this substance was injected and the nerves have become extremely dull. Zhou Yuan did not refute, but shook his head, with an inexplicable look in his eyes. But it's enough to become stronger, isn't it? After being purified and concentrated, this substance can act as an anesthetic, and it is 100 times more powerful than ordinary anesthetics. A kind smile appeared on Zhou Yuan's face. Just like what you smell now. Li Xiaofeng frowned slightly. After shutting down his collapsed nerves, he did smell a strange smell. I thought it was just the normal smell of medicine in the laboratory. But I didn't expect it to be a neurotoxin. However, because his nerves were also a little slow, he did not react for a while. Bang! Zhou Yuan clapped his hands, and 8 people appeared in the depths of the corridor, including Lu Fu. Li Xiaofeng raised his eyebrows slightly. There were actually 8 5th-level awakeners. I guess they are the 8 corpse hunters of the organization. They looked dull, like zombies, but still obeyed Zhou Yuan's orders. Unless their nerves completely break down. At that time, they will also be abandoned and become a crystal core in Zhou Yuan's hands. I recently had another experimental idea, which is to inject a more concentrated virus to create stronger subordinates again. But if their bodies were injected again, their nerves would collapse instantly. So I need to find a strong person who has not been injected with the virus. Luckily, you're here. Zhou Yuan's face was still extremely kind, as if he was talking to an old friend. Li Xiaofeng originally planned to activate his Honkai nerves and kill people immediately. But after hearing what the other party said, he hesitated again. He also wanted to know whether the concentrated virus would work on him. As for the destruction of his nerves, he didn't care at all because he was a zombie anyway. Li Xiaofeng did not resist at all. His eyes began to become dazed and he looked like he was poisoned. A corpse hunter carried him onto the glass table where the zombie had been lying. He became a test subject. But this is just Zhou Yuan's wishful thinking. Zhou Yuan had a fanatical look on his face and didn't even restrain Li Xiaofeng. He was extremely confident about the concentrated neurotoxin. He turned and walked away from where he was, heading deeper into the corridor. Under the eerie green light, there were several iron doors. Zhou Yuan opened an iron door on the right and walked in. Li Xiaofeng took a quick glance and noted the location of the room. 10 minutes later, Zhou Yuan came out wearing a white lab coat. There was a tube of blue potion in his hand. This is a virus condensed from countless powerful mutant beasts. After going through my special concentration process, I would not let ordinary people take it. But I need a strong subordinate. After my analysis, if successful, your strength will be greatly improved, and it will only take a moment to deal with the 8 people behind me. Li Xiaofeng had a blank expression on his face. The other party was indeed a genius. Above the 5th-order creatures are the Lord creatures, and there is indeed a leap in strength. If it weren't for the system, Li Xiaofeng would have no way of knowing. Zhou Yuan drew the medicine into the syringe with a smile on his face. As long as I succeed, after I tame you, I will rely on you to deal with those cockroaches in the mall. With its powerful strength and my special insecticide, that giant cockroach will definitely provide me with new experimental materials. He carefully put the blue potion aside and sucked the other tube of colorless potion into the syringe. It must be the neurotoxin that can inhibit the virus's damage to the nerves. Li Xiaofeng thought the needle would have difficulty piercing his skin. But the needle penetrated his body easily. It should be a specially made needle, the same as Zhou Yuan's scalpel. Even the defense of a 5th-level creature can be easily pierced. However, this is also because he activated the ultimate camouflage, which greatly reduced his defense. The medicine was slowly injected into his body. Li Xiaofeng did not react at all. The neurotoxin had little effect on him. Zhou Yuan didn't find anything wrong and started injecting the concentrated virus. He injected very slowly, as if he was intentionally observing Li Xiaofeng's physical reaction. Li Xiaofeng's indifferent expression was stunned, and an electronic sound suddenly rang in his mind. Ding! The host is injected with a high concentration of virus, evolution value plus 500. Ding! The host is injected with a high concentration of virus, evolution value plus 500. It actually works. Looking at the doctor who looked like a college student in front of him, he couldn't help but admire his genius. You know, viruses from ordinary organisms no longer provide him with evolutionary value. The other party actually achieved a breakthrough in strength level through concentration. A tube of concentrated virus actually provided him with 30,000 evolution points, equivalent to 3 Lord creatures. If it is a true 5th-order creature, there is a great chance that it will break through to become a Lord creature. Zhou Yuan's face was full of fanaticism and excitement at this time. Like a madman, he kept muttering. It worked, it worked. Li Xiaofeng's nerves were obviously not destroyed, and a good start was already half the battle. Zhou Yuan was a little crazy at this time and turned around and laughed. But at this moment, Zhou Yuan discovered that the 8 people in front of him had incredible expressions on their faces. They were so slow-witted that they actually showed such expressions. Behind him, Li Xiaofeng, who had been injected with the virus, slowly sat up. At the same time he slowly moved his body. He got 30,000 evolution points for no reason, which was worth his effort to enter the organization. With the help of the green light, Zhou Yuan saw a shadow sitting up behind him. The smile on his face suddenly froze. But he did not choose to look back, as he was quick-witted and immediately realized that something was wrong. Rushed straight forward and entered a room. At the same time, the 8 corpse hunters surrounded them. The other party was really cautious and actually chose to flee from here directly. But he didn't choose to escape outside. Despite the accident, Zhou Yuan believed that his 8 men were enough to handle it. Li Xiaofeng immediately turned back into a zombie. A student suddenly turned into a zombie. This huge gap and contrast made the 8 people look stunned. Although they have been exposed to neurotoxins for a long time and have become extremely dull, they still have thinking ability. They were a little confused. The other party was obviously a human, but he turned into a zombie. Why is this? But Li Xiaofeng did not give them time to think, and his body speed increased rapidly. He came directly to the corpse hunter in the front and suddenly thrust out with his right hand. Just rip it open. A white crystal core was taken out. The man fell down and lost his life. A 5th-level creature seemed too fragile in the face of his full strength. The other 7 people were frightened, but still rushed forward fearlessly. After just a few minutes, there were 8 more bodies on the ground. There was a huge wound on the abdomen and the crystal core was forcibly taken out. Li Xiaofeng turned around and began to look for Zhou Yuan without returning to human form. In a monitoring room, Zhou Yuan saw through the camera that Li Xiaofeng turned into a zombie and killed the 8 corpse hunters in seconds. He was shocked that Li Xiaofeng was so strong. Did the experiment fail? He didn't expect that he had created another zombie, but he felt something was wrong. If the experiment fails, it should be that as soon as the virus is injected into the body, some nerves will be destroyed, thus showing the characteristics of zombies. But at that time, he could completely stop injecting the potion, and the opponent's strength would never reach this level. The other party seemed to be deliberately letting him finish injecting the medicine. Zhou Yuan was a little confused as an unknown change occurred in the experiment. But he didn't feel much fear at this moment. Because he had covered the room with mysterious dust, enough to cover up the smell of his flesh and blood. The other party should be finding him by relying on his sense of smell. What's more, the intelligence of zombies is extremely limited. But Zhou Yuan's expression soon froze. Li Xiaofeng actually approached the room where he was. He knows where I am. A terrible thought came into his mind. The other party doesn't look like an ordinary zombie at all. Is it because of evolution or its own particularity? Despite the life and death crisis, the particularity of Zhou Yuan's profession still made him start analyzing. Boom, boom, boom. There was a sudden knock on the door, instantly interrupting his thoughts. But then an unprecedented chill rose in my heart. A zombie is knocking on the door. And how come it came so quickly? Zhou Yuan concluded that the person knocking on the door must be the zombie. No one except the 8 corpse hunters can enter this laboratory. Li Xiaofeng looked indifferent and had already locked the opponent's position. Seeing that the other party didn't open the door, he directly took the frying pan off his back. Bang. The huge sound spread, sounding extremely harsh and abrupt in the quiet laboratory. The alloy iron door was actually hit into a dent. Zhou Yuan's heart suddenly trembled, and he could even see Li Xiaofeng outside through the gap. The real life and death crisis is coming. But his overflowing fear disappeared and his expression became calm again. Only deep regret remains in my heart. He still has a lot of research to complete. He picked up a pistol next to him and pointed it directly at his temple. Bang. A huge crash and gunshots rang out almost simultaneously. The iron door was completely destroyed. And Zhou Yuan also died completely. Li Xiaofeng didn't expect the other party to be so decisive. That concentrated virus is very useful to him. If it can be mass-produced, he won't have to bother killing the enemy. Just take the medicine every day. But people like Zhou Yuan are very dangerous and Li Xiaofeng finds it difficult to control them. If I reveal that I can disguise myself as a human, I'm afraid I'll get into trouble. Death might be a good thing. This is the only way Li Xiaofeng could comfort himself. He began to search the room Zhou Yuan had entered before, trying to find out whether the concentrated virus was still there. The result surprised him greatly. There was actually another tube. Next to the medicine, there is another black can, which is obviously used for spraying. He shut down the Honkai nerve and sprayed out a little of the potion inside. In an instant, an extremely pungent smell appeared in the air, making him almost vomit. More importantly, the smell was still spreading rapidly, and for a moment, the entire underground laboratory was filled with this disgusting smell. Li Xiaofeng thought of the special insecticide that Zhou Yuan had mentioned before. Could this be it? He put it away and would try it on the cockroach colony later to find out. He activated his Honkai nerves. The smell was really unbearable for him. Li Xiaofeng began to inject the concentrated virus. This medicine was enough to provide 30,000 evolutionary points and was very precious. The key is that his raw materials come from elite creatures, but the amount required may be extremely huge. Otherwise, with so many awakened people in the corpse hunting organization, it would be impossible to produce only 2 tubes in 3 months. Ding! The host is injected with a high concentration of virus, evolution value plus 500. Ding! The host is injected with a high concentration of virus, evolution value plus 500. After gaining another 30,000 evolution points, Li Xiaofeng's evolution value has reached more than 80,000. Only one step away from advancing again. After the advancement, not only did his strength increase greatly, but he was also able to complete the weekly tasks that had troubled him for a long time. Weekly mission: the birth of a second-level lord. Task introduction: you have reached the first-level lord and your strength has greatly increased, but the road of evolution still continues, and the road ahead is even more difficult. Advance to become a second-level lord and continue to lead the zombie clan forward. Mission time: within 7 days. Quest reward: randomly upgrade a skill or talent. This weekly task has been bothering him for more than a month. Although it says that the task time is within 7 days, after 7 days, the task released next week will still be the same. This is a stupid task. Fortunately, it is almost completed now and I can finally escape from the suffering. He only needs to hunt down one more lord-level creature to complete the advancement. I already have some vague idea in my mind. The giant cockroach in the mall that Zhou Yuan mentioned before. The only thing that can render the corpse hunting organization helpless is a lord-level creature. After all, there are 8 5th-level awakeners, so it is easy to hunt a 5th-level mutant beast. bang. An iron door was completely destroyed. This was the last small room. He thought he would still gain nothing, but his expression was shocked. I thought I still got nothing. But it made him look shocked. There is a white iron box in the room. There are a large number of crystal cores placed inside, including 5th order and 4th order crystal cores. There are hundreds of them in total. This was collected by the corpse hunting organization after 3 months of hunting. Li Xiaofeng was overjoyed. He didn't expect to have an unexpected gain. No wonder there are so few elite zombies and mutant beasts in the city center. It turns out that they have been cleared out by the corpse hunting organization a long time ago. This also saved Li Xiaofeng a lot of trouble. After searching the entire laboratory, nothing was found. Li Xiaofeng began to order all zombie lords to return, preparing to completely infect the entire organization. There are quite a few awakeners inside, and crystal cores can provide evolutionary value for orange cats, which is still very useful at present. An hour later, the zombie squad walked out of the underground corpse hunting organization. There were hundreds of crystal cores in Li Xiaofeng's system space again, but many of them were low-level crystal cores. An organization of hundreds of people can have hundreds of awakened people. This ratio is terrifying. Although Zhou Yuan's research has many shortcomings, it is at least very useful. Even though it is a slow death, it is better than dying immediately. There is no need to say much about how to choose between the two. Li Xiaofeng stood on the street for a moment, preparing to go to the group of mutant cockroaches that Zhou Yuan mentioned. According to his description, there must be lord creatures there. He is now only one step away from advancement. The zombies of the major lords began to disperse and look for surrounding shopping malls. Their intelligence has greatly increased, and they can locate the destination with just a simple description. The efficiency of dispersed search is also extremely high. In just half a day, a lord zombie was successfully found. Li Xiaofeng immediately asked many zombies to return and started to move forward non-stop. That shopping mall is already on the edge of the city center. He wasn't sure if there were swarms of mutant cockroaches. But I couldn't find any other shopping malls nearby, so I had to go check it out first. Many zombies stood in front of the mall. This shopping mall has 9 floors and is built in a circular shape, surrounded by various shops. Li Xiaofeng walked in cautiously. But as soon as he stepped into the mall, he felt an extreme sense of excitement again, even causing his body to tremble slightly. Compared to encountering the mutant rat, the excitement at this moment was even more intense. A stronger lord creature. Although Li Xiaofeng was excited, he still frowned and forced himself to calm down. He immediately led the zombie team and prepared to leave the mall and make plans. But something unexpected happened. The originally quiet shopping mall suddenly made a loud noise. Large numbers of black cockroaches swarmed out from nowhere in various shops, corridors, and staircases. The smallest cockroaches are the size of a fist, like giant insects. The swarm of cockroaches came over like a tide, covering the sky and the earth, trying to completely drown the zombies in front of them. Li Xiaofeng felt his scalp tingling instantly, and he immediately led hundreds of zombies to run out. Although he had expected the number of cockroaches to be terrifying, the scene before him still exceeded his imagination. Looking up at the sky, I could no longer see any red light, only pure darkness. Countless black cockroaches have completely blocked out the bloody sun. More than 500 zombies were surrounded. Li Xiaofeng's face was extremely solemn, and he was afraid that even the lord creatures would be in danger. When the quantity reaches a certain level, it will cause qualitative changes. A single bite from each cockroach is enough to devour the zombie completely. Li Xiaofeng began to use viral infection to continuously infect mutated cockroaches, trying to cause chaos in the cockroach colony. But it still didn't help, the gap in numbers was too big. Every zombie cockroach that appears will be torn to pieces instantly. Even the sharp teeth of ordinary cockroaches can cause minor damage to elite zombies. Every zombie was covered with black cockroaches. The moment the two sides came into contact, the zombies were devoured. There are probably thousands of mutated cockroaches flying, and the number of ordinary cockroaches is simply unpredictable. Even at this point, cockroaches were still flying in from all over the mall. Although the mutant orange cat can still kill instantly, it is just a drop in the bucket. The number of cockroaches was horrible. Li Xiaofeng's face became solemn as he thought of the bottle of special insecticide in his backpack. Hope that helps. Everything developed by Zhou Yuan should be relatively easy to use. He sprayed the insecticide out of the bottle. For a moment, the unpleasant smell spread in the air and was still spreading at a terrifying speed. In a short time, the entire mall was covered. Li Xiaofeng was shocked. The cockroaches in front of him suddenly froze, and then began to fall to the ground one after another. Countless ordinary cockroaches were killed almost instantly. The low-level mutant cockroaches only lasted for more than 10 seconds before they staggered and fell to the ground as if they were drunk. Only mutant cockroaches above level 3 can hold on and not fall, but their combat effectiveness is also greatly weakened. Zhou Yuan is really a talented person. Li Xiaofeng also didn't expect the effect to be so good. The problem of the terrifying number of mutated cockroaches was solved in an instant. Just then, a shrill scream came from deep inside the mall. Li Xiaofeng's eyes widened, and he saw a huge black shadow swooping down from the sky. His reaction was also extremely quick, and he tightly grasped the frying pan in an instant. Heavy blow to kill. The fighting spirit is boiling. Harden your skin. With the 3 major skills activated, Li Xiaofeng's strength instantly increased. He suddenly slapped the giant cockroach. But what he didn't expect was that although the cockroach was repelled, he himself also took several steps back. My right hand was shaking so much that it was difficult for me to hold the frying pan. He, who had always been extremely powerful, was suppressed for the first time. The giant cockroach shook its head, also feeling a little surprised. Only then did Li Xiaofeng see his appearance clearly. A huge black cockroach, with its wings slightly spread, its body was actually much bigger than the orange cat. It was more than 10 meters in size, and the 2 tentacles on its head were extremely long and swaying unconsciously. Eyes of Insight. Name, Mutated Cockroach King. Level, 2nd level Lord. Li Xiaofeng's Eyes of Insight could only see his level, but his talents and skills could not be seen through. This made Li Xiaofeng no longer able to know himself and the enemy. You can only see the opponent's strength level and lock the opponent's position. This was the first 2nd level Lord he encountered. No wonder it can command such a terrifying number of cockroaches. At this time, the Cockroach King roared loudly, and his body speed increased again, rushing directly towards Li Xiaofeng. At this time, the mutant orange cat that Li Xiaofeng had high hopes for was actually staggering. Obviously affected by the special pesticide. After all, mutant beasts don't have the zombie's talent for neurodegeneration. Fortunately, in addition to the orange cat, he also has 7 Lord zombies. 8 Lord creatures besieged a 2nd level Lord. At the same time, Li Xiaofeng also activated 3 enhancement skills for the 4 zombies. In an instant, the combat power of the 4 zombies increased dramatically. But the mutant Cockroach King's combat power is equally amazing. The gap between the 1st level Lord and the 2nd level Lord is too huge, far exceeding the level gap between elite creatures. After all, it requires 100,000 evolution points, so the improvement in strength is naturally huge. For a moment, the 2 sides were in a stalemate. The orange cat still looked uncomfortable and even kept sneezing. The Cockroach King seemed a little impatient. It roared fiercely, like a giant black beast, and its body suddenly burst out with even stronger momentum. Its strength suddenly increased. Li Xiaofeng couldn't see its specific information, but guessed that this was also a buff-type skill. For a moment, the zombie lord actually found it difficult to resist its attack. Its tentacles shook violently, as fast as a shadow, and directly tied up a zombie lord. It used its tentacles to bring it back directly, and its ferocious mouthparts bit the zombie lord madly. Almost instantly, the zombie was severely injured. At the critical moment, Li Xiaofeng had to control Xiao Zhuang with his will, turned on the rapid recovery, and rushed forward directly. He tried to save the zombie, but the mutant Cockroach King remained indifferent. It is obvious that he has attained a higher level of wisdom and knows that it is better to cut off 1 finger than to hurt 10 fingers. Its mouthparts bit wildly, and in a blink of an eye, the zombie was covered in blood. Xiao Zhuang also came directly to its mouthparts. Relying on its tough body, it ignored its attack. At the same time, he took out the special insecticide from his backpack. Before the Cockroach King could dodge, a large amount of insecticide was sprayed directly into its mouth. The pesticides in the air have little effect on it. But if you spray it directly into the stomach, the power of the insecticide will increase several times. Brother will let you drink your fill. In almost a short period of time, the mutant Cockroach King began to shake violently. Its tentacles loosened, but the zombie was almost completely devoured and was clearly doomed to die. Even the crystal core fell to the ground. The mutant Cockroach King was struggling violently at this time, and its tentacles began to entangle Xiao Zhuang. At the same time, the sharp mouthparts continued to bite him. But Xiao Zhuang's own defense is amazing, coupled with rapid recovery, so he is not afraid of anything. Still spraying special insecticide into its mouth frantically. The power of the mutant Cockroach King is constantly weakening. Although the large amount of pesticides did not kill him, it still left him in a weak state. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Li Xiaofeng rushed forward. At the same time, he asked Xiaopang to cast the berserk technique on himself, and his attack speed increased greatly. He slammed his black frying pan madly at the mutant Cockroach King. The defense of the Cockroach King in his weakened state also dropped a lot, and he was stunned by the slap of Li Xiaofeng. The enhanced attack speed made Li Xiaofeng twitch. In just a few minutes, a second-level Lord creature was beaten to death by him. All the mutant cockroaches above level 3 that were still alive in the surroundings flew away staggeringly. Despite their slowness, they are also extremely intelligent. Although panicked, he still chose to fly away. Although Li Xiaofeng and others are extremely powerful, they cannot fly. Fortunately, there were thousands of low-level mutant cockroaches left on the ground. Although a Lord Zombie was lost, the loss can be completely recovered. For Li Xiaofeng, he only needs to consider the gains and losses. He began to bend down and used his supernatural powers to extract and collect on the Cockroach King. Ding! Collection successful, obtained the mutant Cockroach King's tentacles. Ding! Collection successful, obtained the crystal core of the second-level Lord. Ding! The ability was extracted successfully, and the skill Hard Shell was obtained. Li Xiaofeng didn't expect that the extraction of supernatural powers would be successful again. Hard Shell, after being activated, a black shell will condense on the designated part of the body, which can resist and weaken various physical attacks. Li Xiaofeng didn't know how powerful this skill was, but since it was extracted from a second-level Lord, it should have a certain ability to resist second-level Lord creatures. He gave the red bead to Xiao Zhuang and asked him to swallow it. This skill was not what he wanted. Looking at the orange cat that was walking towards me, although it was staggering, it was still walking towards me firmly. With a begging and silly look on his face, Li Xiaofeng still threw the crystal core to it. If the pesticides had no effect on the orange cats, we would have definitely achieved great success. With its terrifying attack power, it will surely be able to break through the defense of the Cockroach King. Ding! The host is devouring the flesh and blood of the second-level Lord, evolution value plus 1000. Ding! The zombies you command are devouring the flesh and blood of the second-level Lord. Evolution value plus 250. Li Xiaofeng's evolution value skyrocketed again, and he obtained a total of 40,000 evolution points. Ding! The host's evolution value has reached 100,000/100,000, meeting the advancement conditions. Advancing. Ding! Advancement completed. The host's basic abilities such as strength and speed have been greatly improved. Current level, second-level Lord. Ding! The host comprehends the skill, Shock Kill. Vibration Kill. With the help of vibration power, ignore the enemy's outer shell and directly damage its internal organs. The greater the power, the greater the lethality of the vibration. Cooling time, 1 minute. Ding! The host's leadership skill has been upgraded, and the number of zombies that can be controlled is currently 200. Ding! The host skill Battle Will has been upgraded. After it is activated, the combat power bonus provided will be 150%. The Boiling Fighting Spirit has reached the maximum level, and the additional effect of the maximum level, the duration is doubled. Li Xiaofeng was overjoyed. He didn't expect that he had actually comprehended the skill of Shock Kill. According to its introduction, it clearly ignores armor, and the damage is also related to strength. This is truly a perfect skill for him. This skill is even not inferior to the mutant orange cat's extreme rampage. The cooldown time is only 1 minute. Now he probably also has the strength to fight against opponents of higher levels. At the same time, the boiling fighting spirit has reached the maximum level, and the additional effect is that the time is doubled. His combat power doubled for 4 full minutes, and combined with his newly acquired skills, his lethality might have surpassed that of the mutant orange cat. At the same time, the basic strength has also been greatly improved, several times higher than that of a first-level lord. No wonder the Cockroach King could fight against multiple zombie lords without losing. The improvement of each level between lords is extremely huge. The evolution value he needed to advance again reached a huge amount of 200,000. At the same time, the electronic sound in my mind continued to ring. Ding! The host successfully completed the weekly mission and became a second-level lord. Rewards are being distributed. Ding! The host's talent Giant Strength has been upgraded. Passive effect, increases strength by 4 times, 3 times. Although great strength is not very eye-catching, it is a passive talent and every time it is used, it is a real improvement. Combined with his shocking kill, the lethality is even greater. Finally completed this ridiculous weekly task that had been holding him back for over a month. Li Xiaofeng began to let the elite zombies devour the mutated cockroaches in an orderly manner. Thousands of mutated cockroaches are enough to cultivate multiple zombie lords. But there are too many ordinary cockroaches on the ground. This took up a lot of Li Xiaofeng's time. After 2 full days, all the mutated cockroaches were finally devoured. He did not choose to collect them, as the materials from these elite cockroaches would be of too little use. He just collected the crystal core. But there are only dozens of second-order crystal cores. There is no crystal core in the body of a first-order mutant cockroach. In 2 days, thousands of mutated cockroaches added 8 zombie lords to his zombie team. The team's strength surged again. There were a total of 16 lord-level creatures, 1 zombie died, and one of them was a second-level lord. Similarly, Li Xiaofeng used his newly upgraded leadership skills to once again control 100 elite zombies. The team's lineup has expanded again. Li Xiaofeng waved his hand, and led the team to continue hunting with a ruthless pace. At this moment, a ding sound suddenly rang in my mind, but no information came. Is the system screwing up? He closed his eyes, and the system panel appeared in his mind. There was no change in the rest of the place, but the map markings kept flickering. Is there a problem in Wanning City?